we're starting here pretty early, which is great. I think we probably expect to finish around 3:30, depending on how long the discussions go, and hopefully we'll get done in that time frame. Could be 4, could be 3, I don't know. This is one of the variables, public comment and how much discussion we have here and with staff and whatnot. So with that, I'll turn it over to the clerk to call public.
Yep, we have 23 at the moment. I'll call you 3 at a time. Just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. You can come right up here to the microphone. First 3, Amy Bennett, Judy Burlfine, and then Thomas Gonzalez. And I'm going to be using my phone as the timer, so when you hear that, that means your time is up.
Hello, I have some slides I sent. Oh, thank you so much. Just 3 slides. First of all, thank you for inviting us. Thank you to the City Council. We appreciate you very much and really realize how hard it is to please everyone, so we appreciate this time. I'd like to comment as a resident of the Flats. I'm on Del Rio Avenue, and the Flats are, you can move ahead to the next one. The Flats are a series of 4 or 5 streets, an older part of Leucadia. And historically, I guess it's to say how you feel it from your, Jim, from your instructions. Historically, we've really watched other neighborhoods around us have a lot of upgrades as we kind of degrade with the additional traffic, especially cut-through traffic. We have gotten in the past very late news about the developments on Clark, which we're very concerned about the impact of that in our neighborhood. It's the only project without main artery access, and yet there are no safety or infrastructure upgrades that are going to be happening. We are already a very, very busy neighborhood, and so we are concerned because there are many children, and the traffic is really increasing. A lot of now, Amazon deliveries, very, very narrow streets, car mirrors knocked off all the time. There's really no safe access walking in and out of the Flats. I walk almost every morning, and trying to get up to the beautiful Encinitas Ranch trails is very difficult to even cross Saxony. And Leucadia Boulevard is already gridlocked. My neighbor, now deceased, was a Deputy Fire Chief, John Brooks. He was always concerned with, this was back 20 years ago, with emergency access for vehicles, and we see that on Leucadia Boulevard all the time. Last slide. So what we would like to ask for is all about safety. We are very concerned about someone getting hurt. We'd like to see speed bumps, cushions. I'd love to see a crosswalk at Puebla and Clark. Also, we've got a barrier there that I know there's some considerations about making that available for emergency access. I think that could be looked at, but we really would like to keep that barrier up. It cuts out cut-through traffic. We would really like the city to acknowledge the Clark Street congestion, especially at the signal at Leucadia Boulevard, and the Puebla and Clark corner, which is quite dangerous. We'd also love to have you acknowledge that Saxony is incredibly congested. The bike safety there is a big issue. I know there are some plans, but it's really could use another look. And then during the Clark apartment construction, we would love some planning for monitoring those trucks coming and going for safety's sake. Again, safety, safety, safety. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lyons, City Council members O'Hara, Schaefer, and San Antonio, and Interim City Manager Campbell. I'm Judy Burlfine, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Steering Committee for Encinitas Bike Walk. We hope you'll consider the following priorities when determining the goals for our city. Our overarching goals are to increase safety, as Amy was talking about, and maintain fiscal responsibility. So in terms of safety, did you know that 8 of 10 pedestrians colliding with a vehicle traveling at 40 miles per hour will die? And that number drops to 1 of 10 when driving at 20 miles per hour. So how do we manage speed? First, through adequate law enforcement, as well as with well-designed streets. So what do well-designed streets entail? Bike lanes provide an inexpensive method of clarifying where the cyclists and where the cars belong. The new roundabout on Quail Gardens allows cyclists, automobiles, and pedestrians to navigate a busy intersection with many children present. And it came at an affordable price. It would be great to replicate these throughout the city. Separated bike paths. The project on Santa Fe safely manages vehicles around the high school where we have 2,000 students coming and going each day. And we need to complete it as planned with protected intersections at Nardo McKinnon and Bonita Windsor so that no cyclists are right hooked and injured at those corners, posing a liability to the city. So in terms of fiscal responsibility, the city currently spends millions of dollars maintaining pavement. That's important because potholes harm vehicles and pose risks to pedestrians and cyclists. And as Mayor Ehlers has pointed out, to maintain a high PCI, we need to significantly increase the financial commitment to paving. Or maybe there's another affordable way to solve our problem. We have residential streets in Encinitas that are nearly 50 feet wide. Let's narrow those streets from 50 to 40 feet and accomplish two important tasks. Cars will pay closer attention when the road is narrower, improving safety. And will reduce pavement expenditure by 20%, potentially saving $1 million. In summary, when we improve safety for our city, we improve safety for children. Cycling and walking to school foster independence for our young people. The safer the routes, the more comfortable parents will be supporting these character-building activities. And lastly, we need to continue to expand the education we provide as new infrastructure is built, so cyclists and drivers understand how to safely navigate our roads. Thank you.
Next speakers, Thomas Gonzalez, Bob Kent, Cynthia Shea Palmer, and then Christine Schindler.
Good morning, planning team and council members. My name is Tom Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of residents concerned about how state housing mandates could overwhelm Encinitas. This council was elected to push back against Sacramento's overreach while ensuring responsible growth, and today is the opportunity to act. I propose two concrete steps. First, updating our city code with clear objective standards, starting with fire safety for by right projects. Second, forming a state overreach defense committee to refine these policies and ensure we have a strong, coordinated response moving forward. These by right projects often move forward under pressure from the Housing Authority, reviewed individually without full accounting for their combined impact. We already see the consequences. Traffic congestion is worsening, infrastructure is strained, and fire risks are increasing. We need to be proactive. A critical first step is fire safety. Our city already requires 24-foot wide streets for access. This must be enforced with no exceptions. Additionally, we should adopt State Fire Code Appendix D, requiring 26-foot wide streets for buildings over 35 feet high. These are simple, life-saving measures that will help protect residents as density increases. Beyond fire safety, we need objective standards for traffic and infrastructure, such as capping traffic delay increases at 10% per project cluster and ensuring sewer capacity is not exceeded. These common sense rules will help manage growth responsibly, even under state pressure. But beyond future projects, there's an urgent issue right now. There are already projects with approved design permits on streets that the fire marshal has acknowledged are out of code. That means these projects were approved despite clear fire safety violations. Before any building permits are issued, I urge the city to review whether these projects comply with our existing fire access standards as required by law. At the very least, the council should direct staff to investigate and clarify if a project was approved in violation of our fire codes. Does the city have the right, the responsibility to pause or modify these approvals before they become irreversible mistakes? Finally, I propose forming a state overreach defense committee, a collaborative effort between residents, council members, and planners to strengthen our local standards and explore a programmatic impact report and push back against unfunded mandates. The Brown Act limits private discussions on these issues, but this committee would allow us to work together transparently. Thank you.
morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. My name is Bob Ken. I'm an Encinitas resident. I'm here to ask you today to make addressing our housing affordability challenges a strategic priority by finding more ways to build more truly affordable homes while also preserving our naturally occurring affordable housing like our mobile home parks. According to Zillow, the median rent for a one-bedroom apartment here in Encinitas is over $3,000 a month, requiring household income of over $120,000 a year. While we know our seniors on a fixed income, family residents, and many of our workers who are commuting long distances are finding difficult living situations in order to stay here in Encinitas, the city they serve, earn substantially less than that. Also, the city's displacement study reports that more than half of all city renters, which is over 9,000 people in our community here, are rent burdened, paying more than 30% of their income on housing, and it's growing. Building more affordable homes provides stability for our rent burdened neighbors and for our workforce and for employers who want to retain good employees. I think as demonstrated by the housing element sites, some of the housing element sites, it's pretty clear that the private sector cannot solve our housing affordability challenges solely on their own. So we should be open to doing things differently with a more targeted, intentional approach and a goal of building fewer units overall with higher levels of affordability. And it can be done, and more specifically, there are proven models demonstrating that well-designed, financially feasible, and sustainable affordable housing communities can be built when the public and private sectors work proactively together. Maintaining the fabric of our community requires housing of all types. With the right policies, the city can improve the diversity and affordability of our housing. I think leveraging the work of both the Affordable Housing Task Force, along with what's being done by the Planning Commission, can help provide, the city can provide the leadership to help solve our housing affordability challenges, even if it's incrementally, resulting in a good mix of more affordable homes designed to fit well in our community. Thank you for your service.
Good morning. So my name is Cynthia Shea. Thank you, Mayor Ellis and the City Council staff, executive staff for being here today. I live in the adjacent neighborhood to the Clark Apartments, also referred to as the Flats. Next slide, please. And just, I think most people are familiar with it, but in case you're not, the Clark Apartments sits in the back of a very old neighborhood with two streets for access, Union and Clark. Click, please. So there's no easy access. We already have mobility challenges. The streets are very narrow. We already have massive parking issues because of all the ADUs coming in. And we have, there will be evacuation challenges for sure. Next slide, please. So here's some quick shots. These are actually from a couple of years ago. Sometimes there's only 10 or 15 feet between the cars parked. And it's getting worse. This is 2 years ago. Now we have more ADUs. So it's getting more intense as time goes on. Next slide, please. So there are inadequate street access, and it's was referred to by the speaker before regarding codes and the 24-foot unobstructed width required by both state and Encinitas fire codes. Next click, please. None of our streets meet these codes. None of them for the access. So there's a state fire code that says an unobstructed improved width of not less than 24 feet. Click, please. The Encinitas fire code also adopts the same thing. And when you ask what a fire apparatus access code is, next click, please. It's basically from the fire station to the site. So we do not have that on any of our streets that lead up to this apartment complex that's going to house 500 to 1,000 people clogged into the back of our neighborhood. Next slide, please. So I guess my ask is to prioritize our neighborhood for safety during this prioritization process that you'll be going through. Update our streets for access to Clark to make sure they meet the code. It's terrifying, actually. It's scary living in this neighborhood with the recent fires that have happened in Los Angeles, you can see it can happen in a very dense area near the coast. So we have adequate access for emergency responders and adequate evacuation paths for the residents. Hopefully that time will never come, but if it does, let's plan appropriately. Next slide, please. So that's, I guess, my umbrella ask is to bring the fire, our access roads to meet the code. I guess there's a sub-layer to that, which is, you know, slow the traffic on our streets. I mean, if you look at Clark, it's the egress. It's a straight line from the exit. Oh, okay. That's the end. Anyway, you got my umbrella ask, and there's a sub part of that as well. Okay, thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Next speakers are Christine Schindler, Carol Heil, Joyce Shepard, and then Rahul Deshpande.
So I'm Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. So first off, thank you for your service, Mayor and Council and staff and law enforcement and fire. Completely changed my plan for today. So you have my slides, you can take a look at them. But based on what happened over the weekend, I want to focus on the concept of Vision Zero, which is zero traffic deaths. So that means people in cars, people walking, people biking, people using micromobility. It's the ultimate goal. It's a big goal, but it matters. So we had a potential incident on Saturday here that could have gone south. Something happened in Del Mar, Powerhouse Park, that did go south. Cars go too fast. Some drivers should not be driving. I often talk about bicycling. Bicycling is more than just riding a bike, it's so much more. However, when you're biking, when you're using micromobility, when you're walking, you're very vulnerable. You're not covered by steel. We need to do better, so most of the things that I wanted you to focus on have to do with mobility, slowing our speeds, improving our pavement, having better striping for bicycles and pedestrians. Love what Bob Kent said about housing. I align with him and all the things that he has to say about housing. So I think with the time that I have left, I just want to let you guys know there's slides in the back now. So for the people here in the public, if you want a copy of the slides, you can pick them up in the back. I also took the liberty of putting out a 2-pager I have that has safety reminders, not just for bicyclists, but also for motorists. So we basically need to slow our roll and look out for each other. And I hope that the strategic planning that you do today and how you direct staff will focus on that as well. And I just wanted to take a moment of silence. We've had many fatalities. So we're not at Vision Zero, hardly. Recent one, pedestrian, New Year's Day. Bicyclist New Year's Day on Encinitas Boulevard, pedestrian in Acadia. So I just want to take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. This 3 minutes went very slow. I appreciate the extra minute. So thank you again for your service.
Good morning, Mayor Ehlers and Council. My name is Carol Heil, and I represent Now Acadia. We understand that this council and the residents of Encinitas want what's best for our city and the well-being of our community. Now Acadia is eager to collaborate and achieve our shared goal of transforming Encinitas into the safest, most mobile, and most exceptional beach community along the San Diego coastline. Now Acadia wholeheartedly supports this vision. Specifically, Now Acadia advocates for 3 crucial projects that would significantly enhance the mobility and safety of our community. First off are the at-grade crossings. These crossings are essential for the safety, mobility, and access of residents and visitors to 101 and the beach. Now Acadia commends the council for maintaining the priority of these crossings. Quiet zones. Implementing quiet zones would further enhance the health and safety of our community by reducing noise. Improvements to Vulcan and La Costa Avenues. These improvements could connect to the future at-grade crossings and are crucial for addressing the pressing safety and mobility issues in the corridor. Now Acadia recognizes that with the increasing growth and density, mobility in our city will be challenged. Therefore, we kindly request that this council prioritize the maintenance and enhancement of safe multimodal mobility in all our sectors of the city. We appreciate your time and consideration of these projects in Northwest Acadia. Thank you for your dedication, making our community a better place. How many minutes do I have left?
1.
Okay. AI driven, it does hit our sentiment. Okay, but I think it falls flat. 2 things. I would like to thank the council and staff for getting our at-grade crossing application almost into the CPUC. Thank you. I'm so excited that that's going in, and I thank the council for making that a priority in your campaign and hopefully continue. Secondly, Vulcan. Vulcan Avenue and La Costa, but really Vulcan is a mess. It's a dirt path, it's a maintenance path. Rail trail is really far out in the future and sort of under the auspice of SANDAG. I'm hoping, we have applied for grants for that and been denied. Hoping we can be creative this year and find some funding and some creative way to get that path to be a little bit more permanent and tie into the at-grade crossings. And finally, La Costa Avenue. I know you've worked on it, Mayor Ayers. Continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Joy Shepherd. I'm a resident and president of Cardiff 101 Main Street Association. As you embark on this year's strategic goal-setting session, Cardiff 101 Main Street, along with Leucadia and Encinitas Main Streets and the Encinitas Chamber of Commerce, urge you to prioritize economic development as a key focus for the future of Encinitas. Our organization is dedicated to advocating for local businesses. We recognize the crucial role economic vitality plays in sustaining a thriving city, supporting entrepreneurs, and enhancing the quality of life for residents and visitors alike. One of our main priorities is ensuring Cardiff remains a welcoming environment for businesses to succeed and encouraging our residents to support our local businesses, to shop local. This includes reducing storefront vacancies, attracting businesses that align with our community values, and fostering a vibrant commercial landscape. By keeping Encinitas dollars in Encinitas and drawing new investment, we can strengthen our local economy and ensure long-term sustainability. To do all these things, we need economic development to be a priority in our city and with our City Council. Cardiff 101 Main Street and others play an essential role in connecting businesses with the city, ensuring they have the resources to thrive. From Cardiff Farmers Market to small business advocacy, we work to create opportunities that benefit both businesses and the community. Our goal is to maintain a strong economic foundation while preserving the unique character that makes Cardiff special. By investing in economic development, the city of Encinitas can reinforce its financial health, create new opportunities, and preserve the vibrancy that defines our coastal community. We encourage you to make this central priority in your goal-setting process and look forward to collaborating with initiatives that benefit both our businesses and our residents. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Following Rahul will be Cindy Nyberg, Sherry Yardley, and then Teresa Beauchamp.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City staff. I'm Rahul Deshpande. I am the chair of the Cardiff Town Council, and I'm also a board member of Cardiff 101. And I'm going to talk about improving quality of life through economic development and infrastructure. Economic development and quality of life. A strong local economy enhances city services, public spaces, and community programs. Economic development means more resources for parks, roads, and infrastructure, ensuring Encinitas remains a great place to live and visit. Business retention and attraction. Encinitas must do more to retain and attract appropriate businesses. Cardiff lost its Rite Aid, the only pharmacy anywhere near Cardiff. Encinitas lost REI. Keeping businesses in Encinitas supports local jobs, strengthens our tax base, and maintains quality of life for residents. The Cardiff by the Sea Town Council advocates for businesses that align with the character of our town and enhance the residents' experience. Workforce and sustainable growth. Local businesses like Seaside Market, Bestawan, and VG's draw visitors from outside Encinitas and provide jobs for our residents. Supporting small businesses fosters economic stability. Our growth must align with environmental and community values, ensuring Encinitas thrives sustainably. Infrastructure, a critical priority. Economic success depends on well-maintained infrastructure. In addition to basic road maintenance needs, which are getting to be dire, Cardiff has 2 shovel-ready projects which the city has invested in over the last 10 years. The Verdi Undercrossing, necessary for safe beach and business access. The city should actively seek grants to fund this. Birmingham Streetscape. This is the main entry into Cardiff's commercial district, and it is not easily walkable, needs beautification and safety improvements. The city should actively seek grants for this project as well. The role of the Cardiff Town Council. The Cardiff Town Council has long advocated for residents and businesses. By merging with Cardiff 101 Main Street, we've strengthened our ability to support both. Collaboration between city leadership, businesses, and residents is key to shaping policies that benefit everyone. In closing, economic development isn't just about business. It's about building a thriving, livable community. By prioritizing smart growth and infrastructure, Encinitas can continue to be a place where families, businesses, and individuals succeed together. We look forward to working with the city to ensure a strong future for Cardiff and Encinitas. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I want to thank you for your time and your commitment. This is my first time being to one of your meetings, so I'm a bit nervous, and I prepared mine a little bit different than everybody else. But I live on La Costa Avenue, right across from where the new housing development is going in, which I'm excited for that development, no problem with that, but my concern is La Costa Avenue and the safety of the corridor, specifically for me as a pedestrian. The only way for me to get out of my home is to walk down La Costa Avenue. I don't have any other options. And basically when you're driving down La Costa Avenue, it feels extremely different than when you're walking down it. It's extremely intimidating. When you drive down it, you look at the road and see this wide green line, and then you see a pedestrian lane, and it seems like that should be adequate. But when you're walking down there, it's not. The bikes end up in your pedestrian lane, you end up hopefully on the dirt if there is dirt. And then when you go to Sheridan, if you want to turn or just even go to the new 4-way stop, which is great. It's made getting out of my house extremely difficult because of the timing of the cars, but it's safe except for the fact that when you're walking in the pedestrian lane, if people are turning onto La Costa heading what would be east, they don't look. They're only looking west. I have almost been hit multiple times. And I walk a 200-pound dog. It's not just me, it's the dog and me. The other thing about La Costa is people are going so fast, they don't notice you. I say that, I have a big dog, I bring that, because normally when I'm walking the dog, people are waving, they're noticing me. You don't notice people on La Costa. You might notice bikes, you definitely don't notice any pedestrians. And with the new development coming, there's gonna be a lot more pedestrians, it's gonna be families. Right now, it's kind of limited on who's walking down there, but it's gonna get busier. And then down by the freeway, it gets narrower, and people are already in the right-hand lane trying to get onto the freeway. So again, that's another really dangerous spot. I know you guys have a lot of projects, I've heard several of them. A lot of neighborhoods have areas of concern, but La Costa is the busiest, fastest, in my opinion, one of the busiest and fastest roads in all of Acadia. And I really think it needs to be addressed. I can't even look up when I'm walking because half the time I'm on dirt, afraid to trip. So it needs to be a raised sidewalk of some sort. I don't know how that comes into play, that's your job, but I really beg you to really consider that area and try and make it a little bit safer for the community. Thank you.
And before you go, can you give your name for the audio record?
Cindy Nybert.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Ehlers, City Council members, and City staff. I'm Sherry Yardley, the CEO of the Encinitas Chamber in Encinitas. I am speaking on behalf of our members, businesses, our various committees, as well as the 3101 Main Street Associations. Many of them have submitted their comments online as well. We are united in emphasizing the need to make economic development a top priority in the city's goal-setting process. A thriving business community is the foundation of a strong local economy. When we attract and retain key businesses, we create a place where residents can stay, play, and shop, keeping dollars in Encinitas, not in our neighboring cities. This not only supports local businesses, but also increases sales tax revenue, which the city can reinvest into infrastructure, public safety, and community services. By fostering a diverse business environment, such as with restaurants, retail, entertainment, and professional services, we make Encinitas a destination for both locals and visitors, strengthening our economy while preserving the unique character of our city. Prioritizing economic development means creating local job opportunities and improving both our workforce and quality of life. With business-friendly policies, streamlined processes, and strategic planning, we can ensure a prosperous future for Encinitas. We urge you to make economic development a key focus as we work together to build a vibrant, sustainable community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Following Teresa, Teresa Beauchamp is Stacy Riddell, Carol Parker, and then Marlon Taylor.
Good morning, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and council members and our wonderful staff. I'm here to urge you to continue to prioritize supporting the arts and cultural events, which are the soul of Encinitas. I want to give a long overdue thank you to our Parks and Rec and Cultural Arts Department, Art Commissioners, Park and Rec Commissioners, and our Encinitas Friends of the Arts for giving our residents and visitors endless opportunities to participate and appreciate all art forms. Enjoy our beaches and parks. Classes in West African dance, Zumba, and yoga in our parks keep me healthy and happy. My husband and I love cruising around town on our e-bikes on Encinitas Art Night and seeing our talented resident artists work and getting to know them and spreading the word about their art. Dia de los Muertos is my favorite city cultural event of the year, and the concerts at the library and Moonlight Beach are wonderful. The city continues to develop a thriving arts and active living culture. Pacific Arts and Cultural Center is an important addition and will help the city receive cultural district designation, and we need to expand programming there. We also need to maintain our parks and beaches, including replenishing sand. The following projects and initiatives need continued support: Pacific View Cultural and Arts Center, Encinitas Cultural District Designation, Encinitas Historic District designations. The arts and cultural activities benefit our city's economy. The participation of the city of Encinitas in the Arts Economic Prosperity Report show that for every dollar spent by the government on cultural activities, $5 in tax revenue is generated. The arts matter as an important driver of social connection and to local economies. Thank you so much for your service and consideration.
Good morning, Stacy Riddell, Leucadia 101 Main Street Association Executive Director. I'm here to also talk on the importance of prioritizing economic development in our community this year in your work plan. For the past 25 years, L101 has been working very closely with the city as a liaison, a community partner, and an advocate for all of our constituents in Leucadia and across Encinitas as we partner with our other sister organizations. We are hotels, restaurants, coffee shops, bars, boutiques, florists, jewelers, hair salons, tattoo artists, veterinarians, spas, gathering places, service providers, and we host working artists in their studios all along the Coast Highway in Leucadia. Just like C101 and E101 in the Chamber of Commerce, we serve hundreds of small businesses, and one of our key focuses as a Main Street organization is promoting economic development. It is essential for sustaining and growing our tax base, retaining businesses, creating jobs, and ensuring a self-sufficient, diverse, and vibrant local economy. We are all committed to supporting our businesses, promoting shopping, hosting cultural and community events, and advocating for policies that enhance economic sustainability and stability in our communities. By keeping Encinitas dollars in Encinitas, we attract new visitors and investment, we strengthen our local economy, and enhance the quality of life. These small businesses not only create a thriving local economy, they provide jobs, they improve our standard of living, and they are the cornerstone of culture in our beloved city. Collectively, we all support cultural tourism in each of our communities by offering a variety of events and creating a welcoming atmosphere for residents. L101 alone brings in 20,000 plus visitors each year and residents as well to enjoy our iconic community events year after year. In addition to our local brick and mortar small businesses, L101 and C101 each manage farmers markets. The Leucadia Farmers Market is one of the biggest community-centric economic drivers in Leucadia. We support more than 100 local farmers, specialty food makers, and creative entrepreneurs on a weekly basis. We are their lifeline to stability, and they are the heart and soul that make our market so incredible. We also host it can be almost 1,000 patrons on any given Sunday, providing significant sales tax revenue to the city of Encinitas. Our market is also a driver of residual tourist and tax dollars each week, as many of our local brick and mortars can attest. They also benefit incredibly from the street traffic generated by our farmers market patrons as they stroll the neighborhood and continue to spend their money in our corridor. It's also one of the most desirable places to come to the beach, and we have thousands and thousands of visitors that come from around the world and around the country to come to our cliff beaches and spend money in our community. So when I ask our constituents, what do you need from our city council? The overwhelming answer across the board is the same: ease institutional red tape, barriers to permitting and development, and help foster a strong, sustainable consumer base, which we can do by focusing our efforts on economic development. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Carol Parker. I would like to advocate for a volunteer preparedness block coordinator program in the city of Encinitas. I believe this would help residents learn about disaster preparedness, as well as offer another avenue of communication that the city would have with residents. I'm interested in this program coming from two different perspectives. Firstly, I've been volunteering in the city since 2017 as either a member of the Urban Forest Advisory Committee or the Environmental Commission. In both these capacities, I have seen the city try to have communications, especially about good things, and yet many residents remain unaware. While I know the city has tried many things, I really do feel that communication with residents is one of the things the city can improve. There are probably people on the dais today that don't know about the street tree program and the city has had for many years, where the city will not only plant a free street tree, it will water it for 2 to 3 years depending on drought tolerance. The other perspective I have for looking at preparedness is that my husband and I were in a wildfire in Thousand Oaks in 1993.
We were only woken up in the middle of the night by the fire trucks lumbering up our road as the fire was coming directly for our street. This was before reverse 911, so we didn't get an evacuation call. No one even knocked on our door. We didn't know what to do. The only advice we got was from a news guy that was there to cover the fire. He told us about opening the curtains and keeping the lights on. We were lucky that no houses burned that night, but I've been watching for advice of what to do when the fire is coming for your house, and I didn't see it until a couple of weeks ago in the Encinitas Advocate. I've been looking for this list for 31 years. I believe I'm not alone in not knowing specifically what to do in case of a wildfire or other disaster. I think a lot of people would be interested in either volunteering to be a preparedness block coordinator or to join their neighbors to learn about what to do to become more prepared. I heard about this program from my friend that lives in Palo Alto. They have this program for many years, and she is a coordinator. She has meetings with her neighbors that range from training to sharing recipes of what can be made when there's no power. She communicates with her neighbors about preparedness, organic waste disposal, and other communications from the city. She knows all her neighbors, and they know her. I believe this program would be valuable to the city and that it would strengthen not only individual residents' ability to respond to a disaster, but perhaps more importantly, strengthen neighborhoods and give the city a way to tap into neighbor-to-neighbor communications. Thanks.
Following our next speaker, Marlon Taylor, will be Michael Glenn, Cynthia Darlington, and then Dennis Caden.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this process today. I would like to discuss several key initiatives that can significantly enhance the inclusivity and vibrancy of our city, benefiting our children, seniors, and the entire community. First, I urge the Council to prioritize the development of affordable housing. Access to stable and affordable housing is essential for fostering strong communities. For our children, it creates a secure environment that supports healthy development and academic success. For our seniors, it allows them to age in place with dignity, ensuring they remain connected and engaged within the community. In addition, I want to highlight the importance of arts, culture, and community engagement opportunities and the value of the Pacific View Arts Center. By investing in local cultural events, workshops, and community programs, we can create enriching experiences that promote creativity and connection among residents. These initiatives not only encourage artistic expression, but also provide valuable learning and engagement opportunities for our children, while allowing seniors to share their experiences and insights with younger generations. Such interactions are vital in strengthening our community fabric and enhancing the sense of belonging for all. Furthermore, I recommend that we explore affordable micro-transportation solutions. Options such as ride-sharing programs or shuttle services can significantly improve mobility for all residents, particularly, again, our seniors. These solutions would enhance access to essential services, community events, and cultural activities, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to participate fully in our vibrant community life. Additionally, during high occupancy events such as Oktoberfest and Encinitas Street Fair, a microtransit solution would assist in reducing traffic, while also potentially reducing the number of drunk drivers that are on the road. In conclusion, I respectfully request the Council to consider these initiatives as part of our strategic plan to make Encinitas a more inclusive and dynamic city. By prioritizing affordable housing, promoting the arts, and integrating innovative transportation solutions, we can cultivate a supportive environment that benefits all residents and enriches our community as a whole. Thank you for your consideration.
Dear Honorable Mayor, Encinitas City Council members, and city staff, I am Michael Glenn, and I'm here today to emphasize the importance of investing in business development to ensure the continued success of Encinitas' tourism-related businesses. As a 30-year resident of Encinitas and chair of the Visit Encinitas Advisory Board, I've seen how tourism plays a vital role in driving revenue, fostering a vibrant community, and maintaining the health of local businesses. By supporting these industries, we invest in the prosperity of our entire city. Tourism has long been a cornerstone of the local economy, with a significant portion of our businesses directly benefiting from the influx of visitors. These businesses not only provide a steady source of income, but also contribute greatly to the city's tax revenue, which is critical for funding infrastructure projects that benefit our residents and visitors alike, and make Encinitas such a desirable place to live and visit. In addition to generating tax revenue, effective tourism marketing helps provide a positive image of Encinitas, showcasing the beauty, culture, and vibrant atmosphere that attracts visitors who are respectful to our city. By strengthening the city's business development, we can ensure that Encinitas remains top of mind for potential visitors and help control the flow of visitors to our local businesses year-round. The importance of investing in tourism and business development is supported by local business leaders in Encinitas. Here are some testimonials from a few of them, underscoring the role of driving tourism in the local economy. Josh Hansen, owner of Hansen Surfboard, says, "Tourism in Encinitas is essential for Hansen Surfboards, as it brings a steady stream of customers eager to experience the local culture. Visitors from around the world boost sales and drive revenue growth. This also drives tax dollars for the city. Lastly, the influx of visitors fosters a vibrant community that supports local businesses and events." Andrew Oot, the executive director of the Institute of Contemporary Art, says, "The participation of the city of Encinitas in the Arts Economic Prosperity Report showed that for every dollar spent by the government on cultural activities, $5 in tax revenue is generated. Investing in tourism is a long-term investment in our city, improving our infrastructure and quality of life for our citizens." Mohammed Ghazidi, director of sales and marketing at the Alila Morea Resort, says, "Hospitality plays a significant role in driving revenue for Encinitas. Many of our guests contribute directly to the revenue of the local economy, reinforcing the importance of maintaining a strong visitor base." And Joseph Ramaglia, owner, Broad Street Doco, says, "These past 12 years have demanded perseverance and resilience from our local business community. We have been burdened with the delusion of volume caused by developments in other coastal cities that were previously less competitive in Encinitas. I believe it is critical to take action and invest financially in the future well-being of our business community while preserving the integrity of our values. We can take charge of tourism initiatives through business development and fill our businesses during off-peak hours and periods." As these testimonials highlight, tourism is not a key driver of sales. It is essential for the overall well-being of our local economy and community's prosperity. By investing in business development, it attracts visitors and ensures the community success of our city. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Darlington, and I have never been more excited to speak at a council meeting because I'm here today to talk to you about my passion, which is business and economic development. I'm a 21-year resident of Encinitas. I own a small business. I'm an adjunct professor at Miracosta. I teach business and entrepreneurship to our future North County entrepreneurs. And I'm also a member of the Chamber's Business and Economic Development Committee. And I cannot tell you how many times I hear from my clients, which are restaurant, grocery, and food businesses, that Encinitas is a very difficult place to do business. I think we all know this. And we're excited about this new council and an effort to help small and emerging businesses in Encinitas. I think we can do this through a three-pronged approach. The first would be advocacy. As you probably know, every other city in North County has a dedicated position for economic development on staff. So we're competing against that with Carlsbad, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, etc. We need that position. We need help with permitting, regulations, staffing. In an expensive area, it's very hard to find staffing. We need hand-holding. We need to reduce that permitting time. Roy's team has been excellent in working with the chamber to get feedback and create that partnership. Secondly, we need data. It's really hard to find data about businesses in Encinitas. What businesses are failing and why? What businesses do we need as we build more housing, as our population ages, as we have demographic changes? What are the things that we're doing to bring these type of businesses into Encinitas? We know empirically that minority and women-owned businesses fail at a much higher rate. What are we doing specifically to support those small businesses? The less we do for small businesses and the more we do for big businesses, we're driving out those places that bring the culture to our community. So we really need to figure out how to support them. And the data is really the first step to that. And lastly, collaboration. Working with the chambers, the 101s, We've started a partnership with your Environmental Commission, where now when they're considering regulations, they come to us and talk about how is this going to impact business. And that helps ensure compliance. It helps to not put that burden on businesses where costs are already sky high. So we want to have a non-adversarial relationship to those things that are important and work together on that collaboration for those important decisions that may impact local business. We also need to stop holding meetings for input in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day, taking business owners' schedules into consideration and figuring out ways to really get their input for the city. So I'm excited about a year or two from now hearing my clients, we work with restaurants like Islands, Lazy Acres, all kinds of things, saying we want to come to Encinitas. It's the best place to do business. We know they're going to help us succeed. So that's my dream, and I hope we can have a top-down approach to making that happen. Thank you so much.
Following Dennis will be Karen Caden, Natalie Satoon, and then Peter Curry.
Good morning, Council. Thanks for being here. My name is Dennis Caden. I'd like at this conference to establish some budget cuts in non-essential areas because we need to focus on infrastructure that we have not been able to take care of for probably since incorporation. I'd also like for you to investigate the RENA numbers, and I support the State Overreach Committee. I want to compliment Jim O'Hara and Luke Schaefer for initiating a SANDAG investigation of the RENA numbers. The California Constitution requires reimbursement for certain costs mandated by the state, and they're not paying anything for our R30 debacles. And right now, a good way to start this would be to have the state pay for the red restriping of AB 413, and that's a new rule that took effect in January, that no one can park within 20 feet of an intersection. Yet that needs to be painted red, otherwise it's not fair to us drivers because there's no indication that you're not supposed to park there. I'd like staff to make recommendations that help neighborhoods protect themselves against overdevelopment, especially in R30s. I have to say that it seems to me, and many of the residents that have been seriously affected by the R30 developments, that it seems like staff is against the residents and in favor of the developers. That may not be true, but it sure seems that way when we go through the processes. I'd like for the city to cut the meeting times. Meeting times are for public participation, but going beyond 11 p.m. is not conducive or healthy for the public, our precious new council members, the staff, and their families. So maybe after 10 o'clock we should just go for an hour if we can. And I know you've had a super busy, many important things to cover, and that's why you went over. Just don't do it anymore. Maybe have projects more ready and complete by staff so they could be part of the consent calendar instead of spending time in discussion. I'd also like for the city to, whatever you need to do to formalize and dedicating the R30 developer fees to the affected adjacent neighborhoods. Right now it goes to the general fund. And that's not fair because the neighborhoods need that money for, in one case, sidewalks, in another case, street widening, in another case, I mean, there are so many things that the R30s are crucifying our neighborhoods, and we're not being protected. And to the consultant, please avoid any Disneyland feel-good exercises today and tomorrow. We got a lot of work to do, so make it as efficient as you possibly can. Thank you, sir.
Hey, good morning, all. Thank you for having this meeting for the public and staff and council. I'm going to address improving and issues on topics that last year to add to support a sheriff's station downtown. It will, sheriff's presence will slow crime down.
May the City Council require staff for city meetings to write recommendations as course of action to be advised to have more selections, not just one-sided. Let's have a choice. That's why we live here. We choose. Public prefers the city not to have such overloaded agenda items. You got a whole month. Spread it out. Save open space, lagoon, natural habitats, protect and spread dark skies in our area of Encinitas. Also strongly achieve to identify and to protect scenic visual corridors. Also, I'd like to include south side of Plato Place, a safe walk to school. South side has 15 feet of city property. I don't care how much it's going to cost the city to work on that side, not on public property. Oh, I said my name is Karen Caden. All right. What can the fire prevention and code enforcers should work with private properties to clean up dry debris and hazard items? I don't think any of us Encinitas people want to hear that staff is overloaded and they can't get to it. It's on a waiting list. This is not what a city serves the people on. Responsible, just serve us and do it. We are learning we learned that they're overloaded. I don't want to call anyone names out, but we're very concerned, and people need to hear that. Let's start fresh with our new council and start having people serve the people. Update the general plan. Leadership is direction, alignment, and commitment. I want to mention what reliable infrastructure is. When I saw that, I said, what is reliable infrastructure? Looked it up. I know it was last February 2024, one of the goals. It should be safe, dependable, secure system without failure. Prevent accidents, disruption, and costly failures. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Natalie Sitoon Cardiff, and so happy to see Luke, Marco, Jim, and Bruce. I'm so happy that you are in your seats. Thank you for stepping up for our town. First I have Santa Fe. I walked 900 homes. Nobody is happy with the SDA portion of Santa Fe. And concerning the safety, Bruce, thank you for your comments on Wednesday about the potential to redesign that. I'm actually on my way here. A child pulled out in front of me, so I narrowly missed a child. It's a definite failed design, and I'd love to see that pulled up as long as we can afford to do that. I'd like to put some money for that. The Downtown 101, I'd also like to see some flags put on the post, on the flag post. We often have no banners on them at all. Last year on the 4th of July, there was nothing patriotic about our town. And I would love to see that on Memorial Day and Veterans Day and Independence Day. We've just had no patriotism acknowledged at all. We also have community members who are incredible. We have so many community members who founded our community character in the skate industry and in the surf industry. So several coastal towns have banners acknowledging their local community members. I'd love to see ours acknowledged as well. Seems like a reasonable and expensive way to do that is on banners. And they deserve to be heralded. We also have Olympians in our community, and I would like to see that more than just a proclamation in council chambers. We're very lucky to have them. We also have some issues with some construction around town. We have so much construction that we're not ensuring that there's good quality construction until the end of the project. And just like Santa Fe, you can go back and look and see, you know, Jennifer, I've emailed you, it's really bad, and things need to be repaired before they need to be progressed. So our staff really needs to be paying attention, and I don't think that we have the ability to do that with so much going on right now. Safety downtown needs safety. I think we just had a strong-armed robbery either yesterday or the day before downtown. That's the second strong-arm robbery in less than a month. I'd love to see more LPRs so that we can actually solve crimes and get it out there that we need to prevent crimes, because we are known as the soft place to land. And also, as far as the fire safety, I walked the canyon in Cardiff. It's really bad. So Catherine Blakester's property really needs help. So whoever signed off on that last year saying it's safe, it's not safe. That needs some attention. And I'd love to see our code enforcement utilized for some of the things that the sheriffs can do. So I'd love to see code enforcement reporting this. So let's try to utilize the services we have. Thank you.
Following Peter Curry is Desiree Smith, Martin Tracy, and then Susan Sherrod.
Good morning, Mayor Ehlers, esteemed council members and staff. Council members, thank you for your courage to serve and passion. It's a thankless job, so appreciate that. My name is Peter Curry. I've been on the Leucadia 101 Main Street Association Board since its inception a little over 20 years ago. And I've been a property owner at 190 North Highway 101 Leucadia since 2000. Since that time, it's been Big Jim's Barbecue, Calypso Fish House, some failed restaurant name I can't remember, Happy Fish, Hamburger Hut, and now Moto Deli and Cadence Cyclery. I've watched them each invest life-saving amounts of dollars into creating something they were excited about to bring to our town. Some of them losing that, of course, naturally. I'd say collectively, as a property owner and those business owners over the last 25 years, we've exceeded the $2 million mark on tenant improvements, permit fees, and lost rent, just trying to create the best platform to serve this town. This is just one example of hundreds of commercial properties and businesses that either thrive or fail in our town. They collectively make up not only the economic success for the city through sales tax and property taxes and permit fees, but they also create the platform for the wonderful experience that we bring to our local residents and visitors who enjoy this town annually. Those visitors generate the sales tax and hotel tax that actually goes directly to the bottom line for the city budget. Restaurants typically generate $3 million to $10 million annually in gross sales in our town. You can get a picture of the sales tax revenue generated for the city over the years from just the restaurants in our town. As a commercial real estate broker who's focused the past 25 years on Encinitas and the surrounding North Beach cities, I've had the pleasure, like Cindy, of working with the economic development directors of the City of Oceanside, City of Carlsbad, City of San Marcos. Tess Radmill, our very own Tess Radmill from Cardiff 101, Executive Director, is doing an awesome job for the City of San Marcos. These are paid positions that have profited 100-fold for these cities financially, as well as created economic and social vibrancy for those towns. I don't have time to get into the weeds about the current commercial vacancies we have, or the quality tenants who are either trying to get into our town, or we should be competing for, as Cindy brought up, but we're happy to provide that data to you and to city staff. You've got Main Street associations that have been in existence for, on average, 20 years. You've got a very effective Chamber of Commerce that is firing on all cylinders. We're all aligned, working together, sharing and executing on our goals to promote economic vibrancy in the city with Roy now, and thankfully, appreciate that, Roy. We need your partnership in the form of a formal economic development focus. One of your stated goals for today is alignment. This is a very powerful goal. The illustration that's on your agenda is a 4-person boat crew. Every person on that boat has their specific roles and responsibilities to the others in order to achieve the alignment, which brings maximum performance. We're asking that you step into this boat with us, officially, formally, work together, create strategic initiatives together, kick ass together, make economic vibrancy in this town a priority, and actually put it on the City Council's radar. Appreciate your time.
Good morning. My name is Desiree Smith. Dear Council, Mayor Ellers, staff, thank you for the opportunity to request that funds be allocated for a raised DG pedestrian sidewalk on La Costa. As many of you know, I've sent countless pictures and videos of violations from car drivers, motorcyclists, and cyclists, all speeding or riding in the current designated pedestrian lane on La Costa. Even as of recent, a large group of motorcyclists drove in the pedestrian and cyclist lane illegally, leaving pedestrians at harm's way with little choice but to jump or walk on a measly, uneven path. This is your opportunity to prioritize pedestrian safety of the residents that live in our corridor, to send a message that you are different from previous mayors and council members that ignored our pleas, that you are equally about this quirky part of Encinitas, and that together we can provide a safe and walkable street for all to enjoy. And I want to emphasize together, because we're willing to put our backs into it, as they say. Please don't turn your backs on us. Make us proud to live as you have made Cardiff and South Encinitas residents proud by all the improvements in their corridor. As we want to feel safe when we walk along La Costa. So I ask you once again, please prioritize a raised sidewalk on La Costa Avenue. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Tracy. I own a building on 2nd Street, and I'm here to talk today a little bit about the homeless issue and the CRC's application to build out on this street. Now, I've lived on the front line of this for a decade, and I sat through a meeting last week where the CRC talked about being a good neighbor. The only fact is the food line on 2nd Street brings in an unwanted aspect in Encinitas, and I deal with it every single day. Now, the CRC's talked about measures they've taken, and they have not taken any. And as a taxpayer, I'm also insanely confused how a for-profit is going to build in a $1,000 square foot neighborhood. My taxes are going to that? None of this makes any sense, okay? There's a real problem. And you talk about driving business, that's all I've heard today. My building's been for lease for 2 years. It's got amazing parking, it's fenced, it's in an amazing location, and businesses do not want to be there because they come in and they see the homelessness. Every morning, I've got someone sleeping on my driveway, urinating on my building. And their policy is when they have an issue, when someone violates their agreement, they put them out on the street for the sheriff to deal with, which honestly I have no idea how these folks deal with it, because it's every single day. And I would encourage you to look into this, because there's something wrong. There's no reason that money should be going into that kind of building and not back into programs. There's something very wrong with it. It's having a very negative effect on Encinitas. And honestly, I just don't see anyone doing anything about it. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Following Susan Sherrod will be Doug Berenga, Stephen Norton, and then, Evan Larkin.
Esteemed Mayor and Council members, thank you for hearing our public comments. First of all, I support our climate action plan, and I support it including protection of mature trees for carbon sequestration, absorption of water, absorption of pollution, provision of wildlife habitat, and aesthetics, of course. But I think that the mature trees that are preserved should be equitably just preserved to include the single-family residences in the setback areas. Those setback areas would not be built anyway. Okay. In addition, I believe that for our affordable housing, after review of the naturally occurring affordable housing and in capturing as much of that as possible, if we still need to build, I strongly support 100% affordable housing development, particularly for seniors, students, and first-time home buyers, near transit and employment centers. Coastal land is expensive, so Encinitas should create RFPs, requests for proposals, on city or county lands, donated lands, and in clusters. Clustering reduces costs by reducing utility infrastructure needed. It also preserves more open space. Also, limited equity shared housing or community land trust should be encouraged in requests for proposals. Those are methods that reduce the maintenance cost. Everything you do should be reducing cost in terms of developing that affordable housing, but also preserving our open space. And finally, deed restrict in perpetuity, because otherwise we're just going to have to do it all again. 55 years might seem long, but it will come back to bite us if we don't restrict in perpetuity. I do think that in terms of infrastructure, we want to convert any impervious areas to be pervious. That will help a lot to reduce the sheet flow runoff that creates drainage problems. After you do that, diverting the water rather than creating a bunch of infrastructure would be your best option to reduce cost. I support the bike lanes that were proposed by a previous speaker and Christine, and paint is your cheapest alternative there. To make it affordable, yes, use paint, and also paint for the buffered lanes. We don't need curbs. We don't actually even need the bollards. A few bollards would help visibility. So those are my thoughts in terms of reducing costs for our city, increasing our open space for our city, and preserving the beautiful city that we have. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Doug Wieringa, and I don't go to many city meetings, at least haven't been for a long time. I recognize, just based on this morning, there's a lot of competing priorities for advocating for dollars and for focus. I live in Northwest Leucadia along La Costa Avenue, and I want to ask you to advocate for, or I'm here to advocate for an investment in safe mobility. So I lived there for over 2 decades, and I have sidewalk envy. If I compare our neighborhoods to Birmingham and Santa Fe and Leucadia Boulevard and Encinitas Boulevard, we need some form of sidewalk to separate vehicle traffic from pedestrians. We've had accidents there. It's just going to get worse. I do want to point out that it feels like there could be a very simple solution too by just lowering the speed limit. I know that's already been done. I'm not certain that it's even enforced, but there's only homes on either side of La Costa Avenue. So if we were to drop that speed limit to 25 miles an hour, it would ease. And this message isn't only about pedestrian safety, but it's very difficult to get out of we live in a court along La Costa. It's very difficult to exit the court just onto the street when traffic's flowing. It's not a straight road. There's a dog leg, which all of you probably know, but it's very easy to get onto La Costa and only to find someone speeding, and if you're eastbound, find someone speeding and right on your bumper, blowing their horn. So 2 things, if you could bring us up to the same standard that exists in other parts of the east-west roads in Encinitas with a sidewalk. And secondly, if you could adjust the speed limit, I think that would one, make it safer not only for pedestrians but also for vehicle and bike traffic. So thank you for your attention to that.
Following Steve Norton is Evan Larkin, Lauren Paul, and then Sheila Cameron.
Hi, and thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. I want to follow on the heels of a number of my neighbors, the subject being a sidewalk for La Costa Avenue. As many of you know, we to this day still walk on the asphalt. And as pointed out by others, unlike other major east-west streets, we don't have a sidewalk. What we're pleased to say and recognize is that as of last February, a design-only committee was formed, and we just recently heard some very good information from the project manager. I don't need to repeat a lot of what has been said, but what I want to say now is we need to go to the next step. I understand from the report from the project manager that they're nearing the conclusion of that effort. But what I want you to think about now is getting this onto the budget for the construction phase. We can't just be pregnant with this. If you're going to do the design work, you've got to commit to the construction work. In the meantime, we're now jumping off the road because we have so many cars heading towards us. It's just, you've got to do something about it. And we're asking for equity, as others have said. This just can't continue like this. We're speaking at a minimum, from Sheridan to Vulcan. And I want to remind all of you, what's going to happen when those 42 Toll Brother houses get developed? What do you think they're going to want to do? Chances are they're going to want to walk to the beach. And how are they going to get there? How are they even going to cross from the north side to the south side? And then how are they going to walk to the beach or at Leland Moreno Hotel or whatever else they want? If they can do that safely, they can. So you've got to focus on public safety. And in this case, it necessitates an off-road DG sidewalk. We're willing to take DG compared to side concrete, which others have. But we're so desperate, we want at least DG. Thank you very much for your time.
Morning. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Evan Larkin. I'm with the E101 Main Street Association. As you guys can probably guess by now, I'm here to help promote economic development for the 101 corridor as well as the other business districts here in Encinitas. There's been a lot of great things already said by my colleagues in other organizations, so I don't want to just repeat the same things over because I'm sure you guys are aware of that. But just a little bit about the E101 and really the collaboration that we've had for years with the city. We have so many events that we do to promote our downtown, and those really aren't possible without the input and the support from the council and the city and the staff. And so just want to remind you guys that we are here as a resource for you, as well as looking forward to collaborate with you even further. Some of these events that we do include the street fair. That brings in, both in the spring and the fall, about 50,000 plus people to downtown Encinitas and the 101 corridor. We also promote these events through media outlets, through other parts of San Diego County, as well as Orange County, to help bring in more of those daily tourists as well. In addition to the street fair, we're also doing events like the cruise nights, where we're bringing in 2,000 to 4,000 people every third Thursday through the summer months. Also the Taste of events, which we're bringing in 1,000 or more people for those. We also have the Safe Trick or Treats. And really the whole purpose for us is to help advocate for our local businesses. And as we've already said by some people from the chamber as well, how we see you guys helping with that is really making sure that our process to open local business here in Encinitas is streamlined, is easy. That as we're seeing increased competition from Oceanside, from Carlsbad, and a lot of local businesses going up that way, and also tourists now we're seeing go that way, we really want to make that known in the county to come back to Encinitas and help us keep on pace with them as well too. So I said I'll keep this kind of short. So many great things have already been said by our sister organizations. But yeah, we're here, we want to work with you guys, and yeah, we're happy to help continue to make Encinitas a business-friendly place to increase tax revenue as well as tourism, and just make it better for the residents here as well too. So thank you guys so much.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Lauren Paul. I am a local mom
and a future parent of Paul Ecke Central students. And I'm here to express my support for the Orpheus, for the Orpheus Park Path Project. As a resident of the neighborhood east of Orpheus Park, I know firsthand the importance of having safe and accessible pathways that connect our community to essential places like schools, farmers market, and will allow us to utilize the underpass to local businesses and the beach. This path would be a game changer for families, especially those of us who rely on strollers, wheelchairs, and bicycles to get around. There are very limited and disjointed sidewalks in our neighborhood, and none on the especially narrow and winding streets connecting down to Paul Ecke. This path would offer a safer and more convenient access to the school for children, parents, and teachers, as well as making it easier for everyone to access farmers market, local businesses, and beaches. I understand the city has already funded the design portion of this project, which is amazing. I now urge the council to move this project forward. Paul Ecke Central is set to undergo construction soon, and it would be amazing if this path were ready in time to complement the reopening. This is an opportunity to invest in infrastructure that would serve the needs of our families and community to years to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Sheila Cameron. I put all this in writing, so don't take notes. You'll have it. Please hire at least a part-time person as an environmentalist and biologist for this city so that we can protect our natural native plants, fauna, and they can advise developers when they walk in the door before they put a shovel in or do a project that we care about our environment and our natural resources and our trees. Indian Head Canyon needs to have its trails named after Native Americans and that were here, who fished there and lived there in the summers, like the Kumeyaay, and trails like Toyin Trail. Right now, they hired an intern, which is fine, but she didn't talk to anybody who knew anything about what was going on in Leucadia or Indian Head Canyon. And the trails have goofy names. I want it corrected. I also want a sign put up that is typical of all of our other park signs, the bright colors and everything. We have a logo. I'm happy to give you that. It's very important that we recognize this 63 acres of open space. Any of you who want to walk through it with your families, all together, whatever, I'm happy to walk you through it and give you the entire history that I spent more than 11 years on. Also, I'm giving you a copy of the speech I made February 19th regarding the roundabout in El Portal, the DUIs, etc. That, you have to get to the root of the problem, which is the bars downtown. The police have to be involved downtown, not waiting to give out tickets at El Portal. And speaking of roundabouts, I just came through, again, the roundabout outside of our botanical gardens. Who designed that thing? It's a mess. And it should be round, not 6-sided or 8-sided, whatever it is. It's very low. You don't know you're coming into it. And if any place should have flowers and plants in the middle of it, it's right outside the botanical gardens. Okay, last but not least, I've got one more thing. Let's get out of Sandbag. We have 9 cities in North County, and including the county membership too. We don't need to be in an organization that's too big, unwieldy, telling us what to do. And they have weighted votes with Chula Vista and San Diego. We can never, ever win. We can get our own money from the state. They can't pass an audit. We can at least be honest and pass an audit. That's it.
Next speaker, Elena Thompson.
Hi, everyone. I hear I'm the last speaker, so we'll save the best for the last. Anyway, good morning. I just want to encourage you all to, I know the strategic planning sessions are always a challenge, and you had a big opportunity. And what I would encourage you to do is run on your campaign platforms that you were elected for, and that is definitely public safety in Encinitas, having to do with a whole wide range of topics. Local control, and local control is not simply controlling our own destiny and not letting national and statewide organizations control our destiny, but it's the land use control for our housing. And I know that's a biggie because state housing law is definitely looming large and rather undemocratic. So that's a big challenge for you all. And economic development is another biggie. We really want to keep our downtowns and our business districts vibrant and healthy, and that has to do with public safety as well. And it also includes the homeless question that, Bruce, I think you ran on that, or that's certainly one of your campaign platforms too. That's a real big one. And that's where local control has a lot to do with controlling the nonprofits in our downtown, regulating the nonprofits, just like we regulate the businesses. So that's a huge public safety and economic development question. And then the infrastructure, and that includes biking infrastructure, overall mobility infrastructure. So I would encourage you to lastly ensure that your legislative priorities are consistent with the strategic priorities. And those have been tinkered with over time and actually not reflective of the constituency that put you in office today. So be sure to address that once you hammer out your strategic priorities. And then make sure too, I've noticed that the staff agendas reflect in all the agendas the strategic priority, that the agenda topic is in line with those strategic priorities. And I would urge you to move swiftly to address that, because I have looked at those over time and it's like, how can the city guarantee a roof over people's heads? Like, we can't afford that, and that is embedded in all the agendas. Another item is to preserve and evolve community character. The residents for decades have spoken about protecting community character. So how do you have protect, preserve, and evolve in the same sentence? So just some incongruences, and definitely worthy of looking at. So thank you and good luck.
And that does conclude public speakers.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Wow. Thank you. That was great. That was what, 28 public speakers. We did it in 30? 30. Oh, geez. I lost count somewhere in there. So, but really appreciate the comments. They went across the spectrum, and I think it summarized a lot of things I've been thinking too. So with that, what's the next step? Jim, I'll look to you.
Yeah, let's take 10 minutes to just be able to take a break for a minute, stretch, and then we'll get back to it.
Okay, so 10-minute break back here. I have a clock right here, back here. Let's say by 10 o'clock. Okay, if we can get back to our seats. Luke? Where's Jim? Uh-huh. There he is. We just lost Marco to the food. You gonna take it from here, Jim?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started, and I'm excited for this, and it was great listening to the public testimony. because I had the opportunity to talk to all the council members one-on-one, talk to the mayor, the interim city manager one-on-one. We had some great and very robust discussions. And the good news that I have is, and I've made some notes here, so I'm going to reference my notes because I've been talking to a lot of people over the last few weeks here. And here's what came across united from all of the city council and everyone I talked to is the love of the community that makes up Encinitas. That's first and foremost. And I think that's really important because, you know, love comes in all kinds of shapes and sizes. And for the gentleman that asked to not have any, you know, kumbaya or team building exercises, don't worry. We're going to get right into business today. The concern to serve the people. Every person I talked to said, I was elected to serve the people. That's why I'm here. And, you know, when I pressed, it was the people or the people in your district? And it was no, the people. And so that's what's really important. Safety, homelessness, infrastructure, enriching lives, and even a few references to the general plan and its relevancy today. And we're not here to talk about the general plan, but we may come out with an idea of direction there. But all of those things is what I heard from the public comments today. Every one of those has to do with this. I'm going to reemphasize what Mayor Eller said is this is interactive for the staff and the council. The public's here to, you know, listen, take notes, and so we're going to have a good day. My job is to give tools to the council and to staff that they can use today and they can use moving forward. Because I think it's very important to do strategic planning, but do it in a way that makes sense to everyone. In a way that gets us to agreement, not consensus. One of my favorite authors is Simon Sinek. Simon Sinek does a great job. We're going to do some talk about him. And then another author I like is Patrick Lencioni, who says consensus is a 4-letter word. And so here's why. The reason is it's very, very hard to get consensus, meaning every single person raising their hand saying, I agree 100%. We have a lot of work to do today. And so what we're going to do is come up with a plan to move forward to tackle those items. Sound good? All right. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is this idea of vision. And vision is, as it says up here, clarity of the goal, initiative, or task. I'm going to talk about a model called VAE, Vision, Alignment, and Execution, and how that ties into the work we'll be doing today. So it's very important when you think about vision, I want you to think about a goal or an initiative, not so much the vision of overall state of the city or where we're headed. We're going to talk about that as well. So I'm going to give you an idea here of what we're talking about when we talk about crafting a vision. It's remaining open. See, there's times for closure and we just get it done, but not at the very beginning. Remaining open is hearing public testimony, prioritizing the big picture. What's the big picture? Where are we headed? Where do we want to be in 1, 2, 5, 10 years from now? It's critically important that we look at that. Boldness, being courageous, being adventurous, being courageous to sometimes you've got to make a decision and you've got to move. Whether that's an infrastructure decision, a decision on dealing with homeless, whatever that may be, it's not an easy task any of these folks have. Speaking out. Speaking out is respectful speaking out. Speaking out is not sitting and thinking and not saying. Today, that's really important. Because when we leave here, don't leave here with something unsaid. Because here's what happens, and I'm not saying that happens here, but I've done this so much, I'm going to give you examples, is when you leave with something unsaid, you say it to someone else. Say it here. That's why we're here. Testing assumptions. The idea of testing assumptions is simply this. Do we need more information? Do we need staff to bring more information? Do we need some more data to make a data-driven decision? Testing assumptions is critical. I'm going to give you one really simple example. How many of you remember seat back phones in airplanes? Anybody? Anybody? Well, somebody in their great mind said, hey, if we put these in airplanes, everyone will use them. They didn't test assumptions. They didn't ask their audience. They were in and they were out because people didn't want to spend $6 a minute to talk on a phone on a plane. Testing assumptions is absolutely critical. And exploring implications. This is kind of called causal loop thinking, meaning what are unintended consequences? So we want to think about our decisions. And so today we're going to talk about vision and we're going to talk about alignment. And I'm going to step you through alignment here in just a second. So someone referenced this actual slide. And for anyone that knows anything about crewing or rowing, is one person out of alignment and everything goes wrong. Completely wrong. So you have to be in alignment. Again, don't have to have consensus, but we have to be in alignment of where we're headed so we can do it together. So there's some drivers here that we talk about. Clarity, explaining the rationale. We've come up with our initiative, we've come up with our vision. Well, now we have to explain the rationale. That might be town hall, public input, whatever that may be. Because alignment, the beauty of alignment is it allows you to course correct. You have an initiative, yep, this is what we're going to do, but you get additional input and then you may want to course correct. Structuring the message. How do you deliver this message? Once you've made a decision and you need to let the constituents know, you need to let the public know, how do we do that? And we just lost this, but that's okay. Are we coming back? Okay, dialogue, exchanging perspectives. This is critically important because so often we don't have dialogue. What we do is and I challenge you to listen to conversations around you, it's point counterpoint. So often we're listening to someone, waiting for a moment to jump in and express our concern, our desire, our ideas, instead of actually listening to the person. So today we're going to really listen. We're going to actively listen. Even if you don't like what the other person is saying, we're going to listen to what they're saying and think about, do we need to ask a clarifying question? So we're absolutely clear on what the position is of someone. Make sense? Okay. Exchanging perspectives and being receptive, that's the same idea. Let's be open to one another. So this whole idea of alignment is all about that. And being expressive and being encouraging, when we decide that we're going to move forward with something, we have to own it. We have to be excited about it. Staff has to own it. Because there's landmines. There are landmines if something gets slow walked because it's not really popular. That's a landmine. Micromanaging of council, of staff, that's a landmine. Not respecting staff for the expertise that they have and really listening to a diverse perspective. Because decisions can get made, but once your subject matter experts, your staff, take that back and analyze it, they have to feel absolutely comfortable coming back and saying, have you thought about? What about? I have another idea. And staff has to be completely 100% respectful and in support of the decisions that are made by the council and the mayor. Does that make sense? I see some nodding heads. This is critically important because it doesn't happen all the time. And I am telling you that organizations, municipalities, businesses that are in alignment and can do that, they are unstoppable. And I believe that's what can happen here in the city of Encinitas. And finally, we talk about execution. Execution is not what we're going to dive into today, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit because this model of VAE works, and I'll show you the whole model in just a moment. Momentum, being driven and initiating action. What does this mean to a city? Don't drag your feet. Right? No one out here, from what I heard with the comments, wants anyone to drag their feet. Let's make decisions and let's move on them. And let's make sure they are decisions that are actually actionable. Because if the vision, the initiative is too big and too bold, it won't get done. And one of my favorite things to say is you eat an elephant one bite at a time. And often that's really hard for the public to also understand that it takes time and effort. So communication, why is alignment so important? Alignment is so important because if you are clearly told, you being the public, the constituents, the people who live and thrive in Encinitas, where we're headed and why we're headed there, and here are the pieces to get there, I can understand that. But if I'm just told, here's a big vision and don't worry, that's not going to work for me and it's probably not going to work for others. Does that make sense also? Okay, great. So providing a plan, that's championing execution. That's typically the plan that's going to come from the staff to say, here's how we're going to get this done. Here's how we're going to make things happen. Analyzing in depth, not paralysis by analysis. Critically important here. Right? We can't get lost in so much analysis that we don't move forward. But we have to come and present a plan that makes sense, that works, that's actionable, that people can get behind. Feedback, addressing problems, and offering praise. Okay, so what does this mean? Offering praise isn't everybody gets a medal. That's not what offering praise is about. Offering praise is to simply say, nice job, well done, thank you. That's all it is. It's pretty simple. It's not done enough. Addressing problems, the key point of this model, I'm going to show you the whole model here. It's fluid. So you can take any initiative, any goal, no matter how small or no matter how large. They use this model in some of the semiconductor companies we work with on a worldwide basis. Other companies use it and municipalities use it in a very small way for everything that they do. But the idea is if we're championing execution, we're in the middle of execution and something's not working, 99% of the time we've missed alignment. Most of the time we forgot to go out and get counsel, to align people around what we're doing. And it's almost always that way. So this model is something I want us to think about as we move through today. So let me talk a little bit about today. We're going to have a number of breakouts where we're going to get together and we're going to talk about, or we're going to re-examine something, because we don't want to ignore work that's been done in the past. And we don't want to ignore the platform that we ran on to get in our positions. So this is what's important, that we look at what our vision was, what our mission was, what our focus areas were, what our goals were, and then let's come up with what those are going to be moving forward. Okay, and this is going to be our first quick little breakout. This is the vision. This is the current vision. Encinitas is 5 unique communities thriving as one great city. So one word of advice, maybe caution from me, is when you look at a vision and you look at a mission and you think about changing it, think hard. Because it has to be timeless. A vision and a mission should be something that no matter who's sitting here, they're like, I can get behind that. I understand what that means. The other thing about missions and vision statements, you can't cover everything. It's just impossible because they become very wordy and very difficult. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a quick breakout. Who would you like, Jennifer, and I've been talking a lot about this. Who would you like involved in this?
So I think, Jim, you and I talked, I think you want council to come up with a vision and then you wanted staff. So we need as exec team, we've got some chairs over here, so we would powwow as a group and then the council and then we would come back together.
Yeah, and we won't take a lot of time on this unless we need to, and we will. But the main question here is the vision on the screen. Is it sound? Is it still a vision that makes sense and that we want to hang our hat on moving forward for the community of Encinitas? Okay, so you're going to have to get up and move and maybe put your chairs around and chat for a few minutes, and then we'll come back together. If the public wants to come up and listen in, they're more than happy to do that. That's perfectly fine. And my ask is this: if you come up with a different vision statement, I'm going to bring over a flip chart, and I want you to write that on there.
It's a false sense of security. My friend was killed. It's a band-aid. We had bollards right by, I don't know, Sheridan, Austin, right?
taller for a long time, and it was really, it's a visual gift. It would be great. I know you can say that, right?
So if you're contemplating changing it, one way to do that is just to start putting words on a flip chart that you want incorporated. And once you have those words, you can group those words in like groups, and then you can start to craft from that. It's a pretty simple way of doing it.
You're probably not having to design I mean, that's, oh, I want to shoot this. I want to buffer that country. Well, I'll just say that the list of discussion are all together, narrative, or get in it, the bits and the whites. I have to say that as a cyclist, it's like you've got part of it, you're like very high level, everything inside. I understand all that. Yeah, but what if we're just perfectly clear, sidewalks on both sides, far away from each other, Wi-Fi, 6 to 8 yeah, but it's over. That's fine. I just said but it would have been sense because I tell her all this. Yeah, but together and collaborate, you know, I think better understanding. I think it's a win for both organizations. We're not, that house is we're not going to solve that. But I feel for that.
We are talking about.
And they're, they do have different shows for hiring. You see it. They don't as a travel. Okay, and so they
We have our city clerk coming. Oh, Kathy?
No, I'm just saying the recorder's ready. So if you're having a conversation, you might want to be
Can you replace the city council entirely with a, we wanted to go for that size by the same. Can you do that for again? That's right, yeah. We put those sides in one day. That's great. She's very sweet. So that's the and I think she always comes through, but I'm always it's not working.
along with, look at the school together? Sound good? All right.
If you want to come up and listen up closer, you're more than welcome to, so you don't have to hide in the back. We're working on the vision statement, so we're going to be over here talking about it next. You're welcome to come up into these seats or come stand and come as close as you want. We don't bite you. Well, occasionally, but we try not to.
And it's good to see you, Calvin. You're so awesome.
All right, here's what we're going to do. The staff is going to step us through their phenomenal work and what their thought process was and what this says as a vision. And then we're going to have the council, mayor, turn theirs around and wow you with their work, and then we're going to compare and contrast and figure out where we go. But I think we're going to be pretty close. So let's start with staff. Who's the spokesperson? Who is going to just rock this for us?
So we decided to keep most of the same themes here, but kind of flip it so the emphasis is on the one city. So we kind of moved that to the start of the phrase. So ours is, Encinitas is a thriving city, uniting 5 unique communities as one.
And take us through some of your discussion, like what got you there, because you had some really great discussion.
We did. We kind of tinkered a little bit. We felt we talked about whether or not we kept thriving or not. We kind of looked at the Google definition of thriving, and it kind of goes both ways. It could be growth or flourishing, so we liked the flourishing aspect of it. We thought uniting was important. We thought maybe the emphasis in the last vision statement was more focused on the 5 communities, and we wanted to bring it back together and pull the focus into the one city because we need to work together in the singular direction.
Round of applause. That was amazing. Who's our spokesperson? Marco.
And now. All right, Encinitas is 5 vibrant communities coming together to forge a safer, healthier, and more sustainable future, thriving as one city in a forward-focused environment. We actually just put a bunch of words up there on the board. Not these words. Words over there. Yeah.
And plugged it into AI.
So the thought process behind it was the vision it's a great statement and it's what I think we feel, but it wasn't really giving us a vision as to where we're headed. And it didn't really give us a forward-looking 20, I know Jim said timeless, but timeless within a construct that in 20 to 50 years, another group is just like this, probably in the same room, is gonna have to come up with another forwarding vision. So, this vision hopefully gets us maybe, or something closer to something like this that gets us maybe out of our differences and more towards our together direction as to what it is when you make a decision in the city. Hey, does it really absorb into this statement? And that would help from everywhere from planning to Parks and Rec to fires, to everybody that could kind of go, hey, is this really what we're heading towards as we make decisions for, in this case today, financial viability. So that's where our head was.
And we obviously used more words than staff, but we thought that it was important to be a little more specific, but also to choose those additional words in a manner that anyone who reads it in the city, no matter what their preferences are, could agree to. So looking at those in specific, a safer, healthier, and more sustainable future. I think those are key words to could everyone agree with that? And we felt
I
that.
think we had environmental in there too, and that kind of got tagged on by AI at the end, so that might be wordsmithed out where it belongs, right? Because we were talking about sustainable, and that may be environmental.
I understand sustainable and environment being tied. Yeah. I don't know if you want the microphone, Bruce.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that that statement at the end kind of came at the end, and that may be an artifact of AI. You know, at least that's, Luke said it was AI. It may have just been Luke forming that, so who knows?
I think an important piece of this is that we also wanted to focus on the one aspect. We want to acknowledge all 5 unique communities throughout the city, but the importance of acting as one. And the key component to the statement is that forward-focused environment. It's not standing still, it's not staying in our bubble, it's moving forward, which are necessary actions we're going to have to take in the city over the next 4, 10, and 20 years. So we really aligned on the aspect of one. It was great to see staff come together and focus on the aspect of being one city. I think that is the only way we can move forward. But then coming back and kind of tying it in with a little bit of getting to the safer, healthier, and more sustainable future. I think we wanted to recognize that each of the communities has its own personality as part of that one, and that all those aspects come together are actually what make the strength of our ability to thrive as one and to move forward as a city. So recognizing those important pieces, and I do agree. I think we could add environment in there, but I know environment was part of the healthier and sustainable portion of it, and whether it needs to be in there, it's just wordsmithing it. That's pretty easy to do. But getting back to just the fact that it's the one being the key tying component to both what staff wants and what the council would like to see happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Councilmember O'Hara just absolutely nailed what we were thinking too. And that's why we like the word united, you know, because we've been talking about how our community has been and everything else. And I think the goal of staff and the goal of council is that, again, we're not gonna get consensus. We do want to have agreement, but we want to be united, and that's accepting, you know, the differences of opinion and knowing that we can't always get everyone everything they want, but again, we look at it as united and we look at the city as a whole. So, I mean, that's great. I think council and staff really absolutely had that same idea on making sure that we love our 5 communities, we embrace that, we know that there's wonderful differences and wonderful similarities, but we are one great city. We're almost 40 years old next year, so it's pretty cool.
One last comment. I noticed you kept the unique, and I think we ought to have 5 unique, vibrant communities that would kind of merge these two and harken back. The reason for the unique, I think, gets back to the community character and that we recognize they are unique and we celebrate the uniqueness. So I would propose we add unique back in there. Maybe it just didn't get typed into the AI. So if anybody objects.
And I would say that when I'm seeing this, we talk about 5, I come from a family of 5, but I think about a family, right? A family, you have unique personalities in a family, and it's really important that you keep that because it's really, and so it's I don't know, it's pretty a strong statement. I just really appreciate the part that we like about our differences, but brings us together as one kind of family look.
Right. Any other comments?
Forward-focused environment, what does that mean? Does anybody know?
Yeah, it's really to, hello? Yeah, it's really to get us out of the stuck in the mud. We love our history, we love where we are, but we have to get out of, if you think about when we incorporated it, the people that were part of the incorporation, yourself included, is they were, the different districts were much more, I would say, separated, more unique. You know, this morning people were talking about the flats. It was a much different look, a much different feel, you know, just 20, 30 years ago. And so it's a way to get us kind of, hey, let's forward focus as to how we bring up all of those 5 different communities, unique, back together in a single direction. Hey, so.
Always takes a minute for it to kick in. And forward focus, I'd love to put the word vision, because I think that's what you mean here, and move environment to a healthier environment in here. And then I think we captured what we were saying. I think the word environment was in there, got tagged at the bottom here. So I would go, Encinitas is 5 unique, vibrant communities coming together to forge a safer, healthier environment, or healthier, more environmental, you could put in there, and a more sustainable future, thriving as one city in a forward-focused vision.
Sure.
Anybody, I think that's clear. Hopefully you can go say that to anybody in the city and they'll go, I agree, because that's the goal.
Could we possibly use the word, instead of coming together, uniting together? Like, we really like the word united and from our group.
And we really like the word together, so maybe they're okay.
You know, or yeah, I mean, maybe it's
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Encinitas is 5 unique.
Okay, uniting.
Vibrant communities uniting.
Vision.
To forge, yeah. instead of
More
coming
environmental and sustainable future. So knock out the end, more environmental.
My only concern with that is uniting implies uniformity in me. Maybe it's incorrect that it does, but the coming together indicates a broad range of opinions.
The whole thing is a vision statement, right?
Yep.
Would having vision in the vision statement be redundant?
I think what the reason for the vision there is just to say that it's a forward-looking vision. Yeah. Keep wordsmithing.
Mayor?
That's a good question, though.
So right here, unite. Come or bring together for a common purpose or action.
I'll defer to the group if it doesn't specifically mean uniformity.
More environmental and sustainable.
How about thriving as one forward-focused city?
I think we decided that thriving was a debatable term, and that we have a lot of challenges coming up, that you could question that. Thriving says we just beat the state of Quill Meadows. Thriving says there aren't things that we need to address, and I don't think that that is necessarily the way all of us feel. So we pushed kind of the idea of having a word that celebrates how great the community is, but acknowledges the truth and the forward-looking vision of things that are coming in and challenges the city has going forward. I think there's numerous challenges, and while this is a positive statement and a vision statement, we want to make sure that it's an honest statement.
And I think it's a goal. It's a vision. That's where we would all say we want to head. So, you know, I thought there was general support behind the term thriving.
Point that one out.
Could you read it again now, this wordsmith?
Yeah, I just wanted to cover, I'm not sure Jill's comment got fully addressed. So I think, Jill, you were just saying forward-focused city.
So just
Right.
to shorten.
And I think that got to the question about, hey, why do you put the word vision in a vision statement?
Yeah.
Right?
So I was just saying, move these two words up here.
As one forward-focused city.
And then that's the other.
Okay, okay, Marco, just give me thumbs up as you go. I like that idea. We won't do jazz hands, okay? Just thumbs up. Yeah, vision becomes city. Yeah. Yeah, city goes to the end, right. We're very fortunate to have a professional sign person here doing this. Just remember that. So ready? Encinitas is 5 unique, vibrant communities coming together to forge a safer, healthier, and more environmental and sustainable future, thriving as one forward-focused city. Now the grammarian in me says that should have a hyphen in it.
So Bruce.
Sorry.
Bruce, could you just for fun read that, and instead of coming together, say united, instead of forge, say create, and see how that sounds?
And you're asking me to do 2 things at once?
So
it's 2 words?
Encinitas is 5 unique, vibrant communities united to create a safer, healthier etc. And then what I'm doing is I'm trying to eliminate some words from this pretty long vision statement and still get the point. And you can argue over forge or create, but I like create because we're trying to create something that's very unique here and applies to everyone.
Create implies we don't have it today. And so I have a little heartburn with create. Forge says we're taking the metal into a new shape. I like that.
Yeah.
It's a little more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Active. Active?
Well, I was thinking more forced, or, it implies, beating it.
No, I got you. We're shaping,
I think it's accurate too.
We're shaping something amazing, right?
Yeah.
So I get that. And then so coming together, where are we on coming together versus united?
I think the implication on forge you're looking for is when you forge a piece of metal, you create something stronger. You make a tool.
Yeah, and I like forge. What about united versus coming together? I think, Joy, you were concerned about that.
Yeah, I'm fine with either.
Forge means to make or shape, so.
Yeah. Who likes forge? Oh, that's pretty unanimous. What about united? Yeah, united versus
All those
together.
united, raise your hands.
Yeah. Coming together? Some other word? Any other words?
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Okay. So, united to forge a safer, healthier, and more environmental and sustainable future. And what was the other one?
I think you got it.
Okay, so, reading one more time. Encinitas is unique, vibrant communities united to forge a safer, healthier, and more environmental and sustainable future, thriving as one forward-focused city.
Is environmental the right adjective for future?
Good question.
It was meant to be environmentally healthy, but we've already got healthier. And healthier implies not only environmental health, but public health, which I think is important. So the healthier is important. Maybe it's environmentally sustainable future.
That's what I was,
Yeah, I think that claim.
Environmentally sustainable future.
Yeah, so this is going to be and more environmentally sustainable future. So that goes away and comes back here. And this gets an, yeah, A-L-L-Y down here if you can. Marco, just put an L-Y there. One more time. Encinitas is 5 unique, vibrant communities united to forge a safer, healthier, and more environmentally sustainable future, thriving as one forward-focused city.
All those in favor, clap your hands.
Yeah, so.
All right, I want to commend everyone because I have seen organizations take weeks and months to do something like this, and Jim and I were talking about it. Sometimes you like to do a lot of pre-work and everything, but sometimes pressure is beautiful, right? Because you've got everybody in the room, everybody's thinking, and you can see by both of those, they were so closely aligned that's what's great. And that's what we want to have is alignment today. So everybody can feel really good about that. You might want to do a tweak or two once you get it and you see it in writing, but boy, we're really, really close. Now, the next thing is going to be really fun because we're going to do the same thing with the mission statement. And that's going to take a little bit longer, so here's what we're doing. We're going to do more frequent, shorter breaks today. So we're going to do 5-minute stretch, bio break, but please be back 5 minutes. 11:05, we'll get back onto the mission statement. Well done, everyone. Nicely done.
National flag first. All right, so it's leading the preservation and evolution of our city and providing innovative services that enhance the quality of life for residents, visitors, businesses, and our communities. Who wants to start where?
One thing that I like creativity is a word that applies to
What it's trying to say is keep,
whether it's the creativity.
as we evolve, as you remodel your house, keep up with the sentiment of what your house was started at. So just because you do it doesn't mean you have to go from Spanish style 1952 super modern cement everywhere. Preserve what we have.
So you could almost do something where maybe we say we're leading the evolution by or something like that. By preserving and, yes, like we'll swap that up and you can say the evolution by preserving. Yeah, I think
Well, that was, I was throwing two
like evolution.
No, what's rich?
Well, so I feel like your statement that we just released, the mission, I feel like that's really the mission. Because if you're gonna say, I would say, like a vision to ensure we inspired, vibrant, thriving as well borders of the city. And then the mission to unite the conversation about their more environmentally sustainable future.
I know, you're right. So that might be a good thing. No, it's not too much of a wrench. I mean, we're just still here. But we can take what we just had, so we kind of did a little bit of homework already. So we can. Yeah.
It is too bubble. Read the first part for the mission. I agree with Kathy. That was the vision
Or you even have to have a vision.
bifurcate it.
So what I said was for a vision, I would say
debate over there
five unique
is incorporating some of the mission.
thriving as one forward.
Shortened a little bit, so they want to take a look at this, I'll let you take a look at that.
And then the mission would be, we need a word, but we would unite this forward to make safer, healthier, and more intelligently sustainable. So we need another word somewhere.
How our mission also cuts into how, right? It's not just what we want to do, but how we want to do it. It's not, just want to say what the mission is.
So you're saying the vision goes into the house?
Well, no, your mission statement it's like a goal.
What you want.
What you want to
Achieve. What you want to do, how you're going to get there, and what the outcome actually looks like. You think of what happened, right? So vision is what, this is how.
So the vision really is what, it's more, a lot more of what. This is more, so we take that. Yeah, I'm just trying to say, like, in our vision, we have a lot of the house. Yeah, it's more of what.
It's hard to not.
Oh, hi.
Roy is
Roy's
pretty
calling
hard.
it. I mean, they should be a little redundant. What, yeah.
We just jumped to mission of the things we offer. Providing innovative services. That's really because
So then let's just go into a little bit of what those can be very hasn't been successful in so far. So I'm assuming one of those is CRC is probably this is a service, right? That we provided before AAR. This is the same service. The service. No?
Yeah, no, I was thinking more about like using AI, using like electronic permit plans, things like that.
Okay. Good, yeah.
Preserve it.
this is the how. So, our big vision, big bold statement, and this is how do we get there?
So this is our how, safer, how do we get safer? So I'm assuming biking, and that's probably one of the big ones, pedestrian safety, healthier, more people biking and walking. Just kidding. Messing with you, but I'm just trying to say, where are we taking the vision? This is the what, and what's the how that we're trying to fix off of this, so we gotta take the how. Is there anything else we need to do how? We already are unique. We are unique, so that you don't have to worry about that. So the how that we need to fix is the safer part, the healthier part, the environmentally sustainable future. Those are the hows that we need to be addressing primarily.
Innovative services and quality of life.
No,
Explain it enough?
resident focus. It can be used for a lot of different things, which is good. Yeah. I mean, the definition of the basic CI is the careful management of the. That's the focus. No, it's not. Actually, like that, yeah. Not like nails and even better than. Yeah, that's what I said. Right. Not like, where we are already.
Is there something you say we want to get the residents to be responsible? We want them to be more responsible for our community, because the fact of the matter is we're just the tiny portion, and actually some people here aren't even residents of the community. Yeah, so you need to be a part of this. Like, don't ask what your city can do for you, ask what you can do for your city. Yeah, I mean, jokingly, but seriously. All right?
We got base something, you just start you. I'm more happy with it. You're thinking
We're going with your help, or innovative services. So we need. I almost want that to be. So we can update the mission statement a year or two, whatever from here. But the idea is we need to get out of the gate where people go. How can I show up to this meeting and make a statement to be a part of the change?
I don't think we can ask them to do it. We have to resolve.
But this is the point. This is
right, but it said we're focused on you. We need to see them to be more focused. Well, you got elected here, well, we're 6% of the vote because people don't feel that way. And people want to go, and the 6% of the people. Just sharing my opinion, so what we have up there, they be figured out really.
Yeah, say, hey, be public.
Right, well, where's the word engagement? This community is all about so engagement is.
Providing innovative.
But with engagement, with stewardship, constant innovation, those are the secondary words that are kind of part of it. Somebody write that down. If we get something written down, go. Haven't solved any problems. Just share the toy. Yeah.
I like this. At least I'm kind of the same thing and start to do it. That's almost we need a digital one. I know. That's right. You just put it up on the screen.
That way it incorporates the residents.
While they're writing that, I'm going to read off another one that has been enhanced by our previous vision. So the City of Encinitas is committed to fostering a united, safe, and healthy community while championing environmental sustainability. Through collaboration, innovation, and forward-thinking leadership, we strive to enhance the quality of life for all residents, preserve our unique coastal character, and ensure, the a thriving future for generations to come. It's a long mission statement. Fully get this.
Hits all the points.
It hits all the points, but we could probably just, yeah, that's the, we just, what I just say short. What did I say short?
As much.
Enrich.
Yeah.
Enrich. It's rich. Not terrible. No, it's not. So here's the short version. Okay. Yes. NCS fosters unity, safety, and sustainability through collaboration and innovation, enhancing quality of life while preserving our uniqueness. Thank you. So, technically, and right. NCS fosters unity, safety, and sustainability through collaboration and innovation, enhancing quality of life while preserving our unique.
Everyone that touches the
Yeah, the resident. Yeah, I like that part where we had right here. We try and rewrite this. Yeah, I like that part, right? So how do I get that back?
We can just.
This unites its residents to foster safety, sustainability, and innovation, enhancing quality of life while preserving uniqueness. No, I wasn't trying. I was trying to read it for you guys. Give an official first half. You're back at work right now. He seems to like it because he just volunteers every single time. You saw me right on there, but not your voice. So when you fly, you have to you get graded on your and I was like always a fail on my penmanship. Better say you're healthy direct.
Well, yeah, I think it's cheating. You have to know what you're putting into
So there's a line just flew in your last name. It doesn't matter if you're not leaving, you're still pretty coastal. The coastal fog hits you still, you know, you can fog a little. That's more of a vision.
Yeah, I don't know that
That many of you have by providing residents.
I do want to add today to foster something called and what we need is kind of talk about the preservation evolution again. We need to do better fostering and making sure it doesn't fall apart at all. Across the board. So you have to both of those things. Short. Number here, the end of residents enhance everybody's life. Foster everybody's life.
That fosters safety, stability, innovation, while
Or you can just add providing innovation and
It's the house. Can I write that one here so we don't just get it together?
Starting off by uniting our so that's an acronym.
Oh, yeah. We're setting on over to
to get to that, yeah. So I think they would try.
Foster safety, sustainability, and innovation. Take out this stuff. There, I'm not gonna cross it out. Jump from that
It's kind of what you guys said, it's the same one. You could say it unites, or you can just be unite. But this, okay. Unite its residents by providing innovative and effective services that foster safety, sustainability, and innovation, enhancing the quality of life while preserving our unique culture.
That's it.
Well, you can write it down. Partner, you're up.
The best part is we can go back over there and throw it all against the wall.
I don't think it's the same, it's not the case.
Unite residents?
Yeah.
Unite residents.
Almost there.
So now we have to get all of our open comments. That's the action, right? We have to get all these different. There are roads, she just said this morning, roads that go 20 to 30 miles an hour, we have a place to be on those roads. Thinking of my usually you have a little more time, but not so much extra time. That's not worth driving a little bit for your like Melbourne. Melbourne Park. So you want to really be enough. Not pretty and this boulevard's the same. Correct. But the kids that are focusing on safety. The driver typically at least know to look over your left shoulder before two things more. But then you think of a lot of fun kids go to. Like you remember your whole life? That was one of the sites I was like, because of the closest Ranch Santa Road wasn't. I think they're now it's like, you know, the not changed, but now it's still more hangouts. So, everybody think you stand it. What is the Gania?
Okay, here it is, guys. Alright, what do you guys think? Take a look at this.
Thank you.
So it's skip the RFPs because it's redundant with that, CDS. So residents, businesses, visitors can't. Can I put them first, please? I'm okay with that.
Foster safety, sustainability, and you just make it a business.
I thought you were saying as a politician, I saw my light go before my eyes. There we go. Okay. Fill up more space.
Some aspect of
Your concept of some aspect of creativity. It turned into service. I think we can almost just line that out, find a place, and we're going to put creative.
maintain. Everybody knows what it means.
And you can, and that's similar to.
Yeah, and I don't think that's been used.
Like preserving.
Yeah.
You can write it, but it's not free. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay, it won't have the beauty that yours has. It's one of those things, know what you're good at. I know I'm not good. Unite residents by providing innovative and effective services that foster safety, sustainability, and enhancing the quality of life while maintaining our ability to be I guess as a department head, if your department head is, or as all of us, we're making decisions. Like this has got to be the thing that you guys are passionate about. Like making a decision is this doing that.
Efficiency.
I think there's a division right now. There's support.
Ooh, I like it. Support residents by preserving.
But I just think there's a moment right here because we've gone from like 10,000 to where we are now. Like, there's a really big influx of newer Encinitas that come here. They want what Encinitas used to be, but they're also at the same time aren't necessarily the image of why they live here. And so there's a conflict of like. I know we want bikes everywhere, but the fact is, in rural communities, there's a lot of driving because they live way over there, and they live way over there, so we had to even put their bike in a car to drive down the coast to get to a bike and ride. So it's like you can't keep talking about bikes. And I'm just using one example, but there's a lot of like difference of opinions, and then there's fees and like
Chair, we have a discussion going on.
Okay, go on. Okay.
Well, we're doing it, we're doing support, so we're supporting the residents, providing support, slash our safety, facility,
Support residents to work side by side. Yeah, you've done a lot of
How we over here?
Coastal ranch community.
Or else it would be something that said maintaining our unique, vibrant, or something so that it ties into the vision of.
We were a coastal ranch community, so you could say coastal ranch and something of that. There you go.
Our mission is to
It's unique in its name. Okay.
responsible stewardship and the protection of community's character and environment. We're committed to creative solutions and active community engagement to build a vibrant, safe, sustainable, and inclusive future.
Slash.
If we
So it's
talk
coastal
about
ranch. Slash or double? Support residents.
everybody likes stewardship and association.
Enhancing the quality of life while maintaining our unique coastal range.
You said responsible stewardship of our environment. If we follow stewardship as society, as you're going down the road, what did I just say? Yeah.
And critical resources, community character. And that gets back to efficient use of resources. Because I think that's something we don't, and that actually would be a carrier. Efficient.
Yeah, that's a choice, that's a verb. I'm just thinking it should be.
So it's serving actually. So our mission statement as the city staff, we're serving residents by.
Yeah, I mean, community character has those resources in the environment. Community character be on one end or the other.
Yeah, I like it.
Alright. You guys like my image, I guess.
Community character. So I think part of the question that
So they would
when
be
you meet SDWD and you go to
efficient, innovative services, responsible stewardship of community's character.
It's a coastal ranch community. It's still a ranch community. That's what it was. I actually like it because it just reminds us that we're not going to find
We are, so.
all these, like New York's had so much walking. It's like, yeah, it was built before the cars. It's really easy. Even Europe, you have to be involved. They still have a memory of life before the cars. So it makes it easy for walking. Right now we have to balance life for ranch part because you go out there leaving, we have horses that should be able to walk around, that's really kind of stuff. So I like the fact that we are a ranch community that needs to be remembered. It's kind of shining through that memory. Sure.
Does that leave out the on the coast?
I love this. I said this the other night. The fact of the matter is we both grew up in New Encinitas. Like, grew up here. It's not left out of the consideration. I don't know how New Encinitas are correct. He's more of a ranch. Well,
Depends on where you are.
my parents are both from Iowa and Colorado, so I'm like the first of the surf culture, but that's it's close to me.
I mean, it is, you're
Pretty close, I graduated from Cal Poly. I kind of like it because it defines what we are, and then here's the thing, the new Encinitas, they should figure out whether they want to be, if they want to be or coastal, but the fact is there are two kind of moments like this. If you go through, just to say Village Park or Elsinore Real, like I was just in Sacramento yesterday. El Camino by itself, you just took that and put it into some average city anywhere else. It doesn't really stand out of anything. It's not really one or the other, it's just kind of together. Now, the thing that makes us unique, we want to be that. It's our coastal and our ranch. The two together, again, graduate from San Luis Obispo, it's just, it's still living like that. It's still very much a living, breathing ranch community where you can ride your horse up to the coast and see the way it's kind of unique. There's the barn.
Someone different than last time. More of them. Let's go over there. We'll you guys want to take a lead?
I did the last one. You said pick someone here.
Okay.
Jason.
Nice now. Jason, want to do it?
Oh, man. Somebody else.
Geez, I would, but I have All right, here we go. We're going to do a little show and tell here. Okay, here we go. Who is going to be the spokesperson? Yep, here you go.
She ran the AI.
Take us through it, thought process, etc., just like before.
Yes, so we put together collectively words first on, the direction of basing it on our what and the how, transferring it to our how. And so these words here, enhancing quality of life, efficiency, protection and stewardship, innovative and creative, and then of course engaging the community. And we didn't want to lose the residents, visitors, businesses, so we wanted to make sure that we kept it there. And yes, AI helped us out with coming up with this here, which says, our mission is to enhance the quality of life for all residents, businesses, and visitors through efficient and innovative services, responsible stewardship of our community's character, environment, and resources. We are committed to creative solutions and active community engagement to build a vibrant, safe, sustainable, and inclusive future. So that's what we came.
Looking for applause here. All right, well done, thank you. Team 2.
Jim. You did, Jim? Sure.
Jim, you want to?
No, go ahead.
You sure?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So we looked at kind of our mission statement, and we talked about, you came up with vision, which is kind of overarching and what you want to see for the city, but it's like, then how are you going to take that vision and turn it into some action? So, that's what we look at a mission statement, is more action. So we have
Serving residents by providing innovative and effective services that foster safety, sustainability, and enhancing the quality of life while maintaining our unique coastal/ranch character. And we came up with that because, you know, we've got a couple council members that have lived here for a really long time, and we know that some of the community is coastal, some is kind of ranch, and then, you know, we've got a little bit in between. But for us, this way, we thought that this is how we would take our vision and turn it into action by making sure we're providing our residents with great services. We specifically like the word residents in there because we do want to stay very resident focused and make sure that they know that they are at the, you know, maybe top of the triangle. We need to take care of them first. So that is basically how we came up. Anybody from my group, Jim, want to say anything else?
No, I think you can see we crossed out a bunch of times, and I think we stuck with that theme of uniting the city. We did unite, support, I forget what the third one was, and we came up back to serving. And it's that concept of working together with the residents as a team to move forward. We felt that was really important to kind of get that out there and hash it out and figure out a good word to put in that we felt represented it. So I think that really aligned a lot with what we all said in our vision statement, kind of carrying that forward into the mission statement a little bit. And correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in that group is. I think that was an important piece that we came to in writing this.
Any other comments?
So the ranch, which I'm gonna guess maybe Marco was part of that, but could we do rural? Because one thing I've noticed, whether it's Leucadia or Old Encinitas, I quite often, everybody loves the Leaving Dark Skies. And it's always kind of a rural feeling, a not perfectly polished, you know, wide street type mentality. And so I wonder if rural, and that's all through the general plan, as opposed to ranch. I think ranch means one thing to one person.
I love it. I think, you know, we struggled with this idea of coastal ranch, and we talked about New Encinitas, and you know, I think rural really kind of, at least was the intention with New Encinitas when they put the green belt and everything. I think it really kind of pulls the whole city a little bit more. I would be all in favor.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and rural came up multiple times in my interviews with everyone. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to make this real easy. Everybody's going to take one dot, and you're going to put it on the one that you think you like the best. Understanding there may need to be a little wordsmith, that it might not be perfect, but I want you to pick the one that really resonates with you. So everybody take one dot and go up there. And
do we just do a show of hands? And quite frankly, I think, I'm going to express my opinion. I think we can take most of the concepts we have in there and put them in here pretty quickly.
And I just want to kind of call out the merit for being longer. I know we were like, this is long, but, and maybe it could be condensed somewhat. So something that I wouldn't want to lose out of our thought process is our last sentence there. We are committed to creative solutions and active community engagement to build a vibrant, safe, sustainable, and inclusive future. The two parts about that I think call out to how we do this are the creative solutions and active community engagement. I don't necessarily see that over on the second one, if we're going 1 and 2, on second on the left. And it's my view that creative solutions and active community engagements are really important North Stars for us about how we do things and how we should. I think about this in terms of what are we going to call back to when we make decisions, when we say we're budgeting and this is important for us to budget. Like, for instance, if community engagement is one of the topics that we go into and we talk about, we heard a lot of comment today, community wants to be engaged. Are we doing enough? Should we do more? I would like to see that if we, the group, the majority of us feel like those are important enough to put into our mission statement so that we can use it to help prioritize what we focus on when we do our budgeting, then if you're interested in that, then maybe we could combine some of that together.
What about putting the last sentence after serving residents, then put that sentence in?
Or put it as a second sentence down here, and completely blend the two. Save the time of the dot issue. I love the serving the residents. I just, and the only thing I would add, and it was important to this group, was residents, businesses, and visitors. If we could enhance that, any comments about? Yeah. So that's why I'm looking at this going, this is actually pretty close, especially this statement and the first statement, the first 4 lines.
Maybe your animations and you want to be concise, so keeping it down to 1 sentence is very important.
Yeah. But, okay, so.
There'll be another round of editing after.
Am I hearing residents, businesses, and visitors up there? Okay.
Alright, and then the important things are
Wait.
community engagement and creative solutions. So I think surveying by providing innovative and effective services, like through creative solutions, anything like that. Foster, and then enhancing quality of life, while maintaining, and I got through again, but we'll fix that through active engagement.
Yeah. And then maintaining, I think we came up with a pretty good one with responsible stewardship of community character, environment, and resources. And that explained the quality of life while how do we do it? Stewarding, responsible stewardship by providing responsible stewardship of our community's character, comma, environment, comma, and resources. I would put that in here to explain quality of life also. It may be getting wordy with the.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that we're not boiling the ocean. So we aren't trying to say absolutely every single thing. We want to get the, that's probably where you're headed.
Yes, I don't think we need creative solutions on there because then we have to say the other solutions, which include practical, sensible, policy-oriented. How long is that sentence going to get? Services implies all services, and as stewards of the people, we're expected to come up with creative solutions. We're expected to think outside of the box when necessary, to follow the procedure, to do what's needed to be done. So I think when we say services, effective services, that's implied.
And then the focus areas are going to come out of this, which then could be community engagement, or could be active, whatever those things are to get to this, which could be those specifics.
Joy, do you want to comment on the creative? Because I think we want to make sure there was a creative component in art and culture that we were trying to capture there. I'm not sure we did a good job, the best job there, but.
Right, so maybe it's not the best location for it then, if there's some concern that we do more than just creative solutions, we do. But I think creative solutions is something we do well and that we always aspire to. So as part of the mission, it might be calling it out as more who we are. So as far as the creativity, I just don't, I haven't felt yet that we've captured that that's either part of our vision or part of our mission. And I want to just propose to people, is that something we should capture as who we are and how we want to move forward in the future? You know, I think we take it a lot for granted. We just live it every day, and we know we're a creative community who just brings a lot of innovation and creative thought to everything we do. It is unique. So maybe there's a way we can think about adding creativity to our mission that we aspire to reflect the nature of the community that is creative.
I'm not sure a mission statement is designed to reflect the culture of the community. It's designed to say how we're going to do something. And so, I think we did miss out, and I don't think we talked about it, the community engagement that Joy mentioned. I don't think it's worth talking that out. I still I think effective services includes every type of service. But
I think Jill did get active community engagement, is that what that?
I did,
Right
and also
there.
put it up here, serving residents, businesses, and visitors by active community engagement. Okay, I heard her read it. How about serving residents, businesses, and visitors by active community engagement and providing innovative and effective services through creative solutions maybe that foster safety, sustainability, and enhancing the quality of life while maintaining our unique coastal/rural character.
So I'm going to ask Jim here for a little advice from the facilitator's perspective. I know our next step is to define what our strategic objectives are. If our strategic objectives aren't called out, I mean, if there's not something called out specifically either in our vision or our mission, are we then less likely to identify it as a strategic objective?
It's a great question, and I'm going to go back to, this is not a catch-all. You can't capture absolutely every single thing. You're capturing the essence of the what and the how. And then you're going to look at your focus areas first, then you're going to drive your goals, and then the staff is going to drive the strategic plan to accomplish those goals. And those are the steps we're going to go through later today. Is that helpful? Because you can't capture every single thing, because what will happen is every time there's another change, you're going to do new focus areas and say, oh my gosh, that doesn't fit. So that's why when I mentioned kind of timeless, yes, it may change, but it needs to be something that you look at and you go, yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense for where we're headed as a community and kind of the how of getting there. Is that helpful? Okay.
One of the words we used instead of maintaining is stewarding. Is that maintain? Is that the right word? We were trying to get that you were responsible stewardship of, and this one says unique coastal/rural character. And
there was a thought that the preserving had been abused and we hadn't really preserved enough, and so we didn't want to preserve, so we came up with anything.
and I'm asking, is stewarding or stewardship, or do you prefer maintaining? I'm okay with either one, really. Yeah.
Yeah, look at so on Google, AI, whatever, stewardship is the careful management of something that has been entrusted to one's care. So not just natural resources, but also everything else.
I like it.
And would the group consider adding to the unique coastal/rural character also environment and city resources or something to that effect? In other words, I like the idea of stewarding the environment too. That's been a concept consistent throughout the history of Encinitas. And then of course we always want efficient services and using city resources.
I would go back to Jim's point and make that a focus point, because I think all of Encinitas for the most part is, environment's a big one for most people that live here. But I think that'd be its own focus point. And I think that the coastal and the rural, we're gonna have to have a coastal environmental, and we're gonna have to have a rural environmental sustainability. So I think that's probably a focus point, and it just says it right there, so that if people want to go further and dig into how we're doing that or further into it, I think the environment is obviously going to be one of our top focus points.
I like having the coastal character, coastal rural character in there, but to me that's a clarifier, and leaving it there alone without having the broader, the other components in there, it may put undue influence on it, because I can see it coming down to, and I love having it in there. I do not want to take that out. That's why I was proposing the additional resources and environmental. So.
And then we have to add the public safety and infrastructure.
That was the resources one. The resources is more the, it just balances it out. That we're balancing, maintaining, stewarding our unique coastal rural character, the environment, and city resources. But if it's too wordy, that's fine too. We can leave it like this. But as Jim said, not everything's going to go in there.
Yeah, what I would recommend is it's been wordsmithed, is maybe rewrite it clean. so we see it completely clean. And all those in favor of the sign guy rewriting it? All right, there we go. We have 4 minutes to lunch, correct? And we're going to take 30 minutes, so we're going to take a 30-minute break. We're not going to make you do a working lunch. You're going to take your time, not take your time, you can take 30 minutes. And
Except Marco,
where is lunch being served, right?
Right back through the door and out.
Okay. All right, so we're going to break while that's happening. Our sign guy has 3 minutes to get it written, and I know he'll nail it. So,
he's got a working lunch.
Yeah, good work, everybody.
We might feed him.
Did we change maintaining to stewarding?
Yes.
All right.
Statement over here. Everybody take a minute to read it, and let's find out if we're like 95% there, and then we'll jump into our next part of the session. I'll even give it a read for you. Serving residents, businesses, and visitors by active engagement and providing innovative and effective services through creative solutions that foster safety, sustainability, and enhancing the quality of life while stewarding our unique coastal rural character. How do we feel? Let's show our appreciation by a round of applause, because this is amazing.
And thank you to our scribe, who I'm not sure we're doing.
Okay, well done. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to divide once again. We're going to have council over here and staff over here, and then I'm going to step you into what we're going to do. Okay, I had mentioned at the very beginning today, I mentioned Simon Sinek. How many people are familiar with Simon Sinek? Simon Sinek is kind of a business guru, and he's most famous for this, the golden circle, and the idea of starting with why. And this applies to any business, any organization, any municipality. So the whole idea is the what, the how, and the why. And what people will invest in is the why, is really knowing and understanding the why. And so I jotted something down. I'm going to grab my glasses because I'm sort of blind without them. So I jotted something down I want to share with you. So why does this matter? So why does the why matter? Cities that operate from the inside out, starting with their why, tend to foster stronger community trust, better civic engagement, and more effective governance. If a city's leadership only focuses on the what, fixing potholes, running parks, etc., without a clear why, they risk being reactive rather than visionary. So that's really important. When city councils, mayors, and staff lead with purpose, they create a more engaged, trusting, and thriving community. So that's why we talk about the why. So here's what we're going to do. I want the staff to think about the why. What is your why as staff? Thinking about what we just did with our vision and our mission. I want the council to think about what is your why and come up with your why. And Mr. Mayor, I want you to come up with your personal why as well. So you can work with the staff, but we're having a mayor's why, council why, staff why. Okay, and we're going to take a little bit of time to do this, so take some time to really talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to go back to the previous just so you can see what the difference is here. Okay, ready? Break. And by the way, this isn't just for fun, it ties completely into what we're going to do next.
So this is really good.
It serves its purpose and it doesn't serve its purpose. It doesn't figure out a way out of it. Even just simple things like in the office, like I know, like this is the most mundane things you start to wonder, right? Like, is this a comment?
I remember going through that at first too. It's like filter. Just talking about my Lord, was that okay? And I had this short list of things I should talk to you guys outside the local line.
Or like a work out something that isn't, so we're gonna make a decision on it. So Simon said he talks about how we want to change something out of the pictures on the wall. I want to change the painting at the front of the, or we're all getting our photo redone. Wait, is that what we can talk about or not?
Well, one of the things is, why share safety? Because I think that my responsibility is to be responsive to their own safety. I want to make them safe, and I would actually say, so it's just a
I like the word safety, and I like what we're trying to do with it. Sometimes I feel like we go so safe. I'm going to use an example of a traffic example. Like, what do we see?
Shoot things.
Down the road. Why do we put people on these roads? Because people have gone down thoroughfares, on the side roads, because they're not getting where they want to go. People are going down the side roads.
why should we come this
So we're trying to be more safe, create safe. Slow down.
unintended consequences?
Correct, we slowed it down, now people want to go down that road, we slowed it down the side road, and now they're going faster on, and now we have somebody walking, riding their bike, and now we have an accident. Because we've gone so safe, that people are not frustrated. That makes sense. So safe that they take their car, using the example of COVID.
Why is that?
During COVID, it takes 8 to 10 minutes to kind of natural. Now it can take upwards of like smart file to Flora, which is a mile. It takes 30 minutes. So we've gone so safe that the effective mobility has gotten frustrated. Frustration is creating unsafe conditions. Does this make sense? Like, we have to understand what we're ultimately trying to do, what we're trying to create.
Yes.
Definitely safe.
of
now your kids,
statements that you're hearing is that strengthening it entails everyone is sad. If you already have a community, we can be or not.
And that's nothing against you, it's like late on routine. This morning, I talked to our kids.
So with leadership and making things safe, creating all these opportunities in life, we strengthen the community. We make it a better place. We make it, everybody in the city is, either visitors, businesses, or all the residents. It doesn't matter what where these 5 communities from. It doesn't really matter economically.
It's totally different. I guess what I'm trying to say is I do agree with
the first and foremost, that we are strengthening that. If you're a server, a skater, a rancher, you're
now creating frustration inherently more safety issues.
I think we say one integral for this purpose, which is 30,000 small umbrellas. People feeling, from that side of people feeling safe to communicate their feelings to the actual police officer and everywhere in between, right? Does that make sense? The broad spectrum. I don't think we're talking just like one.
Safety is
Yeah.
Sure, we could say, well, I do know it's the thing we spend the most money on as a city. And so, and if we don't think it's our most important thing, then we should just be clear.
Yeah, I feel like, I think people brought it up today. Safety, like, they wanted to go with why.
So why? So why?
Feel safe, able to do
Why?
do your daily life without it.
Why? Based on
Whether it's
so for some it's
traffic situation.
safety, some is something that information. When I talk to everybody, they have a slightly different paradigm about what that means, but they can all get behind doing safety, feeling like I'm being assured.
All of those
Exactly. A lot of education.
What is the whole?
A lot of talking.
Awful lot of
Not appealing to make sure there's needs a reflection on what to, like, kind of its word. Why?
I think it's that connection.
I don't think why.
Where they're making a positive difference.
Definitely crossed over. I think why
Whatever
is
that is.
To make it positive.
quality of life aspect. However you want to package that, right?
Well, goes back to what I'm saying, it's part of the.
Oh, yeah, but agreed. Quality of life is like general
So
happiness.
park and
which
recreation
that's
is
general
statewide,
happiness.
but
So
so
that's like making sure
it
that
was a
making
law, it was a law.
sure.
It was we create or we strengthen community through people.
Happiness.
Here's how we do it.
Well, I'll go later.
Of course, we went away from this.
So I think that quality of life, whatever that purpose is, if you live, nobody lives here. Like you stay here because you love it. You come here because it's different from where you were, there's something about it that you love.
And then how do you do it as your agency?
That is the quality of life aspect. How do we see that as a priority? So like, we get it, we live here for a reason, and we want that to be part of our life.
Because the community wants to
That's the frustration part of it. People are frustrated because they are spending a lot of money. When you say that,
We're steering away from.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
they have to intentionally like spend extra money to the theater versus somewhere else.
I just don't want to deep dive, get hung up on.
No, I just use it as one example. I don't want to.
I've had examples.
Yeah, that's it. It's just, I know my house, that's what I just, I know you put out that whole thing. I just want to make sure that we talk about the water here first. Just feel like I'm trying to say that's kind of the easy way out, but I want to be more precise.
And it's even more
Just say, lump it over there, so, yeah.
developing and protecting this district, trying to keep it safe.
Fluid ways.
By any means, by doing first management.
Kind of makes sense.
So maybe, Jim, we're working on why right now. Do you want us to work on how to or just stick with why for the news? Work on your why first. So we're going to get into that how. Yes. Concentrate on the why. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I
know we're going to.
Is there a historic?
Start with the why. I know that the
I mean, it's very simple.
That's my why. Why did I run?
Sure.
Big part of why I run is to protect from outside influences. I like what you say about the future. Overreaching their order. We're a government. We're a reason. Our job is to be successful in the future.
So is our key word serve?
Yeah. So our residents' rights, your rights are part of what provides safety. We're losing our
that safety. We're losing the safety that someone can come and build monstrosity next to our backyard.
It's not inherently unsafe, it's just, it might just be annoying.
It might be quality instead of easy to do.
Correct. Sometimes they do that. But it goes in a crossover. That might change, right? We're here for to cover smaller volumes. Not for a person like your county.
What would you
Overreaching and
it's almost like
outside
an
of it.
emotion.
It's that,
Where
I
you don't want
think it's
that
that
control
tradition
of
power.
you want to see this Sacramento.
That's the power.
We're a coastal.
I like conservative governance,
We
is
are
that
working.
people don't really understand what it means.
Providing
Equate it with
files
like
so we can see what we do.
control
So
or
Jill, we're talking regulation.
regulation.
So we keep shying away from the
How we
emotion,
want
right?
to
Yeah. Because we care,
So that's,
because we-
so
how do we
regulation
put
is
them
one,
in
and
serve,
why is
what
what
do you
we're
say,
focused on,
serve,
because
advise,
regulation is one aspect of that.
Yeah.
But why? You know, so quality of life and safety.
But if you look at the
seems to resonate with me. I haven't quite been able to understand what you're talking about. But protect from outside. I understand what you're saying, I'm just trying to figure out how that's phrased, is it why? I hear you say that's why you grant, but
Defend might be the why. Defend our way of life.
what you may be saying, and let's go through some.
Okay, so go with that, and do the five, I always like the 5 why.
Is that, your belief behind that is that locally we know better how to provide for quality of life.
I know, but I mean, like, but it's,
And the
so
outside
that's
influence
important.
may
Why
not
is that?
necessarily be bad, but we're saying that you're feeling that it's bad. And
because
that
that goes back to
constituents
the
you
Lord of the
represent.
Flies without
And
leaving.
because it doesn't serve.
So call it MR, yeah, want to be.
Safety exists to serve humans.
Would we want their influence on how to run its business? No, if you wanted that, it's slightly different.
No, I'm not saying
Not
it's
so
right.
different.
I'm just
Right,
saying
short.
what AI.
But you know what I'm saying, it's slightly different enough that I choose to live here versus there for a reason. So what if they were talking to do versus Sacramento?
Maybe we're talking about.
I can't get my head around that, but because we're part of the state of California, we're not part of the city of Carlsbad.
Correct, we're just trying to say they're closer to us, their influence on us might be closer to our way of life.
That's in the weeds of those things. Advocating, if you think about being an advocate
What do we have
for the city's interests.
in order to carry out what's determined
That's
today?
another way of thinking of it.
I'm just pointing that out, right?
City advocacy, you know.
What it truly is taking on the role of leading the city instead of allowing the state to
Right,
do
it's
it.
huge. But, so I like advocating because sometimes it's the fight that we're talking about. But other times it's like the advocacy, like you're doing with coastal tourism, where you see this program you want to connect us to. And so you're advocating to bring that back to the board. And so I think advocacy puts us in a proactive stance as opposed to like, you know, when you advocate for it, you stand up for it at times, and when you advocate for you.
The government is so large, they don't care about us, they don't have anyone serving.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Actions or what we look at and vision.
Yeah, you elect one, it's just trying to kind of retool how we say what we're trying to say, things that are common.
For your organization, or the staff,
I'm
throwing out words like transparency, execution, right, because decisions are made today, what's your feeling?
What I was trying to say is,
Come back as subject matter experts.
even with cities that are right next to us, in our board, they're ever, even if they were as close to anybody to have to us, because they have to share policy, finances, it's so far aligned, but it's still different. How do
And even though we share that, Carlsbad actually said we are a charter city. Right, so, yeah, I think you're right, I think it's a catch of living in a time where we have to express it, My uncle growing up, my uncle used to complain why they put torch mines way out there, Turbines High School. Now it's like in the middle of everything.
That's kind of the point, so we used to be really proud of it.
I probably wouldn't have said that before.
You forced me to.
I probably wouldn't have said anything. And then I'm trying to tell you,
The way I came, we did like a group to kind of
how much more time do I have?
us because we were so far away, but now
No,
it's kind of a place where you just drive along. Out of the news, you wouldn't see it. I look in, you're driving from Cardiff to without knowing where the border comes down, the street names changing. Would you even know the difference? There wasn't time you would have to because it was the future question is why is it that somebody else from a distance run from I did there once because I was tuning in your house on this thing right here. Does that give me the character of the town?
But I'm still, is your why?
That's how I'm gonna come down to that. These are the things that go through my brain.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. What?
I'm doing
City leadership, you know, trying to figure out why do we care about city leadership?
Who's our why and our mission?
I'm like trying to.
We'll go into how we do what that is.
Because autonomy. Because it's more like what you're saying, it's like we make decisions.
Yeah, so that's.
Otherwise, the county could have made a decision and just never or we go back.
Yeah.
I agree, but now that the reasoning why you want to.
I heard that.
A deductive reasoning. Why wouldn't you do that? That's how you use it. The other way to put it, right?
It's always been because we want autonomy, consistency. Can I just throw out a concept then that I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
When we're talking about quality of life, what I like to say or out of districts is we all have a different perspective of that. One thing I think our community thinks about is that
She's not using PII, she's not using
you know, money side of things, but it's public health and environmental health. So making sure we're a healthy community that invests in environmental quality and solar.
How's it, how?
Well, why? Yeah, I mean, but why? Because public health. That's why we're here to lead the city to foster.
So I always struggle with it. Just I agree with you. But I always struggle with it personally. We all talk about it. It's time to walk the walk. This is all across the board.
Bigger dollars.
That's right. So I always struggle with that one.
But a why can be our North Star.
I agree.
What is the most important?
That's why I agree with you. I was just sharing my own mental piece with it, that's all.
So we're sometimes having a little trouble with why, we're sometimes going into how a little bit.
Can we define health a little bit more? Like, to me, obviously, there's physical health, but I think, to me, arts fall under health, it's mental health. Parks and rec fall under health, obviously. Like, so what, can we, I feel like health gets thrown around, like, everybody knows what it means.
Well,
I'm not sure.
part of that health is lack of frustration.
Mental health.
Mental health is one of the biggest accidents that happen at intersections. That's typically where a large majority of accidents they usually happen. Some of the bigger damages, not the individual necessarily, the car's designed fault. Nowadays, it's the person that
Yes, love it.
sees that one person fail, like, I have nowhere else to go, or I have nowhere else to be, they just kind of slow down. And it's like, I gotta get this thing, I gotta do the next thing, the next thing, and the next thing.
It just comes.
The amount of help you work you're getting before lunchtime is like 30 minutes. Because by the time 9 o'clock starts and you start to get ready for lunch at 11 or 12. So my point is, some of it is all the jobs trying to do everything. Allows you to do enjoyment.
We could say physical, we could say mental health, we could say environmental health. Are we talking about the same thing? Because mental
The one thing that strikes me is inclusive. Not inclusive. Like, it's everybody. We are inclusive. I believe that's because nobody here includes anybody. Well, but yeah. But yeah, it is a good point.
Walk around town
Some of my constituents might not.
Are they looking for differences, or?
I don't know, let's not dive into that.
I think it's a good thing to have on our watch for that reason.
Yeah, I don't disagree, right? Somebody can always find something. Yeah. If I'm coming from outside, right, I want to feel inclusive, right? I want to.
That's well, we don't like.
I know, that's why, that's why I had to buy a business license. What he's saying is that you don't want them to have to come here and figure out if it's inclusive or not. Yeah, I know, I'm just throwing it out there. From things I've seen.
I would say that's probably one of our strengths. I agree. I just think that when people come here for nightlife or art or
I'm finding where I get pushback on that is in the cost of living.
Oh.
And I have a lot of renters in my district. I have more than any other district. I have 43% of the families, 43% of mine, and 53% I think it's more than just, it's not just current. I have 43%, yeah, and it's actually spread throughout the community. There's a lot of homes that are rentals. Most of the people I know in the community are renting. Well, it makes sense, 43% is getting pretty close. That's usually a community is 30%. So what I hear there is a lack of our knowledge of how to solve a challenge of affordability for the families that live here.
So it's never going to be affordable. And we can pretend that we can afford the area.
So it always
Should we work to make it more, that's because nobody found the place. People found the place.
If you think inclusivity is important, then this is an assessment. That's how I look at it.
The real problem is, I believe that we gotta find a federal, right? We are a democratic capitalist society. That has to be understood. Like, we did, that law is federal
So it goes back to quality of life, because if we continue to be less and less affordable, our next generations will not be able to go. And so if we become second homes,
Hey, we all get spoons, we get to share.
What's wrong with that? Right, and guess what every single person signed? They took their half out of it. And we had bidding on over $500,000. How would you buy it? I think I would bet. I'm gonna say, I can't tell you how. So this guy wants to buy it, your house, this guy wants to buy it.
I can visualize it.
Can I tell you,
You can visualize it.
you can get $5,000 for your place. I'm sorry, you're only allowed to rent it.
I can visualize affordability here.
We
There
have
are
subsidized.
innovative, exactly, so that's the question. And that's where we come in. 100%. So there are.
I love the conversation, but I need to get it. So you might think about, Susan, what is the residents, right? Your constituents want them to feel empowered, want them to feel like you want them to feel that's kind of the job, right? So we're going to get this conversation, we're going to get to it really quickly. But if we can get a wide statement up here, I think.
So is this a temporary?
Is it a list or a statement? Statement. Culture, safety, security, and quality of life. While supporting his interests and time.
No, we left out some.
I just told them you're not.
There's a way, why we're doing it. There's safety, but health is a little bit different angle on that. So it has to do with physical, mental. What does access mean? Am I reading that?
Access is anybody's ability to pursue both of those physically. So really it means that, us providing
You kneeling down made mine easier earlier.
Environmental health and it's inclusive.
Alright, one thing you can do is start fighting over your spokesperson, someone who has not been a spokesperson. Has to do it.
All right, Jessica. We nominate. It sounds a lot like a mission statement. So,
It usually has a why are you doing this?
About the fifth page.
It's not very.
why is it cause of maybe we start with saying it is important to.
Would not be food.
No, they're not.
It is important to ensure safety, security, and health of its residents.
While enhancing reliable services, sustainable care, community.
Jay thought you were looking for a pen, and I'm like, I'm the
Everybody's matching it up.
See, that's why there's nothing worse than that.
I think there's a, you need to see what.
Because Chico's like the post office, I go on by, I see a candy, I buy candy, let it receive, and it goes to my wife.
My wife makes me have an 8 years on start. Friends and put it around.
So back to that store.
Try to figure out how to live here, but it's not cheap. 100% agree with
Yeah, I love like getting it out, doing maybe it's tiny
But see, I'm Costco, I go to Costco. My wife is
supposed to be.
because of that.
Work
That
in
building
town.
is $500.
That, so that they can listen. Probably I can't see that list. I can't do that. Out of one side of the house.
It's the brand. So I agree with the state mandates. That's why.
There's no cookies like that.
Private partnership. But there's the part, so it is us.
That public part has to be well defined.
Pick your spokesperson.
Only works out.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I think we're ready, and everybody loves a road trip, so we're going road tripping. Everybody get up and walk over here. No, you don't need to bring chairs, just come and help move your chart wherever. We're walking around now. We're up for a walk. All right, we're all coming over to visit you right now. So whoever your spokesperson is, we're road tripping right now. And who's going to take us through it?
We're good, all right. So we put together a list first. We wanted to kind of dive into why. We talked a little bit about the how, kind of, so we could direct the why a little bit and come back to it. We came with our list of safety, quality of life, autonomy, healthy, which we wanted to vet the word out a little bit. It's kind of a word that gets thrown around without any clear definitions. We talk about physical health, mental health, and access to health in the environment, and inclusivity. And so what we came up with was to prioritize, our why, was to prioritize safety, quality of life, a healthy and inclusive community and environment while sustaining the autonomy of the city.
So the question would be, is anyone have any comments on that? Because as a city council, this looks like what they should be focusing on, right? Any thoughts, comments? Because this is the time, remember? Don't left it unsaid. So that's where we're at. Anybody?
I think it'd be good too if you have questions on, that doesn't have to be a crazy deep dive, but a question of clarification on what we mean by any of these terms. I think this is a really good time to ask those questions as well.
Well, I think the first question I have is, what did you think it means by while sustaining autonomy of the city? What were you guys thinking about that?
The thought is right now, obviously, a very under or a backdrop that we're living under is state overreach, whatever you want to call it. And the question that posed was, we have Carlsbad to the north and Solana Beach to the south, and if we had to somehow give up our government here in town to one of those cities, would they be able to run the city in Encinitas the way that we as Encinidians want it to be ran? And I'm seeing Tom shake his head no, and the thought process to the autonomy is, why are we here then? We're here because we do it different than our two neighbors that have the closest ability to do, they have the same basic environment and same basic stuff, but they do it different than us, which is why we exist, or one of the reasons we exist.
So it's like individuality of the city, is that kind of while maintaining what we have, is that what
It's
that's trying to say?
maintaining somebody else that's not within our governance, telling us what to do, and our government is the one that, setting it up the way that we see it, versus some other entity, like again, in this case, foot stomp the state per county or, before 86 kind of thing. So the autonomy was really just to make sure that we're not trying to be Carlsbad, we're not trying to be them, we're not trying to be San Marcos. We're our own thing. We'll work with them, we'll be friends and good neighbors, but
So, Jace, that's a really fair question, so thank you for asking it, and maybe there needs to be more dialogue around autonomy. We were certainly talking about it a lot. It can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. One of the things is we're elected to represent our people, and so when we feel like we're not enabled to do that, then that doesn't seem like that's the best way forward, because we've been elected to represent our people. So there are a lot of times when we feel like we can't move forward on something because there's some overarching entity or reason why we can't. So I don't know that we'll have 100% autonomy, but to strive for, that's an important reason, an important why for us. So just towards the end of our conversation, we started to talk about autonomy in terms of the housing mandate. The state mandates through the housing element that we are to build a certain amount of affordable housing. We're all aware of that and the challenges we face associated with that. What if we look at that in terms of autonomy in regards to, I hear there's a lot of interest in fighting the state, so I get that, but what about us providing affordable housing? And can we do that through a public-private partnership? And I think we've started to talk about things like that, but that might start going in the direction of, here's an opportunity to make some decisions autonomous to the city that serve us well in this city, that solve a challenge where we have our own autonomy. And I hope I was clear. Did you want to say something, Jim?
Yeah, no, I think to your point, this comes back to the idea we just talked about creative solutions, right? Creative solutions are autonomy. They're the solutions you come up that are consistent with the needs of this city, that are exclusive of other cities, or maybe align with other cities, but they are certainly within our city. They require creative solutions that don't always work with the state issues or state guidelines, which are broad sweeping, and they apply from, I think we went to a conference and there were people at a city of 2,500 people and people from LA on council. And the issues that affect them were all affected by the same laws, but didn't affect them all equally. And so how do we make sure that we're maintaining the autonomy to create the opportunity to take advantage of when we have a creative solution that really works for here, that provides the outcome we want. It doesn't use this broad sweeping stroke that doesn't get us a result we want. It gets us a result we're not happy with. So working towards autonomy so that we can get best solutions and solutions that apply to the specifics of this community, this city.
So on that note, after you folks explained where you were coming from, you used both words. I was going to say autonomy of, you have the city, this or our. You use both of those words, this or our. I think it'll bring that home more, what you guys are trying to say. You're saying you want autonomy of our, we want to be, we want to be whole as a separate city. So add this or our. I'm thinking.
I like our.
Our?
Our, it shows ownership.
Yeah, collective.
In explaining it, you use those words.
All right, anyone else? Well done, round of applause, amazing. Hey, we're still on our road trip. We're gonna go over to the council now, and we're gonna gather around there. So we're gonna have, the mayor's gonna go last. All right, do we have our spokesperson? Yes, here you go.
Our discussion began around what team we were representing. So this is truly the organization of the executive team and why we do what we do. So first, what we do. We serve vital needs of the community. We care for the community. We create innovative and safe communities, execute efficiency and transparency, and provide resources. We advise and operationalize City Council's direction and policies in a transparent way. So combining all of this, we came up with a statement Ultimately, we provide guidance and implement the city council's decisions and policies with transparency and accountability. And are there any questions for Ms. Stevens?
No, but I think, I'll leave it to Jim, but this is what I would expect staff to view their why. And it's ever so different, but parallel with the city council, but from your perspective.
Yep, exactly. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would back off on the word guidance. I think that's probably a term if we're stepping on over at a city council meeting. I've heard the term dog wagging the tail, or tail wagging the dog. And I think a lot of people look at that in that regard. And I think really it's the guidance you're talking about, and I agree with you on what you wrote down, but I'm saying, I'm looking at it from the outside, people who are going to read this type of is pros and cons, advice.
Yeah.
Pluses and minuses, things we can do, all the information, the core of information that goes into things. Ultimately, it comes down to what happens in that vote on the dais for the guidance and how we take the information provided.
And Jim, could I jump on that? I think that's a really good comment. I'd like to just suggest it is advice, but it's also professional level advice. We have a lot of real specialists, a lot of staff who's knowledgeable, who are experts in their own profession, in their own field, and they educate us as well to it's very professional what we get.
And if I could just expound on that, I mean, one of the things I think I have said to all 5 of you is that it is our job to provide you with the best information, to provide you with any risks so that you can make the absolute best decisions you can for our community. So, you know, that kind of lies into that, is that we want to equip you with everything you can to make the best possible decisions. And again, we do like to advise on the risks so that whatever decision you folks do make, you know what you're getting into, so thanks.
And I was just gonna try, I think where Jim was going is, guidance is a pretty strong word. I think the word transparency was put in there intending to neutralize it somewhat. I thought, I heard the city manager say information. Provide information or professional, I think information is sufficient in its own, but, you know, because it gets a more neutral, and leave the transparency in here, because I think that's where you were going in particular. Yeah.
More eloquent than I am.
I'm just listening.
And I'll just, for the purpose of dialogue and transparency and accountability, I want to ask a question about accountability. It could be fine, just accountability, but I think it might be more powerful to say accountability to the public. I think to the community, it might be already inferred, but I think if I was a community member, not the staff and not the city council, I would like for us to know that the accountability is to the community.
Yeah, you could even consider something like to our stakeholders, which is the council, the community, it's everyone, right?
Looks like stakeholder or community?
I have a visceral reaction to stakeholder, as do quite a few. It's been used in parochial ways, and it now is a pejorative to quite a few people.
So provide information and implement the city council's decisions and policies with transparency and accountability to the community.
All right, so it's very important that everybody's really comfortable with both of these, because this is going to become your roadmap. We've got your vision, we've got your mission. All of these are going to inform what we're going to do next, and that's looking at focus areas and then looking at goals. And now, instead of us road tripping, the mayor decided to road trip to us. So we'll just see what he has to say here.
So I was asking the question, why do we do what we do? And I think maybe I stepped up a level or just went bigger. And I went back and I thought we do it to implement the will of the people. Of the people, by the people, for the people. So I'll even steal from Lincoln. And why, why? Well, to provide local control, autonomous, right? So local control of governmental services, because that's literally what we're doing. If we were doing regional or national defense, that's different. We're doing local control, local government, local control of governmental services tailored and responsive to our local citizens' needs. And then the services include, of course, ensuring for public safety, providing and maintaining roads, transportation, parks, community facilities and services, providing for utilities and sanitation, and stewarding our local environment and community's character. So that, and there's probably, I may have missed something on that list, I should say, but not, including, but not limited to. But I think the fundamental statement of the why, at least why am I here? I'm here serving the people. And I think the people want local control from us. And I think that fits one of the themes that we talk about often. Comments?
Any comments? Don't be shy.
Bruce, we could probably talk about this forever, so I don't intend to say that, to imply this, but local control means something different to different people. As far as Parks and Rec, we have local control. As far as our utilities, we have local control. So you're being specific about your local control. It's not like governmental services. You're communicating something. Do you want to shine a light on that?
Well, I think this is it, tailored and responsive to our local citizens' needs. So we have state level, we have federal level, but what we provide here are those services that are best done locally, whether it is land use decisions, whether it's utilities. Why isn't there one state level or one federal level utility that serves everywhere? Why is there not one water service? Because each different locality has different needs and requirements. Why are not all streets designed the same throughout our city, let alone through the state? And we have certain frameworks up at the higher level and the mid-level. Our purpose, of why we're here, at least in my mind, is to serve our citizens' needs, be responsive, or tailored and responsive to our citizens' needs. So, and another way of saying that is local control. It doesn't mean ultimate local control. I thought that was a word that resonated for me, and I think I clarified it here intentionally. So.
And my only follow-up comment then is, you've used the term local control specifically, and you've underlined it. We do have local control in almost everything except for land use, and I think that's what you're directing your why to. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly it. And we do have some. It's being taken away. And if you look at this historically, we used to have quite a bit of local control in land use. And of course we have local control on how our utilities work, and we all sit on the various boards, whether it's water board or sanitation. And we have utility agreements with the cable operators, that type of stuff. So that does provide our citizens of Encinitas some say in how each and every one of those services operate. And then, as you go through maintaining roads, parks, community facilities, we very definitely have control of that, direct control of that.
Other comments?
It's hard to read. Parks. You can see it, I couldn't get up.
Okay, well, the reason we do this is to see the difference and the commonality. And there's much more commonality than we are seeing any differences here. Okay, so we are in the next section, we're gonna split up again with council and staff together. So one group over there, one group here. Divide up a little bit differently than you did the last time we did that, and I'm gonna leave it to you to do that unless Jennifer wants to give us some guidance on that.
No, I like that. I like that, so let's, whatever council members you were with last time, swap it up. So that would be great, so I know it was the mayor, deputy mayor, and the other 3 council members together. And then staff, go ahead, whoever you were with, just swap that up as well. Thank you, Jim.
I will direct you momentarily. We're going to go through a couple of slides, have a little conversation, and then we're going to work together again. That's why we're in groups. So, I want to talk a little bit about, as we move into talking about goals and focus areas of the concept of a blank slate. We're going to put up the focus areas that you have currently, but think open, think blank slate, think clean whiteboard. To come up with all the work we've done today is going to inform what the work we're going to do on our focus areas, and then we'll work on our goals. So let's talk about roles and responsibilities for just a minute. That's why we did the why right now. Is because we think about roles versus responsibilities of council and of staff. So, little open discussion for a minute. What do we think the role and responsibility is of council versus staff? Anyone? Plenty of microphones to hand you. Let's hear some of your thoughts.
Out loud right now.
Out loud right now.
There's a microphone right next to it. So when I look at roles and responsibilities, I think what we've seen throughout some of the vision and mission and even looking at the why, I view the role as city staff, again, is that, we carry out the policy and direction from the city council, and we take care of the day-to-day operations, including everything from fleet and budgeting and public works and, hiring and firing and promoting. So we basically handle the operations of the city, and city council sets direction and vision and mission and policy. I mean, we all do it together. We want to be on the same team, but we do have different roles. And, they live kind of in their world, we live in ours. I mean, again, they do cross, but we basically handle day-to-day operations of the city, and they let us know the direction that we're going.
Thank you. Other thoughts from staff on that? Other thoughts from council on your role and responsibility versus what you just heard?
I would say that I agree with her, with Jennifer. And that's a big part of it is all of the council members have to be from here. Not every single staff member lives in town or is required, but that's a big part of our role, is that we are a citizen. That's kind of the board to, if you will, a public company. They have a board, and the CEO would be our city manager, and then all of the different departments. So in execution. And in those roles and responsibilities, I think a big part of the role of maybe the city council is, in this case, in this recent season having been so contentious at all different levels, a big part of our role is one, getting elected, and then the why, which we just spent the whole last little bit why we got elected, and that's a big part of the initial role. That initial, you can see a picture, and it might have the old woman or the young lady. You got to see it for what it is, and so that first initial moment of seeing what the picture is to why somebody gets elected, or what that. Then it goes back to the responsibility of what we're actually doing here is to ideally execute all levels on what it is that you said, and our level at the council level is at the policy level, and then the execution for the staff is really the how that gets done, and coming back with, like we just said over here, the guidance or the information that comes to us, hopefully is within that confines of again, those roles and responsibilities. So it's this kind of cyclical process, and through the cycles, like a wash machine, it gets cleaned. It's cleaned and polished, and that polishing helps us to refresh it over and over again.
All right, thank you.
Jim? I've got one here. One of the reasons I think this strategic planning 2 days is so important is it's a great opportunity for us all to talk and understand what we need, what we see, what our vision is, and to establish and agree to at least the majority of what our strategic goals are, because then as City Council we look at that throughout the whole year to look at where are we in need of new policies or a little bit of a change in a direction, or to reinforce and support existing policies and guidelines so that it best conforms with what we said together in our strategic planning session. And then it's the city staff through the city manager's responsibility to figure out the best ways to implement that and to move forward without slow walking, without the things that you were talking about earlier. So I think we work best when we can say we're going to walk out of this room with 5 or 6 or however many strategic goals that we can say, well, the majority of us think this is the right way to go, and then each of us use that to help take in what the community says that's important to them and bring it forward through some smart policy and get that hopefully approved through City Council and then to the city manager to implement. So I just wanted to reinforce that this is a really important part of that whole process.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to say what you always say, which I agree with 100%, so I'll say it. The roles and responsibility difference is it's staff's job to operationalize the policies which the board, the council sets. So I hear Joyce say that, I repeat it all the time, and I think that sets the level. We should be up at the policy level, goals, policies. Staff in the end is responsible for making the what happen. So.
Yeah, I would agree. And if we go back to the vision, alignment, and execution we talked about this morning, there was a purpose behind that. We're working on vision. Alignment is a huge responsibility for staff on the alignment. And there's also a responsibility for council. And what do I mean by that? We've heard time and again, staff are the subject matter experts, right? You don't know what you don't know. So they have the ability to come back when policy and direction are set by council and say, did you think about it, right? It's not playing political favorites. It is coming back as a subject matter expert. Here's what we have. Here's our data. Now you make a data-driven decision, a people-driven decision, and now you're on alignment. Or you determine who else you need to align around that. And then execution is largely staff, with some accountability and oversight, obviously, from council. So that's why that model works, and that's why we talked about it this morning. So I think, are we clear now on roles and responsibilities? I don't think we weren't clear. I think everybody is nodding their head. Yes, any other, Jim, comment?
I just wanted to piggyback on what you're actually saying, and I think one of our goals here is for all of staff to succeed as experts. And when we come together and we have our vision put together of what we all want to do, it allows you to assess your resources. And part of you being successful is us getting you the resources you need and being able to do that. And so by working together to assess what those needs are, I know for myself, speaking as one council person, I'm looking for, okay, how can I help these people succeed? Because if you succeed, I succeed, and the community succeeds. This whole big discussion we're talking about. So I want to make sure you have the resources you need. And Josh has heard this, the Sheriff's Department has heard this. To the same thing with our staff. If there's an objective that we're putting forward that's coming out of here, you're like, Keisha, I don't know if our staff is set to do this. We want you to go to Jennifer, and we want to be able to communicate that and say, hey, the staff needs this, and we're behind you because we know that we've created this together. So whatever we can do to help you succeed, get you the resources you need, get you the tool you need, whatever piece it is that we can augment what you do to make it better for you, to make the outcome better, to make the results you get something you have more confidence in, or something that allows you to look down the road. That's what I view this as. This is a great opportunity to have that conversation or to get that going so that you can observe and look at all of our directors here looking at staff. What can I do to make my staff that much better? Luke asked you all, wherever Luke is, every time we met, what are the best 3 cities in the state of California? I want each one of you to say Encinitas. 100% without even thinking about it. I want to be able to, and I want to help you do that. I think all the other council members here, Joy, Luke, Marco, Bruce, we all want you to be able to answer that question and say, this is the best staff, this is the best city. That's the goal of this.
Awesome, thank you. And from the public comments this morning, I heard a few about too much to do, overwhelmed, busy, and I'm just going to share something from my company. We are not allowed to use the term overwhelmed, because the problem is when you say I'm overwhelmed, that is a very negative message to anybody. What you need to say is, Jim, love what council wants us to do. I just went through the buffet, I've got a plate, it's completely full, there's no room on it, and you want me to throw a steak on top of it. What do you want me to move off? Because I can't get it all done. There has to be total transparent communication to say, uncle, right? We can't get it done, or we can get it done, and here's what it's going to take to get it done. That's how that alignment comes between council and staff. And so if staff is ever afraid to say something, you've got to be comfortable to go to Jennifer, or go direct, or do whatever you need to do to raise your hand and go, hey, wait, we'd love to get this. We want to get this done. We've agreed to get this done, but you also asked us to do these 22 things. Oh, and by the way, we got this giant festival coming up. We got all these, whatever it may be, you got to work together. Does that resonate? Any thoughts on that?
Thanks, Jim. That's exactly, we want to have the highest expectations in the city, absolutely. And, you know, staff knows who I am, I know who they are, we do. We want to strive for excellence. We want to be an excellent community. But sometimes there is having to prioritize. Just really quick short story, Anna and I were on the phone with a resident about a week or so ago, and he's like, okay, what can I expect? And I was very honest. I said, you know what? We're going to deal with your issue. However, we have a lot of things that have come up. So I'll work with Anna. We'll come up with a timeline that we think that we can manage and let you know, because this is something completely new that came up. So it's managing expectations. I put that a lot on myself. Obviously, you know, being interim city manager and having this leadership role, I want to make sure that staff has the resources to their job. And you know, we're going to come up with bumps in the road. We've had projects where they're going fine and then all of a sudden something happens. And it's my job to communicate both up and down to make sure we're all on the same page and what we need. So I really love that what you talked about, Jim. And it is, I mean, we want to do the best we possibly can. And you know, if we need other things, I really, really appreciated what Jim said, is that we just have to be open and honest and say, hey, if we want to strive for excellence, we want to be the best community, here's what we need to do. And you know what, we'll hold up our end of the bargain by working our butts off for council and for the residents.
All right, thank you.
Can I say one thing? You know, I'm new. I always say that I'm new because I am, but you guys are, we're never going to be like Bruce, who knows so many things about everything, doing this a long time, but you are the subject matter experts. I mean, I really look to you guys as, because I'm fresh, I'm like, I look at everybody here, I'm like, oh man, these are the department heads. And I think when I look for the information, or, you know, I talk to Jennifer and she tells me something, or I go to a staff meeting, or it's a staff briefing, the information you give me and the information that, you know, I haven't asked a lot of questions yet, but when you give me the information, I just fully am behind it, or I expect it to be the very best information. And because I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot right now. I'm learning a lot as I go along, because there's a lot of stuff in the city that I don't know everything about. And I'm humble. I have humility. I don't know everything. But that is when I look to you guys as the experts to give me the information so I can make the best decision possible with whatever gut, whatever knowledge or experience I have, and whatever counsel I have with the other council members, minus the Brown Act, you know, including that. But, you know, where I can have that, like, the best decision for our city. So I know that you guys work so hard, each and every one of you, I know you bring so much to the table. And I just want you guys to know that I'll just speak for myself, I value what you say, and I don't know what it was like for the previous council, but I value what you say if it is truly the best information you have, and I would value your initiative as well. If you think that something's like, oh, well, this is what I can do right here, but if you have the initiative to go, hey, there's another solution, maybe it's outside the box, maybe you're able to bring something else to the table, I would value that as well, because that's another talking point. That's another thing that you can maybe expand into something else. So I do value what you guys say. I do value everything that you bring to the table, because this is what you guys have been doing for a living. I've been here for 4 weeks maybe. So what little I know that I bring to this seat is I take it with what you guys bring me. So keep doing what you're doing, but please know that I want to know, even if it's an outside the box thing, like, hey, have you ever thought about this? That for me allows us to make an even better decision, because you guys know more. You know, this little branch off of this thought can bring something else. So please, like, everything. I value it, and I think everybody else would too.
I think I speak for the staff when I say, we love you, man. Okay, so just real quick, a little bit on strategy versus tactics, and we're going to jump into our next role. So I'm going to tee this up and tell me if you have any other thoughts. But in council, think of council as what and why. Right? So what's the what and the why? And staff is the how and the execution. Does that resonate and make sense? So what can derail that? That's my question to you. What can get in the way of that? Anyone? Well, I mean, I have some ideas I wrote down, but I'd like to hear yours first.
I always say this to athletes that I coach them, is that your why is what gets you out here every day individually, right? Our what is what our common goal is. And that's whatever the goal of any team. But at the end of the day, the how is what the book is going to be written about you. So they're not mutually exclusive. Your why is what got you out on the field. Your what is what we're all going after. So he may be out here to go to college to play a certain sport, and I might be out here just to have friends and whatnot. Different whys, but our what is very much the same. The problem is the book that gets written about this team is always going to be about the how. That's how it's good. That's going to be the thing that makes you great or not great. And so the fact of the matter is we can come up here with all these great ideas of whys and whats, but if the execution is missing to some level, the book will never get written.
So what's something that could get in the way of that, the execution?
Well, we just kind of talked about it, and what Marco was kind of saying is, I come from a background, we talked about it a lot, where there's no friction, there's no traction. Obviously, too much friction, there's no movement. But a little bit of friction, and especially obviously in planning development right now, there's a lot of us learning some stuff, but talk to us about an outside issue or an outside the box, and it may not work in this instance, but I guarantee you within a month, a season, a year, there's going to be another thing that comes up. Bruce does this a lot, where he references something that he was around for 10, 15, 20 years ago that I obviously was not, but it helps him reference that I can't reference yet. But if we talk about an issue now with its totality, with all of the options that may not be applicable here, that could be outside the box, that gets us to a process of working together that talks about all the stuff, and then eventually, like this today, we come up with all these things, and then we have to kind of narrow it down to how do we make this land. But in 2 weeks from now, because we put all these words up there, say, hey, remember that other word that was up there? Let's use that word this time, because it does work in this case, whereas last time it didn't. And that's what along the way helps us become the team that perseveres through the obstacles that are bound to happen in the road in years ahead. So.
Going along with that, and I think you even used these words, between strategy and tactics, I think what is essential is a clear understanding of expectation and the thought on what is expected. Then we'll be able to implement and do operations, but also it's reverse then. We as leaders need to communicate back to the council, who leads the city in total, of our processes and whether that is meeting where they want to be. So essential, I think you read communication, so that the hows and the expectations can be married together.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of clarify again, over-clarify, and then clarify. Because you've got to have absolute clarity. Yes, sir?
So you asked the question of what could get in the way. And in my professional experience and even in city experience, it's typically trying to do too much with a fixed set of resources. That if the strategy, there are a lot of activities and policies that can be put in place by that strategy. If we then, as a council, approve a tactical plan from the staff that is trying to boil the ocean, so to speak, that things get done at half speed, or they don't get done at all, or they don't get quite the attention. So I think I always look, what's an unnatural act that I see in a well-run organization? They kill bad programs and stay focused on the ones that are really critical to the overall strategy. So the discipline that I'm looking for staff to help us with is, let's not take on too much. I think even at the state level, the new Speaker of the House, he's talked about he cut the number of bills in half or a third of what it was going to be. And I thought that was very important, because there's so many bills coming out. I don't know how the state can keep up. Well, we have the same problem here. We look at the number of capital projects, and maybe we have too many on the donut list. I think, because could we ever get to all of them in the next few years? And that's something that it's a discipline that I think the five of us have to start with. I, of course, need staff to help keep us in line and keep us informed. I love the donut chart as a tool, but somewhere we have to put a threshold in there that says, hey, I don't want staff having to think about this, because I want them focused on getting the ball across the goal line on all the ones we have agreed to, we've funded, etc.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, and we'll talk about this, Jennifer, about, just one second. The tactical plan, I'm a big fan of the now, soon, later concept. And you determine with the council what's now, what's soon, what's later, and then you start bucketing things. And so that we have a clear expectation of later is 9 months or more, whatever that may be. But we're not going to worry about it till we get out there. We're going to do some prep and some things, but that's going, Bruce, to your point, it's going to be really important. Yes?
So I wanted to profile another aspect of what will get in the way. And I really think we need to focus on this, and that is communication. Now, communication falls apart in many ways between people. We probably all understand how that happens. I think as a city, we started paying attention to communicating to the public a little more overtly and proactively only about a year or a year and a half ago. I think that was too late, and I hope, we've made some changes and it's gotten a little bit better, but I hope that we can remember as we're moving, and if we want to change things the community's already accepted and is behind, or if we, and is behind and supports, or if we want to add new things, that we make sure the community is well involved in the communication, not only from the perspective of traditional outreach, because I'm hearing a lot about our traditional outreach failing our public. They get these one-page things in the mail, and when it comes time for that new improvement to come in right next to them, they don't remember getting it in the mail, or they just were not informed about what's coming out. So I think communication is an overarching objective that we should give some consideration to help be the glue that holds all of the strategies and tactics together. And it's not only getting their input into what we should do, but keeping them apprised of how we're doing it and what the outcomes are and what the time frames are. If the city could be more assertive and proactive about this, I think we would have a lot less questioning, and that would save time of staff and city council overall.
Thank you. Here's a few things that I noted down, then we touched on a number of them. Council micromanagement could be a derailer. Council has to be clear on the strategy and vision. We talked about that. Have to be absolutely clear. You've talked about that as staff. We have to have clarity. And if there isn't clarity, you go back and you seek clarity. Remember the vision, alignment, execution, right? So we're gonna make sure there's clarity. Staff resistance, I don't think that's an issue here, but I saw it in another municipality where the resistance was, I'll be here long after they're gone. And so we don't need or want any of that, right? And I know that's not happening here, but I have witnessed it personally. Mutual respect, this was critical. Mutual respect of one another, and then also listen to public and each other, and clear communication, right? So really listen, and that's what's really important, because you can get, and believe me, I've seen it, you've seen it, you've been there, there can be some real passion going on, right? At some of these council meetings, listen, really listen, and strategically listen, and listen to understand what the other person's saying. It may not change your mind one bit. We have to be listening, we have to be respectful of one another. Jim?
I would come down to the elephant in the corner. I'd say there's a fear of change. People are afraid of change. Whether it's the political change that everyone's mind immediately goes to, or just change in general. People are generally afraid to take that step. And it's understandable. I think everyone has a place in their life where we are afraid to take a step to change something. And I think most of us will find that when we do take a step, usually the outcome is different than we expect. Oftentimes, it's better than we expect. And I know I've spoke with a lot of you in this council, experts being experts, which I think encourages experts, just everybody in this room, even the people who are out here, who are staff members or members of our community who are experts in some area. When you take that step, whether it requires faith, blind faith, studied faith, whatever, to do something different, you grow. And when you grow, better things happen. And I think as a staff, as a city, even at meetings and within the building, there's often a time of a fear of change. And I don't think I think that's a normal thing. I think a lot of staff probably feel that, a lot of, whether it's private sector or public sector, but it is the elephant in the corner. I see it when I'm in City Hall, and I think it's something we can all work towards and we can grow from if we address it properly.
Yeah, I think we all need to change. I think we all have to have a positive attitude towards change. I had to bring that to the fire service, right? We did a lot of change in the last 2 years, and it's a lot of changing some minds. But the one pitfall to being a transformational leader, which I think we're all in that boat, is we look to the future, we're looking to change things, and we forget about the now and today, right? The city still has to run, it still has to have plan reviews done, and building inspections, and water, and public works, all that stuff, that still has to happen today. So I think there has to be that balance between that future change, but also taking care of what has to happen today for the citizens in our community. Because I'm a transformational leader. I love, it's a buzzword out there right now in all the leadership the textbooks, but one of the things about that is that the biggest pitfall is forgetting about today. And I just want to make sure that we don't forget that, right? Because we still have a responsibility to the citizens to make sure that they're taken care of today as well. So I agree with you. The executive team knows I'm a big change agent. I like change. And it gets me in trouble sometimes. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page there.
No, it's a great point. There's still a city to run, right? There's still everyday, day-to-day operations. There's all those things. That's why the communication, the transparency, everything we're talking about is so mission critical, because we do have to, all of us, keep that in mind. Having said that, you also can't hide behind it. Right? Because change is, I mean, when I think about change, I think about, 3 circles, right? In the middle is a small circle with comfort zone written in it. And that's where we all like to hang out, don't we? That's like cool and warm and fuzzy, right? And then you've got the next circle, and the outer circle is the OMG, the oh my God, are you kidding me? This is so far out of my comfort zone. But that piece in the middle, that's the magic. That's where you're running the day-to-day, but we're also going to execute these policies. We've been clear, we've been open with each other, we're adding some things on, and guess what happens then? The comfort zone just grew. And it just grows further and further and further, and to your point, Jim, what happens is that OMG ring out there just gets smaller and smaller as you go through that.
It's after the tripwire.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other comments before we move on? But we're gonna roll up our sleeves and get some work done here in just a second. Not like we haven't worked our tails off today. Amazing. But these are the current focus areas. And what each group is going to do, you're going to consider the work we've done today, up to now. You're going to look at these, and I want you to come up with your top 5 focus areas. This group is going to come up with 5 focus areas, and this group is going to come up with 5 focus areas. And then we're going to come together and look for commonality, and look for what are those key, and there might be 6, but we're working on 5 right now, okay? Everybody get it? We're good?
Are we choosing from this list?
What's that?
Are we choosing from this list?
No. This is what the current focus areas are. Remember the slide about blank slate? That was up there for a reason. I'm not saying get rid of these. Some of these may be phenomenal and you want to keep them. But I'm saying what are those 5 moving forward from today that are the focus areas moving forward? Okay? We good? And you've got some time here. We're not going to rush you on this. This is critically important. Okay. One thing I'll mention is don't confuse the focus areas with the goals. We have focus areas, then we're going to move to goals to support those focus areas, and then the staff will be asked to create a tactical plan around those goals.
Which one's the first one seems accurate? Tried and true. I think number 1 tried and true.
I think this is kind of goals, right? Big goals. Character, but also environment. But the one I'm going homeless is
That's the one for me. You're walking. Right, like, because of distance.
it's its own area.
But I think right now,
So all modes, but prioritize.
Certainly effective.
I don't want to prioritize that as more important.
Services.
Well, yes, it is. Structure. I think a big part. I'd say all 3 major mobility.
It seems like over here we're all agreed that the first one is right? Exactly.
Yeah. But finding what is separate. So one of the ones that
More money for
one of the ones I
engineering, is
work
that
on.
what that said? Sorry, I'm not trying to leave you out.
Schools are.
I was gonna say, it sounds like you're not worried about the water. You're all fee-based.
So so Bruce, are you saying that homelessness needs to be in the top 5? I mean, is that something at that point?
I'm trying to
Gets
figure out.
expanded out?
I'm trying to figure out what group it would fit in. But, I looked at those and I said, housing and affordability, but I have problems with people connecting affordable housing with homelessness. They are radically different problems. And my standard retort is, how many more $1 million condos do I have to build to solve homelessness? And because that's our response right now, and that's wrong. So let's address homelessness from a public health standpoint and
Well,
addiction.
and it's a public, sorry, it's a public health for that homeless person on the street, but it's also, like for me in the park, it impacts parks. I mean, people want to go to the park, they're afraid of the park, and they're fear they lose what we're paying for too. So homelessness there might be a public health.
How about a focus area of public safety, meaning wildfire and enforcement and homelessness? So I see that as a grouping, and I don't see that up there. So I would put up public safety and homelessness.
Public health and safety?
Public health and safety and homelessness. And I want to make sure under that is wildfires, is crime, traffic enforcement.
I agree. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around pulling homelessness out of that, making it a big enough topic that it's trumping public. It's not part of public health for sure. It's trumping into something. That's all.
Could be. Yeah.
I agree. It's a huge problem. I'm with you where you're going, but it's trying to.
I'm thinking that I'm just looking for a big group areas.
It is a pretty big group. I mean, it's already 40-some% of the budget without the homelessness.
So do you need to just call it out? Like, you know, it's public health and safety, like you've got fire and, wow. But I mean, if homelessness is just called out, like, homelessness is public health, but call it out as,
Well, let's call it out for the time being. We can see if we can consolidate later.
It's been official. Word out as comprehensively.
Yes. Like business, and there needs to be something separate for like nice to have.
So that's where preserving or shepherding or what was it?
Something like that.
That's what we're more nice to have.
Curating community character. Actually, I like preserving community character. I think most people.
Yeah, I think lots of talked about city character.
What is engagement versus education?
No, that's smart, but that's kind of what I was trying to say.
Is that supposed to be an and?
TV channels and UHF, like, there's only so many things that people would watch, so the next day, everybody's talking about the same piece of show. Now, you're talking to something, you guys watch something, pretty much guarantee all of us watch something different. You know,
Hopefully with the circulation.
so everybody's kind of in a direction, so this is what you get from newspaper articles.
And that's mobility. I would, mobility has an implication of pedestrian and bicycle.
Reaching people the same way.
It's like last year when we talked about mode shifters. And I challenged, I'm a minority guy, I challenged the council. And the answer I got was different than what we were here 2 years before, where we used to hear our old council say, you need to get people out of their cars and on public transportation. And I never agreed with that. So I challenged them, I said, what does mobility or mode shift mean to you? And I got the answer, well, it means having more options and having more transportation. You know what it means to me? It means getting me out of my car and getting transportation, which is the trend. And so I got them to change in the wording from mode shift to mode option. And I thought that was a good step. I think I'd like to change mobility. I'd like to see circulation and alternate wear or something like that. So we're clear that we're still focusing, we have to focus on being able to get places. 98%, 99% of our citizens drive. Like it or not, they're going to decarbonize through electric or electric. We talk about micro-mobility, microbuses. I personally have trouble with each city unilaterally building because I go from my house, I want to go to Charleston. And so it's really should be part of the network. I want regional transportation to be I want microbuses to be part of the CTD. Quite frankly, those huge buses they've got driving by with 3 people in them, I want to see that they can modify, flex their mobility so that they can all do that. So I would bring circulation, I don't know, traffic, mobility, or traffic and alternate mobility is what I would make the focus area. And that would pick up the old, put the focus back on
Use of circulation, traffic, and just mobility, no qualifier.
I would. Other people might not.
Traffic
But I
with
would.
30,000 feet, and
that's fine.
people the opportunity to kind of share their thought on.
Yeah.
I agree.
So circulation and traffic.
There's traffic effect that
No, I think,
Let's use traffic.
I think traffic and circulation are a little different, right?
So you feel focusing on that, goes up, sharing.
And traffic,
How about traffic circulation and mobility?
Stewardship program, just.
Jimmy circulation is
Shoreline preservation.
the where,
Sand replenishment
and traffic is the challenge, if that makes sense. And so the where is how we want to expedite the plan and where we want to focus our energy on. Does that make sense? Like, so we define, okay, we want to identify our north-south corridors and our east-west corridors. And we want to use neighborhoods in between. And that's our circulation. Our traffic is, okay, now I'm looking at Lucania Boulevard, which is the north, which is the east-west, from San Marcos all the way through. Traffic is how do I make that slow? I think,
if you remember at the last meeting, I read the beginning of the circulation element and the objective, and it was about, circulation to me is the flow, and traffic might be the volume or right. So I like the word circulation because I think that's what we've been missing in this. That was almost like an implied, we're going to clog up the circulation in order to enhance our alternate mobility modes. And I do not agree with that. I don't think anybody I talk to knocking on doors, maybe for the most part, people will be able to get in their cars, still be able to move, albeit maybe slower.
That's what they want to do, but we can't do it. The fact of the matter is
right now it's
big A, which is what we're talking about north, and then the practicality of actually how we actually work. Is that what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's where we have.
Easier to use, more available across the board, that we change with the current mode of circulation.
But do we have the density to support 10-minute buses all through the city?
To provide for a higher level.
I hope in 50 years we're never there.
Do it our way, so we say this is.
Charging systems.
Yeah, but I'm even just going from pure need, not a physical, how can it get done, but do we even need it? And I just don't see, we're not Hong Kong, San Francisco,
But my daughter,
here.
my daughter will show her kids will come up living on their phone, and they will pull up cars more readily than any of us in this room. Microtransit, whatever you're talking about, they'll more readily go to their phone to do that. And some of it will be when we're tackling affordability of housing, and they say, well, I can save $50,000 by owning a car.
We can't require.
I'm willing to give up the fact that I can just go jump in it right now, or I can leave my stuff in it. We'll give that worth. I won't give up having my soccer ball and my swim stuff and my surfboard in my car. I just go and jump in anymore. But they might, because we live on the phone, it's going to be a different world.
Can we use R35 or do we have to use a different location?
I don't think so.
Because the question is,
I don't think
wait
it's
for us to
different.
kind of go back to the state of the
Let me put it this
We just
way.
did it right.
We're getting more and more density, so no matter what, we're getting more cars on the roads. We can't give up our circulation keeps suffering because we keep adding to it, right? More people are buying cars per household. And it's the trend has been away from public transit towards it. And even if we do get micro-transit working and integrated with bigger transit, it's still, every time I go to Sandy downtown, I always check Google and I look at what would it take me to go via bus and train. 3 hours, 3 minutes typically, or 35 to 42 minutes driving. Because that decision is not changing.
Some of that changes though when you use microtransit. It also changes when we get into discussion of what should it look like at that point. Will we have a industrial complex in town where all people will work? And all these questions, what it's going to look like in the future.
So if we took it for the right
There is a portion of California that I always believe will have a car because your car defines you in some way. And people care what in California, whether we do this or not, people do. So I agree with you.
Question for facilitator Pat. So the last ones were kind of aspirational, like looking towards the solution. Is that still where we're supposed to go? Because we're talking about that's leaders been from improving circulation and this. Is there supposed to be a focus on the solution and the aspiration? But we also want to say, I think we say, we say like addressing.
So think about this, as these are the areas you want to focus on, bigger buckets. Then we're going to move into goals to support those focus areas. So the next thing we're going to do is create goals. And those goals, see what staff is going to do.
But I think it was traffic calm circulation, or do we just call it traffic circulation, meaning circulation of traffic? And without
identify where the roadways are that we will accept.
That's where I'm transit will eventually become traffic, vehicle, bike. Maybe you consider traffic because you're looking at circulation inclusive.
So give us the name of the book.
Traffic.
Same, yeah.
And then I just want to pull up if you need any definitions on the current of what they were or what we said about them. I can just,
Or is it vehicular?
I think that
How does that change? So instead of traffic safety,
I just want to be careful we don't, that people don't take that to mean the entire words. I would personally leave it off. I think this is the big bucket name, and underneath that is vehicular, pedestrian, electric, bike, bicycle, walking, crawling.
Traffic mobility simulation.
so traffic is
We're
And this is, the implication here is,
okay.
yeah, it's a bucket.
Right, so then
It's a very inclusive bucket. And what do we do?
traffic is vehicles. I'm trying to use traffic.
90%, 99%.
And circulation, mobility, we've heard different residents too talk about the need for walking paths. We always get called out underneath the train, so I mean, when it comes for mobility, I would say don't lose that. Mobility
Roy,
access.
is that punctuated, or were you thinking traffic, or and, and no comma after, yeah.
Some, but
And then no comma after. Yeah, exactly.
Those are we have 250 at the top, so not all.
unless they.
Meaning, yes, we need it. Like I have it at my house. So I don't think you had it, I'm not sure. It's a studio, so.
It wasn't about other projects committed to impact the intersection.
Something along those lines, I think, I mean, that, you go, if I go, one of the most common topics that come up. Traffic is right up there too.
There's something that was developed, we can incentivize the machines,
But that was missing in it, which again, I think this is an hour.
but this ordinance of balance and preservation,
Why don't you let our, like,
will strive to maintain unique character, embracing diversity, fostering innovation, and excelling
How about
Have a project where it's not,
stewarding,
they pay fair share to it.
preserving and stewarding. I really like the word stewarding.
And by doing that, are we able to include that environmental health, the environmental part of preservation, habitat, because we only get 5, and this is going to, the other community's going to be 4.
I would keep them separate.
Yeah, that's what this is.
It's important.
Big and important on its own. And we want to make sure we have very environmental.
And that takes your foot side.
So,
No one will take you
we're
out.
gonna try this one, see how.
Okay. Then give us 6.
So, bring it up, what's that word, not steward.
This isn't here, this isn't some other city like.
Have a significant impact on whatever. We would already said,
What's the environmental issue?
First situation.
Like, probably the
Same thing.
There before.
What do we say?
Kind of show you that even if you're great service, they blend in.
continuing our environmental leadership by showing our commitment to good stewardship of our natural resources, meeting our goals on
Right now, we're in that, I guess, level area where we don't really, because we don't have like the old projects you see that wasn't there. The incoming, we have the travel mechanism.
So I'm thinking environment and
fix it, can't fix it, or the council override, they created the blanket over here.
environmental covers the climate action.
They couldn't apply it across, so they didn't even
But I think it is.
because they would say, hey, traveling in the year, whatever.
You're asking
So we cannot ask 10 houses here or something. We cannot ask them to apply stewardship for this year. This year actually never happened. So we're just going to give them a blanket override from wherever so that we're so we'll be just now like intersections. Okay, what if I signal timing, add a left turn ball here, add a right turn now is where the general plan is. So SB 743 allowed doing both, but said you cannot receive go there again where or about general plan rules and policies as a part of your review, but it has to be your general plan rules and policies. You don't have to keep SQL anymore. I can ask for a translation that basically has two chapters. SQL, whatever you were talking about with that guideline, we know SQL is not going to go anywhere. It's basically a bunch of BS. You know, it's going to be, we're going to create a parks program for housing, add bike racks to, yeah, a bunch of stuff that's really not what he does. The second chapter is that's where they will I'm adding a right turn button here, I'm adding a two-way left turn thing here, I'm adding a new signal here, I'm adding it, you know, stuff like this. Mitigation measures. That's what's not very good. And telling them and they're saying, oh, nobody has ever done it. I don't care. I don't care that nobody has done it. Paying me $1 million, who's going to do it? Oh, there's no good examples for it. I don't like if you want me to do it, I'll do it. But you're a consultant, you're good. That's one piece of it, but there are other pieces. Like, I don't know, you were from the beginning, you were in the later. Yeah, so this one very good. But you can't when you say the city will thrive on making safer for pedestrians and not more than 5. Balancing their safety. Yeah, so the guy doesn't have it. They're making more but I cannot ride this. They can't. So that's the legal company that I talked to Barbara maybe. But you shall be service on a roadway segment. Any project that comes and wants to build on the cost of they cannot. How long did it take? Now how that works for those housing and stuff like that, I don't know. But on paper, based on the way the service we are allowed to deny all the projects. And then once they do that, we want it. But again, the number of businesses that do that, you could say, so
really.
I would like to put it in
Exactly. I didn't want to exactly tell them because we're like 4
Exactly. How you all want to do that by creating the.
So that's, can we say like, can we say balancing development needs,
But yeah,
local,
I'm hearing general plan.
That's I mean, that's
yeah, that's why I say local, we're trying to balance housing, I don't even want to put it housing, it's really development, needs versus local.
I can look for those, because I'm sure there are guys.
It does apply all.
It says this does not cover, again, it's now a little more clear to you, but those guys, they should have I mean, in those meetings, I mean, it's really we talked about it, we talked about it. It's just they didn't want to do it because they didn't see the second chapter, like I remember with Long Beach, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, they had the exact same conversation. We're like, hey, this is
That's why I'm saying housing alone.
and it's not
It really is commercial.
like they had something similar to that. Developer said, hey, we can't do it. So, hey, we can't do it. This is well, just copy paste. Instead, you guys understand that. That's what they did. The one that I don't know how much they're change the whole. And again, so it hasn't been done.
Responsible to the
That they have like 10 people.
to all those.
Why are we here?
The general plan, you got it.
I mean, Katie, I like her, but
Right, we enhance it, we enhance it, so the subsection strengthen up.
she's not very flexible.
We're reliable.
100%.
Is that the word? Is that the right word?
I don't think she's ever
It's like, it's gotta be.
She's a fair player, you know?
They don't want people to think about it. I want you to think about the condition of the road, or whether it's safe or.
Well, it's almost like the word effective should apply to infrastructure too. And reliable to me is one, it means the storm drains won't go. It means we won't have sinkholes that are rising. Effective means we're gonna have good data. So I would almost line up reliable.
The level of service has a threshold, but the threshold
We
is
don't
not.
sell these satisfied.
Well, with,
You don't satisfy the city, in the lease, and a lot of people are going. So when you satisfy me, I'm like, great, I got what I wanted. Government job, so. We don't want them to think about city service, we want them to just be like, it's like, you go to the water board, right? Water's 250 miles up the road, it comes down, they're not, they've got money, spend, God knows how many hours talking about all the different ways to get there. All the way to the council. When a person turns on the water.
They didn't want to do it, they didn't have the expertise.
To me, that's reliable.
They're just basically ignoring the
I guarantee they sit there
No, I'm not saying.
I just wanted to make sure we were not saying we only want effective city services. We don't want effective infrastructure, but it should be reliable. So put the reliable, effective and reliable.
similar to traffic impact. You have to go check how many trips you have from adjacent communities, what's the collision history of those adjacent communities, rate of threshold, if there is anything that causes injuries, then they have to identify improvements to mitigate that safety concern. See their mitigation. Just make it up. It doesn't exist. But let it fly over. It can even fly over our the correlation between is very different. So I think if you're dropping 500 trips at this intersection, I remember here in the past 5 years, it's safe to say you're making it worse. So you have to do something to make sure these 500 trips are there. Again, why we need to go. But I can see just logic is not horrible.
You know you're gonna get served, you know it's gonna be sporadic, you know it's gonna be consistent. Because it may be effective.
That was one piece, because we have the whole, at that point, we had the school. We have the whole active transportation. That's just one. We have it in the good thing it is for the active. So one of the goals is enhance active transportation. And I said, okay, we have the school, and we have this threshold that we want to meet that goal. And we cannot, they said we cannot create some sort of impact with our goals. We can do this, we can say whatever we project. That, I don't know if that can fly, because that is missing that very relation. Without creating any relation with their impact, whatever transportation, enough like goals a gathering, like we have, they can prove that they're only adding 5 bikes to the road. How am I asking for a whole bike lane as a mitigation? That's why we're here. That's what I'm saying, like, that's what I don't know. That's something we could have. There are like problems. Katie said it doesn't exist, but it exists. And it's there. It's on the website. So again, I don't want to get into a project that's saying you cannot do this too hard. Consultant makes it hard. It hasn't been done. So how are we going to do it? That's what I think you should. That's what I solve that problem. Getting some public health is people intimidated and causing division, there's petty theft, and urinating in public is a health issue. So in my mind, it's public mental health for homeless, and it's the public's right to That's it. I think that's part of the solution. I think it goes. I think just the way I get the bullets out maybe when we define what public health and safety is. I'm not questioning. Just to me, it's a Steve like this. Just come over there. That's what you said. These are focus areas. Is innovation how you do it more than it's, these are the, what do we do? They're all
one of the ones I know a lot of I don't feel comfortable walking down night. Whether they are unsafe or still unsafe.
It's addressing the same challenge,
Yeah.
which is so this really is a deeper dive there.
To generate revenue to address some all the time. Yeah. So it's, for us, we want to make it responsible development and take care of this problem. Add economic vitality.
It's a 2v1, it's a 2 bird one stuff.
So really is development, focus this area. I'm looking at that first one, using kind of some of the words of our city services and economic, and how it sounds like several investments.
We go with the economic. I can see changing the bottom of it.
So I don't know if there's like an overarching focus area that we can talk about.
Because, well, ultimately, where does local control go? To me, I'd love to put local control and responsibility development.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah, but I'd like to explicitly say that. I know I was there with joy,
But
yeah,
so we
I
have
think
to
it's a
have,
nerve
okay,
that hits
but
most of
it's like 5 bullets.
So I don't know whether
And this
it's number
is-
7 economic vitality. I think that's a fair one to put up there. We'll see if we can combine it.
We don't have that.
We don't want to stay within the lines, do we?
Because public safety.
We don't need those things.
Just put a little thing, mayor's prerogative there.
That's right, because public safety I think is a given.
Yeah, I do, but I want to hear from
Public safety, so I agree.
At this point, right, local control, I think local control is local development. There are many that don't fall under state mandates that require us to be responsible on our so I think it's overall, 30,000 feet, there's that, and number one on that list is where is the local.
And to add to that, I would say responsible development is if we do achieve local control, we still have to be responsible and provide affordable housing. Right, totally, so.
Start putting bullet points, guys.
You've done it.
Well, let's just skip this one. Go to mobility.
Going outside of the lines,
Vision in here, provide the, I want to give it a time to be.
Sounds a little specific.
You start with 6, we're supposed to go to 5, you can get it 7.
We're going to happy hour, calls and I'm gonna grab another sparkling water.
So that's the, you need to make a decision on email the people in charge regarding his,
I would say infrastructure, infrastructure, sustainability, more of the 22nd century.
from the whistles I know that.
I want to give it a direction, like we want to start getting, we've been around for 100+ years, water rights, something like that, not in the city, but there's been infrastructure has been around for 100 years. So we have that, so we want to start getting 22nd century, infrastructure, the last 22nd century.
I think I'm going to retire after this year. I haven't called my boss, but I think he knows.
You can sense it.
Yeah.
It's a public decision.
Yeah, well, you know, so interesting thing, my dad was a council.
Enhancement.
He was 60, so he got a lot out. He was senior vice president. Be careful. I only retired from the
Done, got
Public safety, somebody summed it up.
We've been working on that, right, so we had.
Public safety, somebody came up with
I
what?
wonder what your mom's response was.
Well, I can tell you because she was out here, at our house, taking, nobody used to take care of her.
Oh.
No,
Yeah, so
just general public safety.
oh no,
and
my
then
old
bring
start
some-
was just my wife.
Put that down first.
So we just got home.
What about the
Dad's
protection
my mom's here. And there had been no previous discussion. I just retired. My mom was probably more worried about having my son at home.
Oh.
Yeah.
So see, this gets me a place that.
I was trying to learn what's the one house, I guess.
Leave that one
Medical
on.
dentist subject in my house. I want to retire.
Engagement and education.
Really like my job. I probably should have retired a while ago. I think it's
this age, coming to work,
And you said all of it.
which is something that's why I enjoy doing what I'm doing.
We can do this.
I totally rock the rails over there now.
Okay, so we can do it.
I always love when I got thrown in by go take this on. Kind of like
Isn't that safety? Isn't number two public safety?
No, not necessarily Jason. We're trying to figure out.
it's not that possibility here. But it's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
You're not tagging the word public safety.
Yeah, I see a lot of
Yes, I thought it would start with public safety.
I like to challenge far more than
Money's always good.
Money's always good.
But it is, but not enough by itself to keep you running.
it is absolutely not what it is. Not what it is.
Just answer the public, just do it.
I think I've done 3, maybe 4 things. I've been very fortunate. Everyone's in some.
Number 4, communications.
It didn't work a lot, but it's okay.
But if you love what you do, it's more work. It's more
That's the way.
That's gonna be a great part of it, so we can show people, like, people have the app and this is
I'm
actually
thinking to
going
a
by.
meeting
You
not
can
too
actually
long
put it
ago,
out there.
city council.
Thinking about the app,
But
I was talking
it's
about,
it's fun.
people report something, you can click it. Like,
My dad put
you
it
click it and it automatically says safety. Would have Josh, would have
Where
fire
else do
marshal,
you have
would
it
have
tested in?
us underneath.
We don't know what the material is.
Sorry, what's number 4?
Prioritize and streamline.
That's right on the nose. Same with city
That's a rough
council.
estimate. Yeah.
Just put something down and we can
Prioritize and streamline communication methods.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
You gotta prioritize.
Prioritize, streamline communication.
Not just the methods,
If you want to say streamline or prioritize and enhance.
Which one? I think just other people are suggesting all over the place. And start with
People need to know where they can go.
Yeah, like this is does fun. You wanna know exactly what's happening, so you don't go to X, don't go to Instagram, go to one thing. This is where you're gonna find
Maybe, no, we can.
That's just a good, like, it's a baseline statement.
Yeah, it's a basic.
So you've got plans for us, we need a basic plan, so we have
One is environmental health leadership.
you only need 5 of them.
Oh,
Man,
they went to 7, so we're gonna let you go. Then we're gonna compare it to the crowd.
General plan update, or enhanced general plan, or whatever we have. Very good.
Yeah, we are.
Just put continue here, so that way everybody knows already. Yeah, I just want to make sure that people realize that it is a priority. It's not like we're just starting, we're continuing, so that it's.
Continue our.
Prioritize for continuation.
We don't need to use the word prioritize.
Well, yeah, just do continue.
Yeah, continue for continued environmental.
Continue.
Continue environmental health.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know that when they read these, if they read these things, it's like, we really just get started. Oh, that's communication.
I mean, I feel like it should just be because all of these are.
Number 6 is updating the ordinances and general plan, which will get us to balancing housing.
If you have more of a bar, we didn't do that. I don't know if something. Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you go to like the farmer's market that's happening well and doing well, so I say like, hey, just continue doing this exactly what you're doing. This is exactly what we want.
I see this as a choice.
I would think this is like the 30,000
So
foot
it could be that
aspect of it. We tried that one.
city some money
You have to have some
and we'll be
things that
trying to
people
do
realize
it.
that the details are.
You're all focused in the same mode, but not as start here. Things that are so more and more. You gotta shift to
We can have that. Even though it might be part of the fabric. But it's saying it's going
all overlap somewhere, right? That's what I'm saying, it's hard, right? I think we were hung up on, the first group was public health and safety. And like,
What's our number 6? Are we going to
what's
your back? Are we?
quality of life, and like overlap so significant. It was like, well, which right now, which matters, which doesn't
I'm
matter.
not, I'm not against it. What we have is some plan. I think the general plan gets a lot of things. Things that are about. Yes.
general family is a big bucket, right? So you want to make sure that these are front and center.
Oh, yeah.
Once we
Although I think we should just go with our list, since we clearly know
The only problem though is the general plan right now.
it's taking twice as long.
Have that economy. Our ability is to have to get that going. So right now, 35 one of these things relocations right now, where they put it in, we're trying to what we have in our plan right now. We don't get it. Yeah, today.
great point. So it's prioritized.
Also, right, it is. I'm trying to say, not be decision number one, because we want to get into this, we want to do our art thing.
Okay, both groups are basically done. We're going to take 10 minutes. So at 3 o'clock, we're going to come back. We're going to review, come up with our final 6, and then we'll be close to wrapping for today.
They want a safety car.
Yeah, just put a chart over here. All right, we're going to be over here. We're going to go through the focus areas. We're going to compare what each group came up with. Okay, yeah, we're right for together.
Together.
And then I can just turn my seat.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Who's going to be our spokesperson for this one?
Josh, it's someone who hasn't done it, Josh.
And then at the same time, who is going to be the spokesperson for the other? Yeah, we brought it over here.
Give me the microphone, I haven't done one.
There you go. Oh, there he is.
So here's what
There he is.
we're do this one? Here's what we're gonna do. If they read one off and it is the same or really similar, put a check mark next to it, okay? All right, so you're gonna go first, all right, and then kind of take us through the thought process.
You're ready.
Okay. All right, so thought process, had a lot of good conversation, got into the weeds a little bit on some stuff, but I think the weeds is always good to let us know what we're thinking and what our thoughts are, what our purpose is for bringing these up and putting them on the board. So if you look through here, we came up with, I think, 7 altogether. Public safety we put as number 1. I don't know how it got dropped to number 2 after 2 of these, but it did somehow.
We weren't doing it numerically.
But I think one of the key factors for public safety is over here, protection of life, property, and the environment. And that is a pretty encompassing catch-all. We actually use that in the fire services, like our direction. So life, property, and the environment. We talked about like unhoused and all these wildfire, all these other safety issues that are within the city. And so we felt like that was a good catch-all for all of it, for the 30,000 foot view of what we're talking about. Obviously there's more goals and stuff that we included in that. Infrastructure, we talked a lot about infrastructure, and then it was infrastructure enhancement and resiliency. I've heard where that was up here. Talked about safe and efficient mobility for all modes of transportation. So we brought up the 3 different modes that we had and kind of went through them and felt that was a good catch-all as well. Prioritize and streamline communication. We talked about metrics and how we monitor the communication and who we're getting it out to, using different modes, being able to provide different platforms for people to get this information. I think one of the things was a 10-minute video a month that one of the citizens can just watch and feel like they got some kind of information for that month of what the city was doing. So over here was prioritize and streamline communication as the catch-all. Number 5, continue environmental health and leadership. We know environmental health and leadership has been on there before, but we want to make sure that the residents know that we're still doing that. It's something that's still on our priority list, and it's not just another thing we threw up here, that we've been doing it and we're going to continue to do it. Ensuring and preserving community character and economic development. That's, where's that one?
The second one from the top.
Oh, thank you. So with the art and culture and keeping that character of Encinitas is important to us. And then continual strengthening of the general plan. There's a lot of discussion about the general plan. In parentheses, it was housing, affordability, public-private partnerships. This is some of the conversations that we had. And being able to have some control through the general plan of what is going on within our city. So I think that's the 7 that we came up with. Anyone else from the group have anything different they want to say? All right, I'll sit down.
Wasn't the direction 6?
You got 7 too.
We got an extra mirror dot, so we're allowed to go on. It's interesting because we have a lot of the same, it's said a little differently. Maybe some kind of merging will go on. It's interesting, infrastructure, enhancement, and resiliency. Here, it's effective and reliable city services. Same thing, kind of said a different way.
And infrastructure.
Yeah, and infrastructure, with infrastructure. Public health and safety, and we've got health and safety there. Here, the one difference is we call it homelessness, not just serving the homelessness and trying to get them off the streets and make that a better situation, but also by doing that, creating a better situation in our city and in our parks. Traffic and mobility circulation. Alex had said differently in the 2 lines, but both covered. Pretty much straight out preserving and stewarding community character. What Encinitas is, who Encinitas are, this is who we are, where we want to be. Little different, but not much. Environmental and open space stewardship, but we wanted to add shoreline. It's an important part of our character also. Not only adding sand, but also that coastal view and a lot of different pieces to that.
And then a little bit differently, responsible development, kind of spelled out, and economic vitality were our 7. Like I said, a lot of words the same, a lot of places.
Comments?
Very close, very close.
I think each of us probably see responsible and define it differently. What was your dialogue around responsible development?
This is our conversation about what's mandated by the state versus what's the local community, trying to work it out, trying to balance what we do and how we're going to do it going forward, keeping our character, always back to our character through that process. So being responsible in what we do with development going forward.
Responsive to the local context?
Well, so I think, I'm going to dive into this. Responsible development was to look at the big picture development, which isn't just local control. Local control is bullet number 1. Absolutely, it's the first piece. But following below that, it's the design of making sure that things are in the right place throughout the city, that the alignment of our development works with our traffic mobility circulation plans. It falls in with our economic vitality plans. So there's an alignment across the board of a holistic approach, not just city development, but responsibly, so that we're looking 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 20 years down the road. So as mobility modes change it, as the development of the city changes, that we are taking that into account, along with, of course, local control.
Maybe I could just make a comment and get everyone's thoughts on it in that. That ties into our team's continuing strengthening of our general plan, in that we have some planning documents, some ordinances, defer to Anna, which will help us in that area to, if we are aware and get the right advice, to edit and help support what we do so we can do it better as far as being responsive and responsible development. So I wanted to make that connection, even though the words aren't the same. There's a real tie between our 7 and your 6.
So what would be great, because you've done such amazing work so far, is can we now compare, contrast, and come up with 6 or 7 that we all agree on? I think we can, yes? So why don't we take them and kind of take them one at a time, and I'm not sure who wants to do the writing.
I can't read mine.
But we're really close.
Then you become
It's amazing how close this is, so.
Good shot. Okay, what are we writing?
So, infrastructure.
Let's tackle the one about infrastructure, and let's come up with wording that we're comfortable, that everyone's comfortable with.
And Jim, these aren't in an order of priority or anything,
What's that?
They're not in an order of priority?
No, not right now, no.
So it looks like what? Safety, infrastructure first one, then do safety, so anybody? What are the different infrastructure?
So we have effective, reliable city services, infrastructure, and then we have here infrastructure enhancement and resiliency.
I think the way it's written on the whiteboard is pretty well stated. And it incorporates, I think, what we're saying on the yellow board. Let's please step in and disagree if somebody wants to.
No, I agree, yeah.
Cool.
Okay, we're in agreement, this one's good? Look at that. Well done, team.
That or it's like.
I'm gonna do that on my evaluation.
All right, let's talk safety, public safety.
What does it say, public? What?
This one says, public health and safety, fire, wildland, enforcement, homelessness.
Public safety is number 2 on
Oh, right here.
Yeah, public safety.
Public safety, protection of life, property, and the environment.
So if we add those, property, the yellow sheet, the last part, added to the public safety on the white sheet, I think we got it.
So say the words out, how you write it.
So you're gonna say.
Come on down.
Keep it out.
Public health and safety, and we put,
Protection of
for
life.
protection of life, property, and the environment.
And I think that's good. I like
Can we,
that.
when you say and the environment, because we're, just because the environment elsewhere, can we need to dive into that?
Yeah, I can help out with that. So when we, for public safety, when it turns to the environment, we, you know, obviously life and property is pretty straightforward, right? But the environment, you know, we're talking a lot about vegetation management and how that affects our city, and then also not just on the wildland fire, but when we talk about vegetation management, how it affects the native plants, the animals that live within the environment. Like, we have to be cognizant and balance all of that with the public safety as well. So it's not, you know, we're doing vegetation management throughout, let's say, Liebenheim, on all the evacuation routes. That's important and part of the environment, because how we affect the environment, but through vegetation management, could affect other things down the line that we might not be aware of with breeding seasons and all that kind of stuff. So it's important for us to make sure we pay attention.
And
Where it's going is that in the general plan, one of the requirements are all the different elements, and they each have their own primary area, right? And there's a state requirement that they all be consistent. There's a requirement of consistency, and I think of these buckets as the same thing, that you don't have to make each one refer to the other, but we just say public safety and wildfire, and ultimately if you also have another bucket that's saying environment, they're all going to have to be consistent with one another, just like our general plan. And so that's where I think I had the same issue with putting environment in public safety. That really belongs on its own. And what you're really saying is, you know, managing the natural land for the betterment of public safety and et cetera. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I guess where I get concerned is if we start to make these bullet points and we've got environmental written twice in two different bullet points in the lead out, I think that's confusing to a lot of people, even if we dive it out and hash it out in an explanation, whereas maybe the description of life and property is important, and the environmental aspect of that, finishing that statement, is part of, I'm only going to use one of the lists, environmental shoreline open space stewardship or something like that.
I was going to take a shot at putting it all together. So public health and safety for the protection of life, property, and the natural environment. In other words, or wildland, or whatever you want to bring it back to more the public safety portion. Is that we're not talking about the environment in general, like an EAR could include traffic and air and et cetera. You're really thinking about the natural wildland.
I just looked up because I was wondering this word. What if we use the word physical environment? It says physical environment is natural and man-made surroundings in which people live. It includes air, water, plants, animals, buildings, and other infrastructure. So that's what he's trying to protect. I like that.
Physical environment?
Physical
Okay.
environment. Yeah.
So I'll repeat, public health and safety for the protection of life, comma, property, comma, and
The physical.
physical environment.
Yeah, I think I'm good with that. You know, even one of the citizens in here asked me, like, why is traffic mobility not part of public safety? It's really hard to get everything touches public safety in some way or fashion, right? So creating these life, property, environment, and physical environment, I think that's a 30,000-foot view to be able to put all that stuff underneath there. Otherwise, we'd have a million bullet points underneath all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Jennifer, gold star on your chart for the day for that. Well done.
And I want to make sure that homelessness should fit under that category.
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I think we missed some words from the first bullet too on our short list.
City services.
It's in the city services, Iowa city services.
Wait, you know, Parks and Rec is, all right, let's move on to number 3. What are we gonna tackle? Number 3? Mobility, traffic, mobility.
Real quick, I don't want to interrupt Jim, I do have to take off. I'm coaching over at La Costa, but I want to bring up the communication piece. I've talked with Roy about it, I've talked with Jess about it, and Lois. I just want to make sure that, because I'm going to be gone, a part of that communication is, I referenced the old, 13 channels plus UHF era where, one day to the next you could assume that, hey, did you see that show last night because that was the only thing on, but now in this room right now I could almost assume that all of us saw something else last night because there is no consistency in message. And I think when we talk about communication, there has to be a place that if a citizen wants to get communication, they know where to go, one. I'm proposing the app. I would like to get 24-month adoption of 65 to 70% of our citizen residents. For 2 reasons, 2 main reasons. One, majority of the time when they complain, you can press where you want to complain to. It automatically autofills the email to the department head, the person who's going to be handling it, and then on the CC line, either the general manager, the city manager, the deputy city manager, whoever it is, and this council member, so that we're informed on this process, just like Public Works already kind of is, and they've already seen great success. It gives us data that we can use. It gives us a way to feedback to the citizens, and then the other part of this communication is something I call the Know Your City in 10 minutes a month, where we could have a recording that drops the 5th of every month, whatever, the same day every month, so people go, hey, if you watch this in 10 minutes, I can get a minute of updates from the safety, updates from this, updates from that, and it's the same 10 minutes, and in 2 hours of a year, you can know the really, really general stuff, and that follow through is why is, I look at my peers who have too much time, too many things on their life that they can't do stuff, and I could look at them in 2 years and say, are you looking at the app? And if not, if you don't have time for 10 minutes a month to do your civic duty, there's not a lot I can do for you if you're not willing to help yourself. And so a big part of this is to kind of push a resource that people know this is the space that you find out the facts about your city. You don't have to go to X, you don't have to go to Instagram, because they're all kind of different platforms that have different requirements. So the message is sent slightly different. This would be a single location that everybody knows this is the spot that you get the facts from, quote unquote, the people in this room. These are the people that should be on that 10 minutes a month. Whenever that time comes up, I don't know, Christmas, we're gonna, whatever, that's the specific spot. So that's what I meant for communication, and in a short amount of time, we can get a lot of what's turned into splintered communication into a much more streamlined communication. So that's what I meant by it when I first put it out there.
But it allows you to have a central point that everybody points to, so the messaging is exactly the same. Then you can use your social media for a specific social media plan, so it become separate and distinct instead of scattered.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the idea is that, if I look over in that group and there's 4 people, and 3 people start walking one way, the 4th person typically is going to follow, and that's why I said the 65 to 75% adoption rate, because now we know. There's also ways to, from the economic development side, you get to a place where we swipe right, swipe left, and once they do, they get a 10% off a coffee or something like that. So we can start to see, and we can feed that data back. And we can say, hey, 40,000 members have replied on this, and they want the park to do this, or whatever it is.
But just one point of clarification on that. We can't legally, the council members, the electeds, cannot appear with their picture on that, or have our name more than once, I think it is. So there's some very strict, is it Brown Act? It's Brown Act or another bill, but so just,
Correct.
it would be staff that does that.
Which might be even better, because now, Jess already does it for us with our electronic security. She sends it out, and it's the 4 minutes, take a break for your lunch, I think it comes out, and watch this. The idea is this is just once a month, and it's a very specific way for people to know this is exactly what's coming up. It's the meat and potatoes of what you need to know of your city to be a civically aware citizen. Period. That's all.
Well, and I think in the other group, that was part of what we had in mind when we talked about effective and reliable city services, was the inclusion of that communication route. Be it going out in the neighborhoods, being available. Communications, I think, falls under effective city services and infrastructure.
We could add the word communications, so effective and reliable city services, comma, communications and infrastructure. I think that, I'm seeing lots of yeses.
All right, winner?
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go. Ready? Effective and reliable city services, comma, communications, comma, and infrastructure.
All right, fantastic. Okay, next, which one are we gonna tackle? The only thing between you leaving and me wrapping up is getting this done.
Alrighty then. The next one could be safe and efficient mobility for all modes of transportation. And that's what the yellow sheet says, and traffic mobility and circulation is what the white sheet says. So we can combine those together.
Yeah, I think they're very close. Safe and efficient. We like the word circulation also in there. Mobility means the ability to get around. Circulation means efficiency of
The system.
Yeah, flow, proper flow. My blood's mobile, but I like it to circulate. So,
What about,
you know.
no, that was me. Sorry, go ahead, Jennifer. So what about Dave, safe and efficient traffic systems and mobility for all modes of transportation?
Add the word circulation
In the verb
Circulation
sense.
system.
We want it to circulate.
Safe and efficient circulation systems.
Or circulation of. So we're just trying to make sure that people get from point A to point B is as important as the mobility mode.
So you're saying and circulation after mobility. Mobility and circulation for all modes of transportation.
That's the right way to go. Thanks, Dave.
We're happy with that?
I'm getting weary. I'm trying, sorry.
I was going there.
You're very close. I can't cut and paste this really trying.
Okay, while our scribe is doing an amazing job, what is the next one we would like to tackle?
Environmental shoreline open space stewardship and the one on their side.
One on their side.
Continue environmental health and leadership. So you could start with continue environmental leadership for shoreline open space stewardship and health. It's really wordsmithing at this point.
And do we need to continue? These are focus areas, right? So, I mean, we are continuing it, obviously, because we have it there, so we might be able. The stewardship, we really like that word because when Kathy read out the definition, it was just exactly. I mean, we talk about it with the
Habitat?
Habitat. Yeah, it's the perfect word. So I just want to make sure. I'd like to see it in there, but.
So then, Dave, are you ready?
Yeah, where are we?
Environmental.
Which one?
So there's a question whether we need to use the word continue.
Look at the yellow sheet, Dave.
Yeah, continual strengthening.
No, it's the fit.
Continue environmental health and leadership.
So it says continue stewardship.
I'd also add that I think we can steward and be a leader at the same time. Like, I don't think, yeah.
Continue leadership and stewardship of environmental health, shoreline and open space.
Taking all of this at the end. But we're gonna start with continue.
Yes, continue environmental leadership and stewardship. Maybe start over on,
Yeah.
Can I maybe take a little whack at it? What if we put stewardship of our environmental natural resources?
But get leadership in there too.
Okay, so
Stewardship.
stewardship and leadership I can't say this, of our environmental natural resources.
And then I think Joy had it leadership and stewardship, and I kind of like the leadership first.
Okay, yeah, I like that better.
Grammatically.
Yeah, leadership and stewardship of our environmental natural resources. I got it out that time.
Leadership and stewardship. Okay.
Of our environmental natural resources. So that could be like our open space, the shoreline.
So the one reason we went environmental, comma, shoreline and open space is the idea was environmental had all the environmental quality cap. Shoreline was specifically in there to bring in sand replenishment as a main focus. And then open space was the concept of our open space stewardship, acquiring more open space. So I think it lends itself. So I would stick with that wording of environmental, comma, shoreline, and open space. But the rest of the wording was great.
Everybody good with that? You guys are getting tired. Yeah. Do we need to go run around the building?
Can you repeat it just one more time?
We're on the home stretch.
Leadership and stewardship of our environmental, shoreline, and open space natural resources.
Leadership and stewardship of our environment, shoreline, and open space.
Yeah.
that way it's more inclusive.
Environment, shoreline, and open space natural resources. It's not a comment.
And stewardship of?
Yes.
We'll see what it makes it.
Sorry, you have to follow Dave Knopp notes.
Yeah, so Dave.
Alrighty, what do we want to tackle? What's the next one? I see development up here, economic vitality, community character.
Yeah.
We got the public health one already, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to propose, as Dave is finishing up there, that we think about the ensuring and preserving community character and economic development. And that would pull in also economic vitality. So vitality is a good word as well.
So ensuring and preserving community character and economic development, which takes care of those two.
I like the word vitality, economic vitality.
I like that too.
I like vitality, yeah. Cooler word.
And
Yeah.
we're putting vitality in.
It's a bigger, broader word.
Otherwise, we like the way it's written.
And that fits because the economic vitality will keep all the businesses that are part of the character.
Okay, we're going with that.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Number 5 on the new board.
Yeah. Oh, true. What do we think, team? What's next?
Gotta do development. Gotta do.
That's what I'm thinking.
Development in there, yeah. Yeah, what about, I was gonna say responsible development by strengthening of the general plan.
I feel like that's a little
too specific. Like, that's one of the things we're gonna do to ensure responsible development. Responsible development, again, doesn't just refer to local control, it refers to designing the future, putting these economic resources in the right place. So it's a holistic concept. The general plan is a part of a very specific piece of that and a tool to guide that. It's not what responsible development is.
So
I agree.
okay, so could we consider then something like continually strengthening plans and tools, somebody will have a better word, for responsible development, and that could include ultimately the general plan ordinances. It could also include housing affordability, public-private partnerships. Ultimately, but not as a part of the focus area yet.
Can I try a different one? How about, I like the word ensure. Ensure adherence to the general plan while implementing responsible development. And that's the end of the statement, but that includes, you also said housing affordability, public-private partnerships. We talked about that too, so ensuring adherence to the general plan, which we have to do legally anyways, while implementing responsible development.
I'm not sure, I might suggest adhering isn't the word that our group was going for, because we were thinking more of enhancing.
Okay.
Making it stronger.
A stronger word indicating there's some action that can be taken to fortify.
How about strengthening and adhering to the general plan while implementing responsible development?
Yeah, that's there for me.
Oh,
Don't ask me to repeat it.
You better, you're gonna like 6 times. I heard the word ensuring started.
Yeah. It was ensuring, and what was it? And
Strengthening and adhering
yeah, strengthening
to the general plan.
The team over here
No insuring, Dave.
And I couldn't.
Strengthening and adhering to the general plan. Okay, pick up Bruce. I got implementing responsible development.
This proves why we need a city manager.
Strengthening
and adhering.
Strengthening and adhering.
I think adhering, no, I can't don't even know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Adhering to the is a given. I just kind of whispered that in my ear, but I think you're trying to say implementing maybe or something where is more active to make sure that it's complied with.
I want to make sure in our goals that the general plan is the pinnacle and it's there in every decision we make. And I felt like for the last couple of years while I've been involved, that the strategic plan almost took over, and I would read more in staff reports about CAP and HAP, and nothing or not enough about the general plan. But if I go to the Planning Commission reports, they all have general plan adherence. And so it's a fundamental focus that there's one document we should all agree on, because we have to adhere to it, and that's the general plan. So, and if we need to change it and strengthen it, we should be working on that too. So I like the way this came out better than what we did, where we just used 2 words.
And then number 4, is that correct? I thought I did it after open space. I didn't think we had natural resources at the end.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I just want to double check. No, we did not.
That's it?
And then on number 4, cross out at the
I think I said
end.
while implementing responsible development.
We could change, yeah.
Is that what I said, or?
Strengthening and adhering to the general plan
Yeah.
while implementing responsible development.
While implementing, yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it goes in front of that, but okay.
Does that address your, Jim, does that address your comment though?
Responsible development.
And then Jennifer, on number 4, cross out natural resources at the end of number 4. That ends after open space.
The other tools.
Stuff around.
Natural resources gone?
Stuff around. Yeah, backwards. Yeah.
responsible development.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you can do that. No, the wild stakes.
Oh.
Now we've got a really good team on this. For number 7, I think we're talking about communication.
Hands-on city manager, right?
Dave's like, go away.
No. All we need is 5 council members telling her what to tell Dave, right?
There you go.
And we can see whether or not it works.
All right, I think we have one more we need to cover, is that?
I think we have one more. What I'm seeing on the yellow list we haven't picked up yet is communication. Am I right?
We added it here.
Ah.
Yeah, we added it there.
Everybody happy? Little round of applause for the hard work. All right, we've got like 2 things left that we'll go over, but we're not going to do any more really hard work, okay? Get up here.
Nice. Steve screwed up. Steve really messed up that board.
All right. I think there's two more slides, and I think that's it. So I want to talk just a little bit about this concept of PACE. This is something that's all over our website, and we talk about a lot in our organization with other organizations, is at the end of the day, we need to have performance. Right? We all have to perform. We have to perform at a high level. We got to bring our best game all the time. And you know, somebody once told me, you know, and I love this, is I just don't have 100% today. It's like, what do you have? I got 80%. Perfect. I need 100% of that 80%. Right? So that's what's really important. Alignment. We talked a lot about alignment here today. We talked about clarity. So you have to be crystal clear. You're not going to be in alignment unless you're completely clear. That allows you then to execute. Ties right back into the model we talked about this morning. Okay, so we're going to wrap up, and here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to go around and each person just give me how you're feeling about today, and is there like an aha moment or a takeaway, you know, something that you're going, okay, that was worth my time today. And we're going to end up, Mr. Mayor, with you. We're going to start over here, and we're just going to go around the room. Do you have a microphone?
I think mostly the collaboration is the one thing that is just really sticking out, and how key it is to communicate, and how important this is. This is actually my first one that I'm attending, so it's been really useful to me to just hear the natural conversation occurring, and it gives me ideas in my head, and so I've been appreciative of that.
Appreciate the teamwork together. I mean, it's, the directors, the team, the executive team, you know, we work as a team all the time, but we work kind of for the city council, so it's nice to do it together, to have that teamwork going on all in one place, all together. So appreciate that opportunity.
I really appreciate the comprehensive goals that will help us move together in a really positive way. And I think that what the teams come up with, all the way from the vision to the mission to the goals, covers what all of us do. And that's really powerful.
I appreciated the small group work, and then seeing that we were able to come together and compromise and agree on what the right wording was, but that ability for us to kind of bring our different visions together into one.
I actually appreciate the understanding of what the roadmap is for the future. That helps us a lot to guide us through the process and ensuring that we are all on the same page in regards to what we want to accomplish for the city on different departments.
And for me, I observed the synergy that was in this room was pretty amazing. Like, we don't really get to interact with the city council very often in an environment other than briefings or at the city council meetings, and seeing the two groups come back with very similar, ideas and vision goals was really impressive to me. I thought it was a great experience, and the time just went by. It flew by today for me, so appreciate it.
Alrighty, for me, it's the open and honest communication among everybody, and also the teamwork to get down to these goals, because it's truly going to help me get my team aligned so we can accomplish those objectives.
I think for me is the clarity that in terms of the council's vision, their why statements, the individual, the mayor's why and the council's why, and also for us to share our why. I think it's important for us to have that clarity of clear expectations. So.
For me, Tom stole my words, synergy. Even though we had two separate groups, if you look at the alignment, very similar. We're coming together, working together, and I like that. That we're all rooted from the same goals and to the benefit of the city as well as the citizenry.
From the perspective of leadership at the city, I really benefit doing this once a year because I've got an arc of experience with 4 other years before here, and have seen some really positive evolution and also some really good, strong strength continuing through all the years. This is a really good opportunity to tune up where we're at, to bring in new people, but also to hear new ideas. So in that, I think it helps us build trust and respect so that we can bring our individual ideas forward and also see then how we can work together with common goals and keep everyone whole.
I would echo what everyone else has said, but I would also say that the day did fly by. I've been in some of these where it's been very slow, but the day did fly by. It's nice to see everyone share ideas. And then it's also just a great opportunity for staff. I think Jim said it is about change. You know, we're changing direction and there's changing ideas. And so it's nice to get the background to that, to see where everybody's coming from and be on the same page and understand what the thought process is behind that. So I really appreciate that.
So my 2 words, number 1, I'm grateful to have had the residents come and be able to talk to us. I'm grateful for City Council for being here and being able to share our ideas and thoughts. I'm grateful to have this wonderful, amazing executive team that has such great insight and adds so much to the community. I'm grateful that we had other staff members who were able to attend because again, we're all a team and we're all going to come and be united. The other word I have is proud. I am so proud of everyone in this room for the thoughts and sharing, and it's been open and honest. There have been some laughs and smiles. I mean, we show that strategic planning can be completely fun. I am very thankful for our facilitators, well, Mr. Ponder, for helping pull this together. So just couldn't be more proud to be part of an organization that truly, truly cares about our community. So thank you.
I am happy that, I feel maybe, I don't know what I was expecting from this, but what I got from it is that when it was the council over there and staff over here, or not staff, I'm sorry, it was the executive team, it was, we weren't wildly off. I mean, we all really were here, we are here for the city. There wasn't anything that I saw that was like, oh man, they're going in a different direction. And I love that. I love that that NCS is in the heart of what we're doing. And for me, that's what the council, we all want. And I know that that's what you guys want, as I see what was written up there. And I love that everybody was so willing to just talk it out. I mean, like I said, I don't know what I was expecting, but I love that we were all looking in the same direction. I think it makes me hopeful for what we can accomplish in these, well, at least for me, in the next 20 or so months.
So I've always thought from day one that we have the potential to be super team, dream team, whatever you want to call it. And teams take trust. Like, core of teamwork is trust. And for people like myself who are newer to City Hall, I'm trying to build that trust. I'm trying to build that relationship and come across. And it was great to have commentary from staff, to see us come up with the same words about things, find that common ground that we all share, to the point where, to Tom's point, and a few people mentioned this, we got in our small groups and we came back together. Our lists were almost identical, with a few exceptions of verbiage. And it was so encouraging for me. Instilled a lot of trust that I was, frankly, personally concerned about creating, and like, how am I going to do this? And just, it was such a great feeling to say, like, okay, we can be this dream team. The foundation is there, and we can do a whole lot with it. I think that was among the amazing things we put up on these boards today. That was a highlight for me. Getting to put another building block of trust in our relationship with all of us. And so I appreciate everybody's input today, and I hope we continue this tomorrow with even more input from everybody. And I'm grateful for that. That's my own personal gratefulness in this.
All set? Wow. I'll tell you, I have 5 points. Number one, the participation. Everybody stayed engaged all the time. I'm blown away. I've done this before. It was the best participation I've ever seen. And that's because you were buying in, we are buying in. Number two, I came to the realization that there is such consistency between staff, executive staff, and the council, mixed council. I loved how you shifted people around, and yet we all saw that it was the same message, almost verbatim. That was just crazy. And the third point is, and it was the same message despite having some fundamental changes in direction. In other words, I feel like it's the direction that we all thought we should have been on, with minor tweaks, course corrections, and so that was the third point. Fourth point was, I was getting pushback from people out in public going, what are you going to do? You need to tell us exactly what you're going to do to win. It's like, well, no, not this kind of thing. This is our one opportunity as a group to get together. We want to do it once a year, and I love the fact that we need to repeat this once a year, and it's a great coalescence of where we need to go. But the time flew by, and I think we needed the amount of time we took, and I think we were efficient and fast, but it was amazing the amount of discussion and the type of discussion. It took that to get the people here, all of us together on one relatively new or somewhat new direction. And the last one was, and I said this to one of the groups earlier, amazing the number of smiling faces the whole time. That I have to admit, even in my corporate world, I don't always get, I get a few stragglers, especially with engineers going, they don't want to be here. Everyone looked like they wanted to be here, they participated, everybody participated. That's how we get to this single vision alignment, so I'm really impressed with that. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you all. From my standpoint, it was the interaction and the smiles. And one of my goals whenever I do something like this, I want everyone to be heard. So I hope everyone here felt heard today. And what you said mattered. And people really took what you said and what's valuable. And I do some keynotes once in a while, and I love to bring up the very first slide is a super high resolution up close face of Yoda. Right? And with no explanation. And everybody's kind of looking at that, and I go, here's the thing about Yoda. He has wisdom. Why does he have wisdom? He's 900 years old, so he has wisdom. My dad used to always tell me, you just haven't lived long enough to have the wisdom. But what we have in the room is collective wisdom. And that's what's critically important, and you can't replace it, you can't buy it. So taking what everyone knows and working together, and that collective wisdom, you can't beat it. You just can't. So thank you for a great day. Now, little bit for tomorrow. I would recommend taking a snapshot on your phone of the focus areas. Because the first thing we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to dive into the goals that tie into those focus areas. And so that way you can start kind of thinking about that and giving it some thought tomorrow. And we're going to jump into that. And It's going to be a great day. Thank you for a phenomenal day today. And that wraps today.
So is anybody headed back to City Hall? I don't have a car. Peacefully.
I'm going to put the recorder up here today. And it is going, the recorder's going, Mayor, so we're ready whenever you are.
Going all right? How you doing this morning? Good. Me too. Yeah, there we go. I'd say if we can do something maybe not this big and grandiose, but half a day, once a quarter. Somehow to get kind of get all the ducks headed in the ring the same way. You know what I mean? It was good stuff. Updates to this probably. Yeah. Do you have to have public comments every time? Prerogative. I say we could, if you did it once a quarter, you could probably keep comments to a minute, just to like update. It's more of an update to us. It's a continuation of the specifics.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's so good to be able to talk over a microphone this early in the morning and it wakes you up, right? What I like to do is that we get started is I want to just go around and have everybody give me one word, no explanation, about how they're feeling this morning. So we're going to start with the mayor and just one word.
Jen, a roll call, please.
Oh, sure.
So this is a call to order roll call for the joint meeting of the Encinitas City Council and San Diego Water District. I'll start with City Council. Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio.
Present.
And Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
And then San Diego Water District Board is President Lyons.
Here.
Vice President Ehlers.
Here.
Board Member O'Hara.
Here.
Board Member San Antonio.
Here.
Board Member Schaefer.
Here.
Please note for the record that all members of the City Council and the San Diego Water District are present, and San Diego Water District Board members do receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening water district meetings pursuant to San Diego Water District Resolution 89-07.
Okay, thank you. All right, so one word, no explanation, how you're feeling this morning. Staff are going to do the same thing, so grab a microphone. And why don't we start right here?
Good. Stewardly. Excited.
All right, that was gonna be my word, but okay, enthusiastic. I've had a moment to think about it, so I'm going to coalescing.
I'll use encouraged.
Eager.
Engaged.
You're sitting next to each other.
Reflective.
Reflective.
Productive. Optimistic.
Collaborative.
Hopeful.
Excited.
Comfortable.
Intentional. Oh gosh, there's too many good words. You guys are taking them all. Excited.
Rejuvenated.
United.
Collaborative. Ready.
Informed. Excited.
All right, did we get everyone? I think our work's done here then. That's incredible, and it's really exciting to hear those words, because those aren't the words we always hear when we're working with teams and groups. Oftentimes it's overwhelmed, etc., and we didn't hear any of that, and that's exciting. The slide that's up here, Reflections Overnight, is for a very specific reason. It is often when we do the type of work that we did yesterday, it was a lot. You look around the room and you look at all the work that was done and all the brain power that went into getting to where we were yesterday. But sometimes you go home and you think about it and you chew on it and think, yeah, there's a couple things I'd like to say or some ideas. And so this is your opportunity to do that before we move into the meat of the day. So anyone who would like to share anything? I know Jim has something.
Yeah, feedback. I had something, we all worked together in different groups yesterday. We put all these mission statements and whys and everything up here on the board. And I kind of got home and something I didn't sit well with me. An action I took, and I wanted to start the day off on the right foot. Part of what we're doing is building strategic planning here, but we're also defining our relationship. Like city manager, council, staff, council, city service, Josh, and everybody else. Good luck, Josh. Sorry, you got me earlier. No, but in all seriousness, and we when we broke up into groups, one of the things we did was we talked about our mission, and we said staff came back with provide guidance and implement the city council's decision and policies with transparency and accountability to the community. And I got into the conversation of guidance, and I want to make a change to what I said. And part of this is coming together and having that connection, that discussion, and leaving here on the right foot. And I stand behind what I said about guidance, and I feel really comfortable about that. What I don't feel good about it, and I feel like it falls on me, I didn't advocate enough for a better definition that truly represents all of you. And what I mean by that is I've spoke to all of you about experts being experts. Talked about the dream team yesterday. And I think all of you truly are experts. And I think Marco maybe touched on it. We have to be jack of all trades, but we're masters of none. And all of you are the masters of what you do. Whatever it is in City Hall, and probably other things we don't even know about that hopefully we get to know about over the time. And I'll tell you, I lost sleep about it. This is where we've changed guidance to information. And that didn't sit well with me. It's not what you do. It doesn't give you the credit that you deserve for who you are and the expertise you bring. So if it's all right with you, I'd like to change, provide information, implement city council issues and the rest of that from provide information to provide expert advice and information. Because I think that's really what you do. I know it's a small thing, but I think it's important to acknowledge that. And if I didn't acknowledge that, I apologize. Yeah, I regret that I didn't do that. But I want you to know that that's how I feel. And if I implied anything else, and it's okay with you, I'd like to change that to provide expert advice and information. That's my reflection. I hope that's okay to say. If you have questions about it, definitely be able to follow up. But I'm going to make that change unless anybody disagrees.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's give Jim a round. I surveyed the team over here and I see the nodding heads. Gosh, I feel like I'm gonna get emotional, and that's okay because that's what we're supposed to do. Watching the team and watching council right now over this last day evolve, it touches my heart. it touches my soul. I've been here almost 9 years. I know other people have been here longer, so I am just going to speak from the heart. But watching this team evolve and watching evolve with this new council, it's just, I went home last night and just the biggest smile on my face and talked to a couple people, and the feedback and the inclusion of this wonderful team in this council. We're already doing amazing things in this city, and I just think that we have no ceiling on what we're gonna do. And I'm just so hopeful for today. Jim, thank you for that. Like I said, I do speak from the heart, and I am just so excited, and I just appreciate this open, honest communication. And you know what? I know that the residents are gonna feel this because I'm feeling this. So I just wanted to, just after Jim spoke, but the team, thank you for that. Thank you for all this support. And I am so excited as an action-oriented person, so excited for goals today. And thank you, staff, your input. I saw shaking heads, so if it's okay, you guys are good with that change, right? Yeah, okay, so, all right, I think I'm done being emotional for today, but thank you. Thank you for indulging me in that.
All right, thank you, thank you. Any other comments, thoughts overnight before we dive into our work today? All right. Well, we are going to get at it today. These are the goals from last year. So I just put them up there for reference because what we're going to do now is we're going to dive into the goals for the focus areas we came up with yesterday. And so, word of caution. We're looking at goals. We're not looking to get into the weeds. We're not looking to solve. We're looking to say, here's a focus area, and here are 1 or 2 key goals that we want to accomplish this year. If you want to have a separate flip chart for things further out, but the beauty of doing this today and doing it together like we did yesterday is you can sit right there with your council members and with staff, and as you talk about these goals, you can debate, yeah, we can do that. Wait a minute, hang on. We have a city to run, remember? And so we have some other things to do. So that's what's going to be, so to me, so great and exciting about doing this together and collaboratively. And then a little bit later this morning, we're going to have a discussion about collaboration moving forward and what does that look like. So here's what we're going to do. This is what we came up with yesterday. So we're going to break up again, and I'm going to leave it to you to please just mix up the groups. Half over here, half over there. This half is going to take the top 3. This half is going to take the bottom 3. And you're going to work one by one through. I'd like you to just put a simple title on a flip chart and come up with 1 or 2 key goals, because it is impossible to do everything. So really be thoughtful about what do we want to accomplish this year in order to keep moving forward. Does that everybody make sense to everyone? Any questions? And we'll do a very similar process, and we'll come back together. We'll look at those goals. We'll make sure that everybody's in alignment around those goals, and those will become what will become the tactical plan that your staff, your subject matter experts, thank you, Jim, we'll come back and say, here are the steps. So let's not get into the steps. So I'm going to count on each group to have someone that says, oh, hang on, we're going off the rails here. Okay? So let's break into, yes?
Can you say that again? Can you repeat that, the difference between goals and everything?
Yeah, so goals, these goals are, well look, let me go back a slide. I'll give you an example. So 100% affordable housing, choose site, define project, explore funding options. Those are those 3 really, they're big, the key bullets underneath that. Staff would come back with a tactical plan to say, all right, here's what we need in order to choose a site. Here's what we need to define that project. Here are some funding options, some grants that are available, whatever it may be. They're going to come back to you with that tactical plan. So let's not get into the tactical plan today. This is what we're looking for. What's the goal? And a couple of key bullets below that. That explain it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's break into 2 groups, and we have plenty of time to work on this. This is the meat of what we've been working on. So we're gonna work on that. Thank you.
Not all the public comment people.
Oh yeah, I gotta put it back on. Yep, that's why it's there. Just one quick reminder is the language of today is yes and, right? If somebody makes a recommendation and you're not sure, it's yes and, did you think about, right? We're not using any closing off comments today. We're really being open and working with one another.
Do we go right down the line? Do we have one more? Top three. Do we want to go left to right, or is there one that's a little bit closer to the tip of our tongue?
Up one in the middle, so now we look at the focus areas, Anybody have preference on that, or start with that? Do it. We're doing the bottom.
Do you guys like to go from start to finish, or do you guys like to go target oriented and back to the plan? That makes sense. I mean, they go out a little bit and say like, so what? I guess the question is the residents, right? What do they expect? Where we are, and I usually give it a number like 0 to 10. I've already asked everybody here what's the top 3 cities in California. You know, you can rank that. Why would it be a 9.5, 10 if you're up there, obviously in the top 5. So, effective, reliable city services, communications. I think one of the big ones, we're in the middle of communications. I think just being a citizen that's kind of come into relatively new. I think there's a lot more going on that I didn't know about. And so I think the big word in there for me personally is not supposed to make people a lot different. I think it's just how we make sure that people get the understanding. I'll just use homeownership right now. So, email that Dr. Watts sent out that they did this last weekend and going out there and encampments and stuff like that. I think just if people heard that, the amount of emails I've gotten, if they would have seen that, they'd just be ecstatic that something got done, they got heard, something got, you know, and now, right now, like, there's no way to go back to all of those people that are feeling that to know that it's happening. So, personally, I think we are really people. I think when you walk into, I'll just say when you walk into the front office there, I don't think there's a lot of people there a lot of times, so if you're coming in to see somebody, it's kind of a ghost town at times, depending on when you walk in there. It's not the center lobby, the front desk, reception desk. Yeah, on the left side, not making it specifically in the middle, the far left, the northern portion of the building. Like planning services, fire services, if you walk in there, there might be somebody up there.
I think when you walk into City Hall, no matter what you're there for, there's a glass door that's open, and it feels very separate. And how do we, as council and staff, make that connection to the outside so that people come in and they don't feel like they're being held away from information, or they don't even feel like they come in. But how do we make that connection not only happen but make it clear? Like I know Luke and I have talked before, like I think half the reason people don't participate in the council meetings because they don't understand the agenda. You don't have legal speak, and you're the average person, you're reading the agenda.
You don't know that, like you got all these other things that have to get done.
Or, you know, the challenge of communication that you experience. Because you're on the end of receiving
a lot of information out there, because even after people receiving that information, and so, you know, you figure there is 60,000 1,000 plus businesses. They're all busy, they're all doing stuff. And I've experienced this in my own city, I've worked in several, a couple other cities, the same thing. You can do your best effort to put all that communication out there. Most of the time, people don't pay attention as long as they're fine until it's in their backyard or it happens to them. Or, you know, it's just like an example I'll give, like rates. You increase the rates, you have notices, you put all that information out there. You can do whatever you want to do. I get my first bill where my rates are up, and then that's when it's like, when did this happen? How did this happen? Nobody told me, it was a secret. So I think that's where the difficulty is how do we can't force people to get this information, but how, what's an avenue that maybe might encourage that?
Where we've been successful, one of those that's really helped us is QR codes and meeting them where they're at with information. So if you look at marine safety, for example, State Beach Day, now at all beaches, we have QR codes that give you information on earth currents and stingrays and things, and people are using that. The same thing with, I think it's really important that anything we share, we meet them where they're at. Another thing that we look at is a map of all of the in-progress construction taking place in the city construction. And I think having a way where we're meeting them where they're at with that, where they can know that information's there for them will be really helpful. We got positive feedback on that for the people that look at it, but again, there has, there's a missing connection where not everyone's seeing.
The LA fires,
So,
where they kickstart.
you live in East, where do you live? Where do you live?
Fear of
Come on, Valley.
we have people calling complaining about.
Okay, do you guys know those cities as well as you know our city?
Because they see trees.
Well,
Do you even look up there, like, do you even go to the council meeting?
Well, see,
Do you?
so that's
I
a-
mean, no, question, I just.
No, that's a great point. So I was just gonna say, like in my head when she's talking, I'm like, I only know what goes on in cities. I did work there.
Okay.
But most of the time, I know more, I mean, except for not living here, I spend all my time in Encinitas.
Yeah.
I shop here, I socialize here, I do. So other than having a physical residence and paying taxes here, I'm in Encinitas more than I'm in Vista.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to say, is like, so
Well,
how do we bridge that gap?
Well,
Like,
so the point is, I don't really know again in Vista until, again, I'm getting those notices.
Backyard.
I'm not making them, it's not until all of a sudden it's like, oh,
Yeah, but it's
my
that
bill
education.
came in my hands.
You're too busy
I wasn't
running
paying
Encinitas,
attention.
you don't have time to look at what you're,
So
when
I
you
guess
got
that's my
notified.
point, is a lot of people are busy day to day, so unless it really impacts them, how do you get people to look at information before?
So I go back
Yeah.
to kind of what you're saying, which is like meeting them where they're at.
Yeah.
And I guess the question then becomes, how do we identify everybody's beach? And then the other side of that is QR codes are very, I don't see trendy, but they're definitely, it's a cool factor to them, right? Like, oh, I got my phone out. And
Oh, slash.
like how is making it a cool, how important is it being cool to get them to engage versus just being informational?
Something that comes to mind is people are, like right now this morning, right, we're all trying to get here, but also school is getting started. So there's parents who are going either to the freeway or going to schools in the morning. I don't know if it's their digital sign up front, but there might be something like that where, hey, I'm not saying no, you're saving 10 minutes a month, it's a flight for that. But something where, people that are getting on the freeway in the morning, they're sitting there at Manchester, or all the different spots, and you're there for a little bit.
I have a good example of that. So before I started working in the city, I lived in Arcadia, and I was so when we talk about community character, there was a banner, and where I go and be aware of this, the Development Services Department plan and put it up about the general plan. And it was moving across the rail bridge, and I saw it, and it was informative to me, because I didn't know where they were discussing the general plan, because I was doing the work all the time coming home.
Yeah.
But I saw that when it comes to stewardship.
And I think that's where you say meet people where they are, or there are. I think there are a lot of times they're in their car in the morning or in the evening. I'd say the morning's probably a little bit better hour, just because
element.
You know, there's probably doing one of these or stopping or get out of the way. Combination thereof, but there might be a point there where I think a lot of people are willing to listen to talk radio. So there's something to that where they're in the morning, they're willing to enjoy their cup of coffee, relax and kind of take in a bite-sized piece. And you know, heavy rip currents today because of whatever the situation is. And again, it has to be Snapple cap. I don't think we try to inundate them with, but
to your point, even to what you're saying, like, most, if not all of our modifications that we send out, it's about something that's going to affect or impact the community. So every time they get that notice from the city, they immediately have this adverse reaction. Right. So why not just, it's more of, let's push out positive information about the city so that they can, so when they get something from the city, it's like, oh, this might be something positive. Oh wait, it's my rate, okay, all right. It's that adverse reaction.
I had said people that live in Kansas live 10 years longer. I don't know, something fun, I don't know, whether it's true or not.
The more expensive postcards that are sent out, it costs that much more people to look at those. And then we used to have, the registration guide that went out, and I know my family looked at it on a coffee table. So, those, I think that the old-fashioned glossy, but at least sometimes more
Well, I think with the app, I was just thinking, like, I know the economic development was a big one yesterday. I think that they'd be willing to combine these, but I think that the government should be doing the government stuff, the community should be doing the community stuff. Meaning, like, I use the farmer's market in Acadia. That's not something that we did, it's just something the community did, and they've grown it because it's exactly what Acadia is. Monkey, Pollocky, Sunday, casual, it's all of the things that people love about it, so. The idea with the app too, the reason I liked it is because you can get, one, you get data, two, you can get a swipe right, swipe left. Like, do you like this, do you not? It doesn't matter if you like or don't like it, you can get 10% off on it, you can get, you know, some kind of feedback on, you know, back to donut shop or something that's like, oh, that's cool, or now that you did this, you can go do that. So it's kind of this like give and take, we're getting them to interact with us with a, you know, again, Snapple cap. It's just got to be a couple times, and after the course of 6 months to a year, they get used to that. You start to get benefits back where people are now interacting with us. Now that they're working with us, they're talking with us. Now we can send out that, hey, Clark Apartments coming in under 999 units. Like, okay, you know, now that they're already able to send you a couple things or getting us stuff back, now we give them kind of bigger things that are coming.
I think it goes back to people where they're at, is like what communications looking at now. Because I think traditional mail communications, even though that legally is what's required, I mean, I'll say for myself, I don't look at it, and I'll say like my friends and my neighbors, I mean, you talk to them, and they go, I haven't checked the mail in like a week or 2 weeks. And then by the time they go through, they're, you know, they've got this stack, and then they're just tossing in this, you know, everybody does, not everybody, but a lot of people do online banking, and everything is automatic bill pay, so things that we're putting in, inserts and things, half the people aren't getting them because they just aren't automatic. So they're not, the traditional means aren't what's going to reach everybody. It will reach somebody, but not everyone. So what are the other things that we can do? I mean, like homeowners associations, they do communications, they have meetings, your town councils. So is there ways that we collaborate with them so that they're pushing out the same information? You know, we always have to do our legal requirements and noticing, but then it's just another avenue of, hey, this is coming, these are the good things, these are the things to expect.
And don't leave out the other facilities. Oceanside, I went to Oceanside last week, talked about the fact that they've got ball field lights now that are on solar, that they're not even in the system. They don't
What I'm hearing is all ideas, but the overarching goal
but the cost
sounds like it's expand, however you want to word it, communications, like that it just needs to be creative and
more effective.
More effective, more on the positive note. So I guess in summary, like that.
I agree with that, and I think one of the things is for layers, identify people stop and hover on that section of their email, or did they just open it and never read it?
One of the things I think also in the CERT team that for public safety, really in neighborhood watch is another example where you have these programs where people are showing up to learn and about information.
One thing I don't want to move on until,
it would be just a new
one thing we've always talked about is
probably something that hasn't been done in a lot of communities, but where you have something like that about information about the city. So you have each neighborhood
years as we possibly can.
has a representative where it's neighborhoods telling neighbors.
So that's interesting. I started talking to Josh really quickly about it, and then
Yeah.
looking for opportunities like about some of what you're talking about. And we have a certain program in the city, which was every neighborhood had a person who was like the fire marshal of their neighborhood. And bring something like that back and piggybacking the two together, especially with the, I think we could, you know, current atmosphere of the local people are very, like, engaged with their fire person and their fire issues. And so by starting the program and piggybacking the two together, we probably might get engaged.
The meeting where they are, if we take them, and we go to the PO 101, the town councils, all this group, and we get them to adopt it, but I think it's an effective two-way enhanced communication, or I'm not sure. It's a two-way to some level where there's a chance, like, we're doing this, I think that we owe it to ourselves to do this at least once a quarter for this first year while the council's getting results. And I think once we get there, then hey, we can say, hey, do we need it this quarter or not? No, maybe some are being excluded. It's the same thing with that. So now, you know, I know we have districts, not that we're separate, but when he's talking to people in different parts, I can go and hey, they can get the adoption rate, and then from there, like whenever that PCO is working well enough to bring back that.
It's on its way.
The city stuff, so bring the HOAs, I know Dick Stern up at his ranch, I know that all the one-on-ones would be willing to do this. Then we ask them to go get us 6 names or 10 names. And we kind of, I call it rank and file. It's a very like military style of like, there's a reason because this guy can say it and it ripples on down. And there has to be that back and forth, but until they again, I'm going to use swipe right, swipe left. There's no confirmation that they got it. So that's what you're saying earlier. Give them the mailer. We don't know that they got it.
That's where that came.
So then getting back to it on this meeting, it sounds like under this one, effective and reliable city services, communications and infrastructure, the big item on there, the goal is communication. Identify.
I think it sounds like identify there.
Identify how to expand.
And identify how to communication.
Prove two-way effective communication. Say two-way because I want it to be one of those things. It doesn't even have, they don't have to say, they don't have to come in and plan anything. You just have to know that they got it. And there's a way for them to confirm that they got it.
As my saying, relationship building, focus on relationship building and engagement, almost more than messaging. And I understand that, but because that's ultimately what we're looking for. We're looking for them to show up at City Hall for a city council meeting before instead of after. We're looking for them to tell their neighbor correct information. We're looking for them to understand what we're all talking about, and really looking for them to not only come to all of you when they're upset, but actually have all the, be able to come to you with a conversation, have this idea, and I read this, and I want to.
Let's go to the other couple items, just to make sure we don't miss any.
Infrastructure is huge.
Oh, we.
So I think we need to touch on that.
And then, okay, so the reliable city services, are we reliable? Do we think that we're reliable?
And I think that's partly sort of
Yes, that's the goal. One of the tools that I use to be effective is streamline.
There's a reason I pushed this, is because you guys have been so effective and you had such good feedback. 24 hours, they get a notice. Once it's done, they get a notice. Like, they feel good. Man, it's just, I can't say enough good things about that. And you're usually, like, your department specifically is probably the most interactive with the day-to-day life of kid, oh, I need some refrigerator, oh, we gotta get construction done, you know, there's all this stuff. But that kind of stuff, people, how would they know that it's coming? But we don't wanna repave it before Fox Point is done, otherwise it's just wasting your money, so they get the idea, they're smart people, they understand that they have to live their own house and make improvements in their own home. They would get this, they just need to know it and they'll stop complaining, and then our emails get less. So,
I think effective and reliable is in there really for our own sake, just as a self-reminder and a standard we hold ourselves to. I don't know that it needs to be improved on, and we're strategic planning, we're all going through with the assumption that we're effective and reliable and we're all experts. Yeah, and so it's more for us to say like, hey, we're holding ourselves to this. Just so you know, we have this level of standard that we expect, our level of excellence we expect to stick to ourselves.
On infrastructure, I feel like we did a lot of work with the infrastructure task force, so I feel like a lot of that information has been identified already, so now it's what do you do with that information?
Just measuring the day-to-day operations of infrastructure, measurement of infrastructure, there's a lot of opportunity.
there's two ways to think about it. You can go piecemeal and do the infrastructure task force, which is great because we have it for the list. Or we can get to a place where the water districts do a really good job. We've been both very impressed by it. Once they're up on board, now that it's like a 5-year cycle where you're basically always just redoing a little bit every year. Where it's like, if we were to say, hey, this is a perfect world, we tell the state to stop, and we go, hey, we're gonna go from the north, or northwest, and southeast, or whichever direction we said, in 5 years, we're gonna repave every single road, and we're gonna cover maintenance just in front of it. Right, so when somebody said, how come my road hasn't said, hey, October 7th of 2026, your road could be paved. Like, it's happening, it's coming. If there's a sinkhole in the lake, well, that might get, might take priority because we have it, but at least now that person goes, it sucks, I wish it was this year, but they know that it's coming. And the fact that they know that transportation management, people aren't as upset when they know. You know what I'm saying? It's like the airport. If you keep getting delayed, it sucks. You're gonna be here for 8 hours. It's not as bad as if every hour for the next 8 hours. That sucks. If I know I'm gonna be here for 8 hours, I can leave the airport and go do something or whatever, go rent a car. Go see something I've never seen in this town.
What are the
versus everything else, where it was all identified, pre-planned, and then a schedule and everything. So well, not to the point of this, I think there's a way, is there for indicating if you're gonna have a planned schedule?
Just more like the
Resources
actual
assigned
mission
to
assessment.
that, where that's their dedication, to enhance the business, then we have a better success.
I've done a lot of process mapping over my career, and you're skipping right to the end. I've always felt that it's absolutely mandatory that I do the process mapping as it exists today before I go through and see it.
Identifying sidewalks that
Because first you have to, that's the time for us to figure out what all the steps are, everybody understands our steps.
So what would the goal be to go from having 1,000 spots a year to cutting it down to almost within 500?
Improve by a percentage, but you
Yeah.
guys actually this year, it really all you, so.
I mean, for every single metric by the way, right now, it's not like I'm full of the whole thing. No, just in general.
It sounds like a goal is to have an asset management plan in place, which then you can rely on.
Yep.
It'll have all the metrics, so
Yeah.
the goal is to develop a utility plan. The other roads that we need to.
You have a Kentucky let's just say we get like the whole city with brand new, would there be a maintenance cycle that, like, is there a perfect maintenance cycle? I know a vehicle is every 5,000 miles, whatever, like, it's pretty standard, right? Is it like a 5-year cycle for the whole city to get kind of? Okay, so call it a 5-year cycle. That would be the end goal. Yeah, so the end goal is to get us to a place where we are on the 5-year cycle and not chasing it. Right now, we don't have it, we're not there yet.
Well, then that also comes down to streamlining, so that is, that's budget, so as that expansion.
So,
I'm gonna add one more piece.
Don't kick me into the other room, I'm just saying.
I'm gonna add one especially, what does it look like? How do we,
Yeah, but at least
back
it's-
up.
yeah.
If I want to put a plug in that wall right there, it was way easier to do before they sealed it. Right? If I knew I was getting the plug, I should have put it in there when we had the chance to do it. Right now, if we go do, we gotta rip the wall out, put the plug in, probably find where the wiring is. It's a whole 3 times as much of a project. How is it that all of you, we talked about the technology moving forward, obviously finances, meeting your day-to-day issues, you don't have to go back and do redundancy. You're seeing these things coming down the pipe as far as upcoming changes to codes, to different things that the city's doing. How do we work together in this aspect to include that aspect into how do we make sure that we include those forward-looking aspects that are either coming at us or we're thinking this would benefit us because we want to preserve the environment or because the state law is going to change, whatever it is. How do we make that and make sure that when we do this management planning,
It's to have a plan in place that first it looks at what is the lay of the land, what are the gaps, what's missing. And then once we identify those, then we come up with a plan, okay, here's the plan to get these things in place. Here's what we plan budget from a budget standpoint. Here's what's going to cost, and then it gets to your suggestion of a 5-year plan, 10-year plan.
Well, you're saying the planning, so we get this, so we went to planning and we see the infrastructure, well, we need the planning, well, we need the policy first to get the inclusionary fees, the development fees, that's some of the money that we need, right? Because horses already run at the top, well, here's my laundry, it needs to go up there too, so take it with you.
And that's the planning piece where you're involved.
Yeah, policy, yeah. So we can help you start getting from the funding, help the planning, make sure the infrastructure. We should have a date in mind that like when should we, just saying, when should we be hoping to get a 5-year? I'm not sure it's 28, or let's put it out there, but let's get all of these things figured out. Almost legitimately, when John Smith walks in, my address in this spot, when is my shit being repaid? We already know.
Maybe that's the goal.
Next year?
Or this year?
Oh.
The asset management plan, I think that we're mentioning is going to provide all of the data. And it's fire review. Team effort.
That's what scares me a little though. Jake says like, oh, no more. Like, it says, we're talking about it's in the work. It says we're 60 will be our baseline for, and I'm not asking
for our facility.
Sure, not yet.
Yeah, that's not.
That's the goal. Well, yeah, open it up.
So what,
The
so for that
process
second
and
box,
looking at how we're doing
what is
it.
the most important, because we're not gonna have, just so you know, you're not gonna line your top.
I don't want it to be like completely out of the
Thing that we have to have, what is the top goal for that center?
Not necessarily.
I might have missed it.
My suggestion is from a council
Right, the process of
perspective,
managing this step.
from a policy level, this is where you can get into getting into where you want to go in terms of, hey, I want in 5 years or in 10 years, this is where we can do that from a policy standpoint through the management.
So I've asked all the departments when we first started, where are we ranking? Top, where are the top 3 in the country? State of California, are we the top 3? I think certainly we are, maybe not. So I think one of the goals, going back to the point, is identify where we are on a 1 to 10 scale, however, whatever scale we want to use, identify where we are in each department. Then as a city as a whole, right? Because finance is different than infrastructure versus planning versus right? We're not all in the same area, so identify what each department is as a, and then as a city, comma, and how do we improve by 5% next year? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, right, so that means you have to create the metric. I don't know what that means to you guys, but that means we know what we need to do, we know where we are, right? We know where we are, and then we can improve by 5%.
That's all you want, you don't have to go back.
Now we're at least heading in the right direction, and the next year we can go back and say, hey, let's just continue by 10%.
I know that we're talking about
That's the whole idea.
governance, but that's some insights as to
Is that a
whether
goal?
there's a
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but I said.
So this will get you that baseline that you're looking for. And then once we know what our baseline is, then the council can say, okay, our goal is to go 5%, 10%, and that's in 5 years, 10 years, so.
We'll look at the book, or the pocketbook, and we'll see where we can go.
Yes.
Maybe 2%.
Tools like AI can help us with this too after. So is this one done?
Because they get lease or, the lease goes up, so they have a lease, or, it's under.
Okay.
And then sometimes it's,
So there's a whole thing. So our goal is,
It's affordable for them. Because again, we're small businesses.
because we didn't mention communication infrastructure services. Identify
Competition for
current
alcohol, coffee.
service, communication, and infrastructure.
One of my concerns with downtown.
Do we want to scale it? How to scale? Scale of 1 to 10 or
We become more and more alcohol.
From as far as like where you want to be.
where we are. Just an honest assessment, like do you know where planning is in its hands compared to like Sereno Valley or Vista? Like, where are we in the ranks?
So it's more than your metrics.
There you go. So I guess, because we can't tell you, we're not gonna tell you how to do it, but we wanna give a goal that's like, I guess the point is we don't wanna fake, we don't wanna lie to ourselves. That's the whole idea. So I don't know, like, you can create a metric and you have a different metric and this one's a little more, I would say, honest, and this one's a little more, or vice versa. Next thing I know, like, now the city's not using the same metric. To be honest, like, it's not bad to be bad, it's only bad to not identify that you're bad. Correct.
So what, how do I say the goal?
That's why
How about we put something like, I was looking at the last one. If the city is in a position, we expand this, so we instead of identifying, expand, because we already have identification methods, but we want to expand them.
Sure.
Expand or enhance financial supportive services. Sorry, I was looking at the little one, I was like, because I'm looking at the prior goals and it's something simple, like there's a problem with expensive leases, expand habitats, like the thing, and explore open space, and then if we don't identify resources for fund and benefit, and address it proactively, we will.
We're gonna have to figure out a way to consolidate all these goals.
So what can we do?
Or can you have several goals for one focus?
What's that?
Can we have multiple goals for one focus area?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is yes. We just want to make sure that the goals are attainable. You can have a lot of goals, but let's make sure the goals are something that everybody kind of nods their heads and say, yeah, we can do that. Or we can do a subsection of that goal in a certain period of time. Because ideally, once you really get into the goal, you'll look at this goal and you say, okay, this is a 12-month goal. Now let's break that goal. We're not doing this today. We'll break that goal into quarter. What do you mean in this quarter, next quarter out?
So is the end result is to have a goal for each box?
What's that?
So is the goal at the end, like after we meet all the groups, is it to have one goal for each box?
Not just one. I mean, you could have, if you say, hey, we really need 2 goals here, and then what would be helpful, I think, for staff especially, is you're all together and say, well, this is the goal. Here are a couple of key bullets underneath that we need to tackle right away. Like these are kind of our priorities, and then that's what you kind of want to accomplish. Yeah.
I saw thousands of very happy.
Wait for that one. What if we did something an comprehensive asset management plan then within the next year?
Crossover and become Pacific Beach, or have we already done that? So being on the planning commission.
Yeah, so this is for the year, right? So I think just complete.
Is more alcohol.
Is your work, right? That's step one.
Yeah. Let's do a certain concentration for.
Comprehensive asset management plan with a
goes up, there's a knee in the curve.
With established,
established across all departments.
So I think
we want to make sure everybody's doing the same thing at some level. within the realms of like finance, in fact, slightly different metrics than you guys, but.
Some of that's gonna get defined when we do general plan. Right,
Yeah,
like,
it'd be great if they did it themselves, and we do this as well, and they'd be like, okay, well, that's where the general planning.
we just wanna avoid, we don't wanna have them have to reinvent the wheel. We say, no, in the general plan, we're now changing the way traffic is measured because we wanna comply with go against the data that comes down from the state. So we don't wanna have them reinvent the wheel after we pass it and redo it.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, they're identifying where they sit in the state level, out of all the 482 cities, or governments, like where do you sit, like you're identifying, are you 482, or are you?
I get where you're going, but I expect everyone to, just like they do, to strive to do the best.
Of course, but I'm trying to say, like, this is like the precursor, this is like the warm-up to the thing, like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal if like, maybe we moved from BMT or from relative, whatever it was, to BMT. It's like, now you're at least, the metrics already working, you're already in the metric, it should always be like a continuous process. You're always like, is this improving us, or is this making us worse? And it might improve planning, but it might make the rest of the city worse, or vice versa. So you have to understand, like, what's my effect going to be to a lot of cases, finance, right? Like, if they improve this, hey, we're going to have so many utilities, well, now our city can't pay for it. It just doesn't go well. It is worthwhile to be understood where to have a metric within ourselves, how we measure. Like, what are the 5 metrics we use to measure finance? They're not the same 5 metrics we use to infrastructure. So we need to know what those are. We need to identify those with or without the general plan. And it might be a good thing to get done, kind of like we were planning before this one. It's that.
If we,
cannabis, the alcohol,
I agree and disagree. I fully agree with the concept. I just don't want people having to reinvent the wheel after they go through deciphering what that is, and then I say, oh, well, that's good. Now we need to define what's best by this metric we need to use for this project.
So this goal is, not
We're all 501c6s, and it's harder for us to get grants because of our status as a nonprofit.
here are the conditions.
So it's very hard, like what we've done in the past in the city, and I forgot to step in a certain.
Now, where do we
This is where you can say, okay, the city got a facade grant a while back, and they used the chamber to help, and I think the ones to help implement that. So that's the way that it works with the type of grant.
Yeah, so that's city grants.
And then some of the metrics,
Even in the budget, federal,
private
grants,
the goal
It's
is
really difficult. We've tried to run grants, it's really hard because of our fixed staff.
So we'll go change the Bitcoin on us.
How many signs do we have? What's the reflectivity of those signs? And it's in that.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to be so vague that there's not some like actual direction. But I like, so asset management plan again, like, since you're sitting here, you guys can understand what the intention is. But if you weren't sitting here, would the words by themselves get you where you need to go? And that's the hard part, right? Like you'd have to pretend like you wrote it and never don't talk to you again for a year and come back and still did we go off plan? So I would say like this, and then to ensure to make the services part. So say this, but to ensure that we have to get to the 5-year maintenance, running maintenance plan. That can be communicated easily to our residents. Communicated and understood. Like I'm sure communication implies understanding, but yeah, to communicate to our residents high level of understanding. They get what's happening. We know that this week, you guys know what's happening. The signs coming on the freeway, like there's be maintenance here. Between this and this. So this services would be to get to, that would be where our metrics comes in, right? The services would be identification where, how we measure that. So how are we going to measure it? Do we have an idea?
So then I guess one of the, under the goal, like one of the bullets under that would be measurable metrics.
What are they
or
actually
established metrics.
Yeah, so it's management plan to establish.
Maybe it's
Well, I mean, I don't think it needs to be part of the goal, that's gonna be one of the bullets.
Okay.
Because you have your overarching goal, but how are we getting to that goal?
So that might be what the
Maybe that's
cities
why.
that aren't members,
You just
I
say,
don't know.
I didn't actually grasp.
to define it a little
But at
bit
the coffee
more.
shop,
So that, so we can walk away and you guys, so you never have, just, we're gonna talk obviously throughout the year, but if we happen to never see you guys for another year, when we come back and be like, man, yeah, did we go way off track or did we get kind of towards the direction? So, to establish, do we need to put consistent metrics or,
What was that for me? Sounds like something that.
yeah, but this is, well, we're talking about infrastructure, and then we have the communication piece that we haven't added yet.
And, no, I'm not gonna say, right, so we're gonna combine what we have.
Yeah, oh, did we already have it before?
So we have, they hear there is one, but they don't actually know what they're doing.
Just this whole thing, expand, enhance, exactly, we get communication between city and community. I almost say like this goes first and then add that to the end.
Right, right.
So, it's just this part right here, the metric stuff, do we, is everybody, I know we're understood the person you're talking about, is that enough to get like, how about this, if you were to go give this to Rob, could you give it to him and you can walk away and know that he's gonna come back? Obviously you guys work well together, but.
That's where I talked to you first, that's where we did.
Yeah, everybody's called me, Sherry's called me, you have them, when they and stuff like that, so. And I think probably.
So, then, okay, so you're the metric person, so is it creating an established metric, or is it a usable metric, or a portion of the metric this year? Are we gonna be able to create the whole metric this year? Or is this one of those things that you have like a?
You have boards, so maybe they're boards and.
This year you create a plan, you're establishing the metrics, and then the next year you have to measure and make sure you meet that goal. And then it's kind of like a check-in. Are you able to meet the goal that we established, or do we need
Great
to
conversation.
review that goal?
But we need to get back to the goal.
Getting better?
Yeah, and the question would be, like, I think a point of success just for certain here, I think the benefit would be like, in 15 years, if you guys were, let's say you stopped tomorrow and you came back in 15 years, could you come back and they're still using your metric? Like, it's gotta be a timeless, or a
Goal has a goal statement, so when.
decades usable, whatever, I don't know the right word, because timeless is not true in this case, but relatively timeless metric, yeah, it's gotta translate through the years.
That's the parking lot. That's the parking lot. Yeah, okay. So.
Time transiting, you know, whatever, transcending.
Just clarification, you asked about infrastructure. We say infrastructure, we're talking infrastructure, not just physical infrastructure.
Yeah, fiber optics,
Yeah, just talking across the board, yeah, I want to make sure. So we gotta put this in the, we gotta move on to the boxes. Yeah. So let's put this in the.
Let's find out.
This is another way to make
I think they have talk, I think they have.
Transcending the right. Do we even need that? Transcending. It's just too much. To establish metrics and then flip over and go right to the communication portion. Because that would increase the services by, just by doing that, the services are going to get better. Right, it's going to be one goal, it's just going to be this goal. This goal is like come under right there. And then the services are taking care of that, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I mean, it's assuming as long as people show up for work and do the job, services can take care of it.
Exactly.
No, is that implied?
Can I suggest something at least brainstorming wise, because when I think about community character,
I think, I don't know if you enjoy, when I was very,
strong arts and culture, industry, but presence in our community.
attached to the idea of the word continue yesterday. So it might be just a simple inclusion of continue effective, continue at a high standard of effective and reliable city services. And really, again, that's not really, yes, they're for the public, they're to remind them to do that, but it's really that small, reminder in the school, like here's how we do it at City Hall. So I think it's an important thing to keep in there, but it's not, there's not a lot of like hedging out that needs to be done. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory. Drink coffee. Statement that I think everybody here can translate really quickly and easily, right? Is that then we can cross it up and move it.
I got it. Okay, so yeah, that's our overall,
Which is just
marching goal.
there's like more than 500
Then our
murals
first
in our
bullet point
pieces
under that
west of the
is
box
asset
in our
management.
community. It's
And
like,
then
who
the next
knew
bullet
that?
point
But
is
he's now going to bring an archive, and he's
because
got
those
a
are
long
ways
list
that
of
we're gonna continue to
history
talk about.
the history of it. I mean, it's like we all kind of knew it.
And having a goal statement on each one, like you're doing, is what you want. Because you want, if they read it, to go, oh, I get that. I understand what
There's
they're
the
saying.
test. See if they can do it.
If I can add, so
Does that make sense?
I'm very fortunate yesterday to go back and go through some pictures of working on the presentation. I like the first string. So this is like 2 Saturdays ago, and it's hard to see the front. That's a grandfather with his granddaughter getting their Girl Scout badge at Pacific, doing some art projects.
So the asset
And I literally
management
stop and
is
ask, I take you
complete a
guys.
comprehensive asset
Well,
management
why?
plan to establish.
Well, for me, it's remembrance of why I do what I do. And so, you talk about community character, and this one ties in definitely with ours. I think so.
All I'll say is
It's that
at no
connection
point
with
do you
the
think that they're gonna
community.
get
This is
like a
how
metric
we
out of that.
keep
Either
everybody
they're gonna
together.
create the metric
Keep
that's.
families stronger.
They'll come up with a metric. If they read that, let's just say we think, what are their 3 little subsections gonna be? We switched to it and said, hey, come up with the 3 bullet points. Yeah, because they weren't here, we see that.
So, you're right, what are those other possibilities to do what we do in these cases? The library's a great part, is in other places, continue to.
Asset management and monitoring plan.
We have a great connection to the
plan,
when we do permitting and for current and future. So, yeah, I mean, how do you spell that out there? Good question, but it's important.
So, I was still brainstorming, but there's something about our families and profiling, you said strong.
You can put and metrics, that means like, we are making sure that we have a
And we have so
standard
many
metric.
stories about.
Anybody can come in,
live here now.
4 years, new city council comes in, hey, oh,
With-
that's where we've been, that's where we are, that's where we're heading. That should be the trend. Yeah, very
I
easy.
think if I remember
For
what
me, the stories of our
Jim said was this, so this is like, the goal is to complete a comprehensive asset management plan to establish metrics.
is
How we do that,
willing to
you
help
say this is the goal, and then staff is gonna figure out how to do it. Make sure that it's consistent across all departments, and then they're gonna create that, so it's not each department creating their own thing. Create a master plan, make sure it's all consistent. Obviously, that comes back to council, and for you to look at. But how that gets done is, this is your goal, now we have to figure out how do we make that goal.
That's unique, yeah.
And I think, I'm gonna go beyond those statements here. But I think one of the things, as somebody,
Why do you like incidents? And
in my business, I can take any staff member and plug them into any location, any piece that we do. When my brother first got to college, there was something called Rex Lumber Company. Before he ever did his job, he did 3 weeks in the wood mill, 3 weeks driving a truck, 3 weeks in the sales office, 3 weeks answering phones. Before he ever even touched his job, he knew every aspect of how to do it. And as somebody who walks into City Hall with that mindset of like, everybody here needs to go do their job. And I mean, what you do is too specific for somebody to jump in your job. For sure. But you definitely see, and City Hall is not set up to encourage this. City Hall is set up very much in segments and silos. And I think to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, that's one of the things we need to as a culture, whether it's coming to my office, or Luke's office, or Roy's office, you know, Kathy gets back to us all the time.
Everybody does.
But it really requires those silos to fall away. And because that's what's going to take for us to get a common metric set up. And so, I know I've gone a little off topic, but it's really important to talk about. I don't think we do talk about this.
No, this is 100%. This is so, again, my background is flying, aviation, so my job is to get them fly it. There's mechanics that come out and do this, their metric for that specific box. I have a set of metrics in here, it don't tell me exactly how the engine runs. It just tells me how much, so I know how to project. You know what I'm saying? It's just telling me I know. So Jennifer's office, or Jennifer's going to have a metric to how the city runs. You're going to have how just infrastructure, you're going to have a metric. So there might be some common, so common overlaps where you might have 3 different measurements, so let's say we got 6. There's 3 common across all silos, and then there's 3 maybe different in each silo, so that silo has, that's what makes you professional. You go further into the weeds on that, you don't have to necessarily understand that unless there's like a specific topic you're focused on for this meeting. Otherwise, we can go to Jennifer's office and we can see the scan once across the board, and we know how to apply the thing without getting into your guys' business or trying to get into how.
But my point is we get there by making sure we're all on the same page. And that'll help with that, because that'll
clarity of those goals.
Faster, better.
Keep in mind that underneath each one of those will be multiple sub-goals, right? That's a staff like a goal back.
But you also don't want to get, you've done all this work, and you go over your neighbor and they're like, I'm still on page 1, you can't help me with that.
David actually builds the native plant ordinance, habitat stewardship, the data analytics. Ecological.
I was just going to suggest a commonality.
So I'm looking at goals, so like, for instance, I'm looking at ones for last year, so we talked about.
I like that we added with metric, just make sure that that is actually absolutely a part of it. The enhanced effective communication. Again, I just did this last week with my students. Everybody shuts their eyes, hey, everybody picture a pig. I'm gonna tap you on the shoulder too, you have to draw the pig. Every time they do this, 2 different pigs. You know, like, hey, we all know what a pig looks like, but when I say effective communication, every single one of us thinks we have a feel good in our heart, but it's not necessarily land the target.
Can we take what he just said?
Yeah.
Can we take what he just said and go with metrics and share data?
Yeah, correct.
I think that focuses on what we're trying to say.
Share data.
And it gives it the legs that you're talking about.
And the communication, same thing. We need 2 like little amplifiers to make sure that we have the same enhanced communication. They very different things for different people.
Show that we are being more effective is start tracking
Who is the people? How would we know if we're being more effective? Is it us in here or is it gonna be our residents?
That's a good question. You have to set metrics on goals. What are you gonna, how are you gonna assess it?
I think that's what we talked about, effective.
Yeah. So I'm trying to say, effective communication, and it could apply within the city, which ultimately has to happen, and we want to make sure that our residents, ultimately, they're the ones that, they're not being surprised that, again, Quail Meadows, they didn't be out there 4 years ago. 3 years ago. They don't know that, they don't realize that again. I'm just saying, it's perfect.
So what's outside of
Correct.
until you see the building go up?
Environment, shoreline.
Drive by out.
Well, that's the thing, they don't have to put up story goals. I know, I'm just trying to say that would have been one of those things that would have been effective communication. It's a source of communication for the surrounding neighborhood, because once the story goals go up, I know they have to do it in San Marcos, Long Beach, right? That immediately lets people know, hey, it's coming, come yell at us. If you want to yell at us, yell at us.
Oh, they're done. I'm totally.
We're enhance effective communication, we're moving on next week.
I'm totally. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. All right, everybody, I would recommend, we've been at this for an hour and 15 minutes. When it's comfortable for your group, I would take 10. Get something to drink, something to eat, stretch a little bit, come back, refocus.
Nowadays, communication is based on who engaged, who clicked.
By the way, just to confirm.
Yeah, so.
Everyone, just to confirm, you're going to have 1 or 2 goals for each area, and under those goals, you might want to put 2 or 3 bullets that are like prompters for staff to go, oh yeah, we got to make sure we cover those things. Each goal should have a goal statement, so when anybody comes up and reads it, you totally understand what that goal is. All right? But I would recommend a little stretch, a little break when you get a minute.
Story goal is, yeah. Form of communication.
Yeah, that's why it's
It's a way to sit there and go, hey, I'm about to lose my view. It's in your backyard already. Instead of waiting.
We don't now, it's, a lot of these does.
Just
It actually creates a lot of conversation. Someone's all right, public health and safety, let's move on. All right.
Jim, in answer to your question, they're rewriting now the first two, but they have a lot of bullets and now they're putting them in the statement, so they're like 2/3 of the way through the second one.
All right.
So one of the titles under that, was it okay to put it there as,
We can read it, this is the hardest thing, this wordsmithing. Yeah.
Plus, we don't like.
I would.
do you guys want jobs?
I don't know what behind this is. No, it's
To the fire department, I did emergency management.
Oh, yeah,
so it's safe and quality of life.
yeah, good.
We said opportunity,
We were talking about.
because opportunity comes from development, from federal grants, from, you know,
Physical environment was like
It
all
might be
of
its own separate.
rush out here.
Or maybe under number two.
Yeah, so that's the physical environment part. So,
So, I know Bruce, you talked about climate action. Yeah. I agree.
Wildfire.
Comes to mind, I mean, that seems to be the sole pressing issue.
our action plan.
I mean, that's always, since I've worked in the fire department, that's always been our biggest concern.
I almost say.
Evacuation
Just
and
because it's
mitigation
sustainability
out
and
there.
coastal zone administration.
But I don't know how you
So I almost think each
incorporate
channel
that into the
was part of that,
goal.
because the beach,
But
well, because think about it, because the
probably
habitat
not
search
just
firm
risk.
just discusses open space and habitat and cleanup.
So we wrote this yesterday,
The climate action
again,
is with the sand, because it's
that might be a continuum.
You can have.
Because
higher
again,
surf,
you gotta go, where are we? Are
erosion, so
we
it's
Detroit?
more of an
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
climate.
just be honest with ourselves, where are we? Are we?
So I think I can.
Look outside, everybody here seems to have pretty good color on their skin, you know what I mean? We're not living the worst life, you know what I mean? Like, you know, so like, everybody right there in this room seems to be pretty healthy. Walk around our town, like, relatively healthy, like, why would they go make somebody walk, or kick them out of their chair, and hey, you gotta walk today, kind of thing? Like, what's the, what do we mean by public health?
We only have two goals.
I think.
Yeah,
So
no.
I'm just trying to say, so what do we mean by that one? And like, goal, you know,
Backed up, I
So Josh did climate action plan for number 2, and I say let's move sand to that, because that's also, because Crystal and Todd are in the same department of sustainability. So I do really like that that's climate.
So two for each color on the bottom.
I'll just use emails that have been coming to me, is there's people that literally played soccer with her sons.
Yes.
This is one specific one, but I've had 4 or 5 that come across, all of them were at the same amount of time. My wife and a friend from out of town went for a walk. They all had the same issue right around Swami's. There's just like, you know, the guy doesn't have anything, he's just his hand, but he's shooting at them, pow, pow, pow. And my wife specifically living in Mosa, right across the street, around the
You're
Strand.
doing great, John.
Heart surgeon, she's I think she was a emergency room.
No,
David plans goes.
A heart surgeon, couldn't even say it. My point is this happened specifically, right, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's perceived threat from somebody that's even thinking about putting up a fake foundation, is a little unhinged, isn't acting within the confines, so that's the public health and safety plan. That's
Can I-
it.
I'm sorry, I keep doing this.
Thank you.
Can I step in? I know we have a very diverse
So maybe more.
opinion in this room, within our constituents, about this. And we should be having a conversation. So, for the purpose of this, what is the goal? And be honest with what we think. There shouldn't be any judging, there shouldn't be anything. We're trying to come to an approach that works across the board. And so, I think, personally, I'll offer my opinion, I think it's a balance, balance being the key word, between enforcement and service. So that everybody is included, the people who aren't homeless and the people who are.
Which I think the line should be a little bit, if we're gonna have to err on one side, I'd say a little bit harsher on the enforcement side, having given them the previous 4 to 5 years. Because you gotta remember, there's about 150 plus or minus homeless people in town. There's 62,000 taxpayers. 150 are paying taxes. I'm not trying to say that they don't deserve all of the benefits of public services. It's just, that's causing a lot of rift in a very specific part of town. For businesses that talk about economic development, all of the things that we want for our town, all of the metrics we want to measure, that 150 is throwing a real big wrench into a relatively well smooth running town.
So is the goal that what you just said, that would be a goal of balancing enforcement and services?
And what does that balance look like, right? And I think that's something everybody should voice how they feel. I don't think this should be a conversation of not just judgment, but like direction. We haven't come up with anything.
Well, I heard balance enforcement. So like the goal, so like an overarching goal.
I said it was lean if you had.
Yeah, I didn't say increase. I said balance enforcement and servicing.
So balance. Balancing enforcement versus services or balancing enforcement and services.
Balancing it. I think not versus.
So it sounds like we're
in the end, we're what everybody talks about being compassionate, right? And it's what is compassionate and how you define that. Is it compassionate to leave somebody sleeping under the Santa Fe underpass? I don't particularly think so. Somebody else might. I don't think it is. Is it compassionate to kick them down the street and leave them homeless somewhere else? I don't think that's compassionate either.
So there, I think there's 2 aspects of.
Is it also like?
And would you call it objectives?
Do I think it's fair for the average person to feel uncomfortable walking under swampies? No, I don't think that's compassionate for that person. So it's very complicated issue, 100%. So I want to acknowledge that as well.
So that's like your overarching, so getting back like, that's our goal.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
How we do that would be like, what would be like a statement under that goal?
Well, I think it's a discussion, right?
So maybe just like last year, I think we went from 1 team to 2. Is that right? We have 2 little teams now? Oh, so the whole teams are where the sheriff's department is paradigm as well. That's how you operate and go out. And so, and I think my first half is arts and culture. So we're looking at the same thing. I think that was expanded, Roy might know, but that, Roy actually, but that, maybe that's an opportunity for balancing enforcement services, building off of what we have there.
Well, they do an excellent job. If you haven't seen them in action, the way they manage the interactions is incredible. Truly incredible. So that'd be part of the how. Yeah, it's part of the how. I would say, so I would say, first of all, I would say everybody's actions have improved the situation. There are usual suspects who are going to complain until there's literally no homeless. And that's not going to ever be a reality because the earlier points the sun is out. It's February, it's beautiful day. But we still receive emails from the non-usual suspects on a very regular basis. So how do we diminish
one way to do it, just one way to do it, is many different aspects to it.
And what does that look like?
And how do we, you gotta be careful on, you're not gonna claim the whole of the city. But we started down the road to cultural and arts district. It's not just an art, not just an arts district. It's starting. And the interesting part of this conversation,
that's the goal, and that's got to figure it out.
Is that we're going to need to include way more than what you consider arts. So for us,
just want to be clear too, I wasn't saying you got 10 minutes, I was saying you might want to take a break and then get back to it. We have a lot of time carved out for this because this is the meat, right?
So I would say something I
cultural arts district, the same that we're not
in this conversation, because we talked on the
tattoo artistry is part of their cultural
the population of the whole community interacts with their core that much is very intelligent.
So they did skip it,
And
they said,
credit
okay,
for
that
it,
is part of our
and they're
culture,
organized.
let's include it.
And
So for
I was
us,
talking to, Shannon,
looking,
about this,
if we had a goal
they go every
of,
Monday,
if we
we
want
walk
to be a
downtown.
cultural
It
arts
doesn't take long for
district,
that
we can
population
grab
to
all
figure
that,
out, like,
and
okay, we have to
does
be, you
give
can't
us
be
a
here
lot
on
of
Monday.
And for
We're
them,
here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And how do we balance that? And that's the balance, like, how do we make it clear that, like, hey, there's a consistent method, and it's not like follow the rules only when someone's looking. It's, these are how we manage the city
in the next year.
at any point in time.
And that's a good,
and again,
good
how do we do
solid
that?
goal.
We just want to kick somebody down the road. We don't want to create a problem for somebody else. We don't want to leave somebody destitute. But how do we address that? And then where is the line where it is like, hey, connected you with services, we asked you to be part of the community, whatever we want to call it. And at some point is the answer, and this is for you, this is a question. And at some point do we get there too, where it's certain ones, it's like, well, I'm sorry. Yeah, go.
Yeah.
It's a hard conversation. Everybody's holding back. I really want you to engage because I feel like I'm up here carrying the ball, and I don't want to carry the ball. I want to share the ball with everybody.
I think we're talking about ensuring and preserving community character. We've identified community character to some here, land use, which is a whole bunch of things, and arts. So it's almost like it ties into preserving the general plan and,
unannounced days, not just Monday.
tying in the general plan and all of that.
Can we ask them to
Tie
move?
that.
If we can't, where
It's
can
almost
we
together.
ask them to move?
So-
Sometimes it's general plan related, I get it, the laws change just
Yeah, so that's the land use and the other.
My point is a
There was such a that once you get to also be careful because every city now is enforcing. And because of the nicety of our town, it can obviously encourage every hornet's nest is being stirred now. And we might have the brighter flower, one of the brighter flowers. So the point is you can be.
Oceanside gives train tickets once a month to Long Beach. We don't
What
want to do that.
is
We don't
about
want
that?
that.
Just kidding.
But I think another piece, and I haven't done it, and maybe, I don't want to direct anyway in any direction, but I think another piece of this too is like, how do we make sure the services, like, part of the reason that person we connect with services might be back out there
So I think the
and
district
have room, is because the services fulfill their obligation.
So it's
They
more
didn't
like
track this person, they weren't accountable
basics.
to having to make sure that the outcome for them was success.
Community character.
Maybe all services start off with the intention of doing good, along the way money gets involved, and some stay the path of doing the righteous thing, and some of them decide, like, these rest of me, we don't care about checking. And how do we identify those services so that we, again, get active, compassionate, make sure we're taking those services that actually help them.
What is our responsibility? It's how we're able to identify that community character. And then to.
I was going to mention.
Well, that's what I was going, so I think partially what you said is, so maybe one of the things to identify where what's historic, like to identify the historic districts, what cultural districts, and to even, yeah, and to just maybe come up
But
with.
no one's
a
modern,
plan
so it doesn't
first,
matter.
and identify.
Yeah.
This is how we're going to deliver this goal.
Here's three goals that came up right here. Strengthen public safety measures, enhance emergency response, law enforcement, and disaster preparedness to protect lives and property. I would put fire preparedness, just in parentheses. Promote community health and well-being, expand access to healthcare, mental health resources, and wellness programs for all. I think we do a pretty good job. This center specifically, we're here, but this is dedicated to pretty much all of that right there. And depends on how much it's probably not typically empty unless there's like a sports event next door. So we're doing what we can. I feel like we start some pushing maybe.
So it's broader, could we say, we're not gonna say historic district, my daughter will say, identify, if you want to see and support community character.
That's what it is.
But, I mean, but the thing is there's not one answer or one size doesn't fit all. Because within the homeless community or unhoused,
Incorporating the
there's
5
different
districts.
segments. This way, there's groups, we just spoke to her, we've got one segment that is veterans. You've got a segment that's mentally ill. You've got a segment that is something bad just happened, so it's just by circumstance. And then you have a whole other group that chooses to live this way. And they are like a group. They're in groups. So what fits one and you have a solution for one group is not going to fit another. So I think that's is also identifying.
And nobody could agree.
You can get
Maybe
everybody
resurrect
involved.
something.
That's the question.
Resurrect something that's already existing.
I don't know.
So what I want to be careful is we don't try and define
Identify.
every character as part of.
I think that is the biggest challenge of all. Can I take a second so everybody can kind of gather, this is heavy stuff. Can we take our 5-10 minute break and come back? I think it's a good time to do this where everybody can kind of marinate on it and come back.
Sure. Football coach. Yeah.
Historic preservation, zoning and land use, community engagement, support for local businesses, cultural programs, green spaces, education.
So what I was thinking, I'm glad you said that, so maybe one of our goals is to
Fire it with,
community and community organizations to support projects and programs that preserve our community. Because yeah, but that's a big, because we have a little work, yeah, it's like working with our one-on-ones, it's working with the Heritage Museum, it's working with the San Diego Botanic Garden. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, just fire in general or
I was just thinking the word preserve is the right word.
student services, whether it's a share, could probably address that.
Identify.
Yeah.
Language across the world.
Right now, we're
That's the fire one.
More so than anything.
you all know.
Yeah. And I would say more important is to
Preserve that.
access to resources, like health and safety resources.
Identify sounds a whole lot less.
Mental health,
Study.
I think it's just across the board, right? Because we have a population of these people obviously who need it, but also a population of people who live within the community every day that,
That makes sense?
the person steps out of the train.
When you're working on code, then you're also going to be, there is some identification going on.
Okay, all right, so let me see, Joy, work with our community organizations to support programs and projects that preserve. Okay, Josh, I here we go. Work.
Take charge.
Okay.
Go.
Somewhere in there is a training. Where health and safety. Maybe try
I recommend while they're writing your stuff, take a break for a minute and stretch.
yeah, sure.
You don't want me to just.
I think we want to hit broad.
So they believe all that. So that's something.
I hate putting sheriffs just under here, but like we need to do sheriff like public safety, because we weren't talking about bikes. That's why I was.
We're on 2, right? Just got that one done. We're working on it. The last thing I want to do is this is, for the most part,
Two Fs. 1 or 2 Fs. Yeah.
You're like, it's got a council meeting a little bit.
It's one of those where you live. and you fix it, and you get it, and you look at it, you step back, and you change it, and you change it. Well, so we've got the committee, and that's what we're changing the mission to address things like that. So that's something that we'll follow up with. That's the plan. When we go through them, let's bring the hot flyer. We'll keep rolling. We kind of filled out what we were we're talking about just to kind of have commitment to as far as like just business permit review. This says expedited process analysis, workshops, grants, and collaboration with one-on-one. More bars.
Bruce requested.
Yeah.
How about we
Public
start with
engagement
government?
would be
Work with or support, or maybe that's our business association by evaluating the business permit review and.
I think so. We kind of started to dive into a few things that
Just to start.
I don't know which come outliers, but we weren't sure where they fit in this. One of them was the training. One of them was
Be supportive of our business community / organization, and then underneath we can have
e-bike enforcement. We kind of two or three things up there that maybe we weren't talking about in the big scheme of things. We were kind of focused on the first one.
Just supportive of.
Support.
Just support.
Go and take time to catch your breath and give it. Do we want to flip back to the top and get the other three, maybe kind of get some momentum going and come back to that? You've all completed your class, you're really good about, not really good about, but I feel like here, let's get this part of it kind of down in.
I think the biggest thing is the revisit action plan is going to be the.
There's so many steps.
Core, right? The plan forward, and I know that that's coming in just to city council.
And it's something, yeah, like people.
Session then, which would be a good time to see what we're doing already, and then kind of fill the gaps from there.
Maybe you guys spoke to it, but I think one of the biggest components of enforcement component for us is the follow through on the city attorneys going forward with the charge. Because all of those are going to be filed by the city attorney's office. They're all municipal codes, and we've been writing those misdemeanors and arrests. But I think it's going to be important that we audit what has happened. What has happened in the past continues to happen, or they're just getting rejected or not filed. That gets out to the community. They know, or they go to PRC and have their homeless work, and the homeless work
Do you usually
throws
CC
it out,
the
and
owner
there's
if
no
you're
follow-up.
working with an architect?
Sometimes they ask us. So I think it's important that we make sure that we have that enforcement on the back.
So that was one of the things we touched on was this idea that you connect them to services in a lot of cases. We want to make sure that they're actually getting services. They're getting results from the services, and that accountability, I call it accountability, we call it whatever.
And they don't know what they don't know.
Do you keep track of where they went to?
That would be more on the social worker side. Even would keep track of where they were in that progress. Our role in that is to, yes, for one, allow them to go through that process, but when we see that they're not going through that process, they're just repeat offenders, then we just transition right away.
So is there a way to
This is a big one.
mesh those two aspects so that we as a city can focus on, okay, this group X is
Workers count.
they're servicing them at one time and then getting them in the street where it doesn't resolve. Versus places where you might connect on the services and there is resolution. Buena Vista Creek, Buena Vista Creek, where I've seen a gentleman from the park, by the dog park, by the city, by the library, go on, clean himself up, and he's doing his job now, right? Like, where we've been able to kind of, is there a way to make that connection where we can start to create, like, hey, what is this, are we helping these people, and what is this, could we get a better, are we more likely to put our resources somewhere else to get a better resolution to these people?
Correct. So that would be Steve's role is as a social worker and follow and track them through that.
So we could brainstorm, have a brainstorm about
Yeah, we are more on the enforcement side, whereas we'll refer on those information to Steven and that overall plan, get them
For specific to local
covered or
business,
back into society.
does that mean
But
wouldn't support better buzz?
if Steven is saying like, well, this person's already been
Take
there.
out the word local.
Yeah, I'm like,
Because it's
wait.
business coming in.
They go,
Yeah, I think,
2 days
I
later,
think
they're out.
what we meant by local was payments and use towards the business.
Yeah, I think that's
Do we wanna, you're talking about local home.
Well, I'm just, I'm not choosing one side or another. I mean, really not, like, are we trying to say,
Businesses in general. You want
So
to
we
say-
don't, I don't think we.
yeah, is that really what the goal should be? Or is it because the character is really about?
Submitted them through the.
You know,
I think we weren't limiting it to local.
But I don't think any of those have actually.
Local only meant.
businesses, anybody could use.
Because we're
So
else.
if that's where local is confusing, do we take it
That
out?
segment.
Yeah.
front businesses, in public, so before you transition.
There is a Starbucks.
Doing enforcement.
I mean, that's just,
And
it's
just doing resources.
If they want to adhere to community character and our way of business, yeah.
There are going to be those unique situations where we run into where they legitimately need those services. And we won't relax. But I mean, the Starbucks we're dealing with.
Unless we define our
community care services, and those are the ones that are causing.
literally locally
quality
owned, locally
issues.
founded cities.
So we are honed in and focused on that.
and I would argue the
Way
point that,
past the,
you know, Better Buzz is in the center of town. It's not Starbucks, but it is. And Better Buzz, I live in Poway, and Better Buzz is now, will be the second biggest coffee place in town. So when you go to define things, I mean, for us walking out of City Hall and going to get coffee, Better Buzz tends to be a local coffee place to go to as one of them. So, sorry, I really like the broad here. We'll get both.
It is absolutely, because there are cities that do not want franchise.
How do we
Yes.
follow through with
Absolutely
services?
don't want it.
Ocean Beach changed Starbucks out.
We have to decide if that's what we want. And I never thought that that was part of our community character, is that we're kind of neutral.
There's
So I
a
like to
town
go
that
out.
feeds people.
And then we can move on to
Asked
number.
me to come visit.
Sorry about that.
Great level of
What was that
experience.
about?
What are your
Don't be
numbers?
here with an
Really?
unsaid.
Yeah, right.
We don't.
Okay, so then let me, the corollary to that then is if we're gonna dedicate.
I'm not gonna go into that. I'm not gonna assume anything. But, how to make sure that they're keeping track, how do we, like we talked about data and metrics, and if you want to improve,
Is
maybe one
it
of the
through
metrics
the
is to set
process
a goal
of doing business in Encinitas?
to
So
get
for
to a point
example, even
where
Starbucks, if
Has
they
to
want to
build
build a
permit.
building,
we lower the workload.
they have to adhere to our.
I don't know.
No, and but we didn't put down explanation,
Along those,
that actually wasn't one. We're
how do
gonna
we,
review
how,
the
what is the
process.
measurable
Because I
method?
like to Bruce's point, until we know what we're doing.
Measurable
yes,
is,
we're gonna expedite.
it sounds like we're doing
It'll become
what
almost
we
natural.
should legally be doing
Once
right
you
now. We need
lay
to
it
follow
out,
through.
we start working with
Again,
in between the departments.
we keep providing it, at some point, we can't force our hand.
Oh,
Keep
you're
taking
not?
it, so
Oh,
we gotta keep doing what we're doing. I just wanna go back to a situation where Jess told me, afraid, that she lives in Acadia, works at City Hall, knows all the stuff going on at City Hall, and she doesn't walk home anymore because she doesn't feel comfortable walking past.
She sees that the objective might
Yeah, I
be
don't
to
walk
expedite, and if that's the case, then that was also, there might be a structural change order. Absolutely. And so a lot of
And
times.
that right there is,
Say, do
like,
this, but then
all the stuff that I wanna do
it
for the
doesn't
150
happen.
people that
Sometimes
are,
it's
that
because
have these
of
issues,
the
I wanna keep providing and getting the
A lot of
spot,
times
like,
it didn't
there's
happen
62,000 people in
because
town that are being diverted, specifically someone that knows all this
So we
stuff.
did as much as we could.
How about all the people that
So I
don't know
think
this
it's good
stuff?
to make sure we have.
That's the person we should really be thinking about.
And,
Like,
if we're aiming.
your
to
wife walks
do
through town, people that don't know these
area
things need to have that, and we have somebody that does know that, thank God she knows that, but they don't know that.
It comes
We have
back.
to make sure that those people are not at risk. Again, if we lose one person to that
What I would say
scenario,
is, as
I'm gonna be very upset we didn't enforce the law, period. Like, I don't want to, but if you keep refusing the services, you gotta be moving on, because you're not helping us, and you're not helping yourself.
So that then, what you just spoke to is exactly what our direction is
I just wanted to.
you don't want to
take
accept.
that.
That's effective and reliable city services, that's the
That
next.
you are going to probably
So,
make
you
it
know,
dead
it's-
if you're going to say that's part of it. Eventually, it's going to be a nuisance. Because you're not providing a productive environment for our staff.
That one's causing 10, 20, 40, and this possibly thousands.
So.
To avoid a part
Let's start
that
with the mobility.
we just talked about
element.
services
Now,
and
that's
infrastructure
too
on top,
detailed,
that
but
they
I
don't
wanted
go
to say
there.
it and
But
ask for
specifically,
input on how to better
with
say
one
it.
person, that's
We
the
know we have
balance
a
is
mobility
off.
element and
So we just,
it's
I
coming
think
from city
at this
council.
point, like, there's
It's
gotta
getting
be
updated, it's getting
pulled
updated,
to,
regular
let's not focus the statement that we gotta get back to goals. Let's focus the
But this gives
statement
us
on
the
the residents that are
opportunity
being
to
affected.
say,
It sounds like
to
from
evaluate where we
two
want
children
to
right here that
take
are working very
this to
diligently to make
our
sure that we have
street.
all of the opportunity to give them the kind way out at some
This
point
is
if
our
the unkind.
opportunity to work with this
Focus on the
consultant to
residents
say,
that don't have a
we need to
choice.
characterize
And their only
these
choice is to
areas
trust
of
in us that
town
we're gonna make a statement
more specifically,
in
so
our
that when we
goal
have
setting today.
development on that
Let's
street,
just get it to a place
we
where
can trigger
not just feels comfortable
getting
walking
that
back to the park,
developer
and
to
we all pay
improve the
so
street in
much
this
to
way
keep
for
up.
Well, I think
Period.
the whole grant
some
path
objective
discussion,
findings.
see what mobility only, the general plan is policies and we see that a lot of that is just it's not necessarily the now that you have the new one, that's given us back. To go in and just go into the enforcement. Yes, there will be resources, yes, we're going to
updating that.
Provide them.
And so we should have policies.
We're not going to,
that update will be
just because you're accepting the resources,
mobility
didn't want to complete the program, they back out doing the same thing. We're not starting it all over.
Donnie, you were there, but just for everybody else, Donnie runs the,
And that's, this is
San
our
Diego
opportunity
Lead
to look
Commission.
at where we can
So it talks about how they require that the sober
so that when a
requirement
developer,
is not
so
for the
backing off
individuals,
here,
for all the
so
others.
when a developer comes.
Like, if somebody comes in, because they're all struggling with being sober. One guy shows up and he's got his own tank,
Say, well,
or she.
our
Now, the other
this
10 or 15 or 100 that are in there are like,
is
I really want one too.
streetscape,
You know what I mean?
we
It's like,
buffer,
it's
we
destroying
different
everybody else's
lanes,
progress,
we
whereas,
signals,
you know, we
and
have a success
so
story in
if
town,
you're
have
gonna
more
develop
people
on this
like that,
corridor,
as they do
developer,
get
we're
the
telling
success
you, the bar
story.
is up here, it's not down
That's
here.
a perfect time to get a lot of feedback. But again, from a goal setting standpoint, I want to go back to the residents and making sure that the 62,000 that are helping us even have jobs and be doing this in our town, expect all this stuff.
What
to make sure the
sounds
goal
very objective
really,
to me was very
really
subjective.
reflects that, because
So we're gonna have to be very careful.
I'm very confident that we're doing everything we can to give them 1, 2, 3 warnings, and then after that, we gotta go on that line. Appreciate it.
Offsets and walls
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have one, just.
There's also the Nolan nexus.
I don't have one, it
Oh.
just sounds like you guys could have
Nolan
some
nexus
ideas,
is
but
functionality, so if you
yeah,
have
maybe something focused on,
and then maybe comes in and adds a little bit more traffic.
listening to the residents or making sure it's correct.
But here we are stuck without the funds to do the infrastructure ourselves.
Yeah.
So in their, their
Not
environment,
necessarily
something like that.
back to the time, right? But
For us, a lot of it's
at
engagement,
SEMA
getting
and
the word out and letting the public know what we are doing. Sometimes at the council meetings, we will have members of the public that get up and speak on there.
you could use that as possible objectives.
But not necessarily the reality of
Yeah.
it. Is,
It's huge
you know,
buildings or development.
I could just talk maybe 5 minutes
Yes.
of an update on what happened this week. For
Yeah.
example, the armed robbery that happened at the D Street Center. Hey, guess what? They're in custody. We got the receipt and we're arresting them now. We've got strong armed robbery and handsome. Those were juveniles out of this bill. We got their pursuit. We chased them. We arrested them. They're juvenile hall. Just giving that closure. Sometimes we get ahead of.
Could we do something even easier than that? Could we have,
So
you know,
Bruce,
lowest, whatever,
can you help then, because I hear
before
what
we
you're
city
saying,
council
and
meeting,
that sounds
as
objective.
people walking in, have a
But
good
can
one.
you help with where in
That's like a
the
4-minute
mobility
video or your
of
10-minute
any
or
of the
whatever,
elements
that
we
loops.
can direct that
We
make
come
it
to you,
stronger
or you
to
stop by,
get
so whoever's in City Hall that day,
I don't know the answer.
30 seconds
but
on.
it's
Planning
starting
copy,
out
people 30
with this,
seconds on.
and it's bringing in
We play that
people
before the
from
meeting,
or other
so people can then get this kind of snapshot
we do that is-
without us having to go and make the meeting any longer, which is a problem. It doesn't drag you to a meeting to sit there, it's at your convenience.
So
You
based
get
on
that
that,
time.
what we're really talking about is.
Human
what are we
resources to a
going
small
do
and
to
real
cause
specific
what
point,
you guys are
and
doing?
it informs our residents in a way that
How
they,
can we change?
currently through
What
video,
the general
people
plan can be changed, so
they
we can
keep
get
video
those
mentally, they just
objective
drive on
findings,
for whatever
even
reason
to
they're bad.
have a nexus of
But if they
building
use
and building to make that
So maybe that's the way we could do
So the
something like
big
that, if
picture is
people
the
are.
goal, the two focus goals would be.
Yeah.
What's great.
Yeah, no, I'm
So.
yeah.
Yeah,
What's great about that
Actually, this is more, it applies to the mobility.
like even
But I think we need to look at
PowerPoint
each and every one of our elements
things that also
and
goes off
give
across our
objective
TV and our YouTube channel.
standards
So
for
if
safety
just something
and
like that,
buildings
where
that
it's,
are
yeah, so
defensible.
So
we are
just put that,
already
add a
video
sentence
broadcast
on
all
there,
of that.
just that.
So it's not a lot of.
Review
Yeah, I just feel like there's so
Review.
much that we could.
policies, plans, elements
The reality of what we're going
within the
through.
city with a goal
As a collective,
for preserving
you know, using grants
responsible
for UI enforcement downtown, and we started that in January.
Implementing.
That's when we had.
There's something more to it, but.
We are at the bar.
Yeah, we are.
Well, let's Sheila know.
Yeah, right.
I'll let her know. the safety part of it is, I would love, I mean, the perfect world is you could walk anywhere in town, our 19 square miles at any hour of the day, and not feel like you need to have protection or some level of you can feel comfortable. That would be the perfect world. Are we there?
Communication and comfort. The goal is the
Physical safety.
Plenty of policies, plans,
I want to just pull you back.
I get that, but that's the.
I want to just pull you back.
I don't measure. Yeah, exactly.
Goal statements, because I love the conversation, but a lot of it's solving right now, and we want to get those goal statements. And some of these things are like could be bullets underneath the statement, so you don't forget about it.
Well, then yeah, just saying. Escalation of force. So you start with something. The key is to start with that score. Please don't want to be sure. Weapon systems. Then you have a.
So are we good with our goal? Almost this week.
I think so. We spent a lot of time on
Housing enforcement services.
So what is the, I'm sorry, what's the goal?
One thing. Can't just point out.
Housing enforcement.
Get to that.
Services.
But yes, good. We got multiple.
And then is the goal, that's the goal, and then is that a goal?
So this is a distinction I want to point out. So this is
Under that?
a very similar thing at that higher level.
I like it.
I like the fact that you put
Do you want to add
This. What is it? Yeah. The problem is.
I think the challenge is
sometimes we're communicating intentions, right?
that is the key to our
These are all like, these are
and so one of the result
Would that fortify?
I don't think it hurts us down there.
Yeah, maybe we're just reminded by the moderator that chain swap is overarching. So.
What if the starting from that one, so we know that's what. Oh, yes.
You borrowed a You like that first one?
Over, red over.
Yes.
You're on what? You're on, public safety. We kind of dove into this aspect that you guys are doing. This is, history has to expand on, so please chime in with more. But, public safety we talked about.
Would that be a separate thing?
General enforcement, how we can enhance that throughout the city. Essentially, how do we support our sheriff's department, working to work on e-bike enforcement, which I needed a space in here somewhere. This is where you put it, so you can put it anywhere else. And then coordination with the city attorney on public safety matters and policy.
Coordination with city, that as far as following through with, because it's more than just coordination, it's following through. You could use certain points and then
Others
stop.
are on the same page. When a developer comes in, we want to be able to require that they meet a
Judicial
higher
ball through.
Yeah.
And
Attorney judicial
And I think they should be reporting back to the
standards
council
throughout
on,
the
hey,
policy
we
documents.
have this many citations, we took this many.
Would that be in the city attorney's report?
Correct.
All right. Let's just add that to the city attorney's report. There we go. Just because we're saying, we're trying to close the loop so people go, there's an armed robbery. You guys hear about the armed robbery or a strong armed robbery? It's like, yeah, did you hear that they got arrested and you know, I didn't. You know what I'm saying?
I think the goal is,
That's a
Sitting right here. That's it.
No, I mean, that's a goal.
Right.
yeah.
So,
So that's under public
The
safety.
goal is to support our public safety services, sheriff, fire, and
How do we do better?
To provide a better service.
Sheriff, fire, overall, physical safety.
yes.
Physical safety, and.
Yeah, so sometimes public services and sometimes public maintenance, yeah. The people who go in and out of that.
People, to enhance people's comfort and vitality, you know, something like that. They feel comfortable and then they're vibrant because they don't have to worry about the lower shock. Yeah. Correct.
require expanding ours, however,
Would we put a subtitle or a subsection is you know, closing the loop on communication needs? How we do it, that would actually be us in this case on the how, making sure the city attorney reports on that to the town attorney.
But that's a transparent process, so, yeah.
That would be one of our houses.
Yeah,
We can do
so
that.
coordination with city attorney is definitely one of them.
Enhance community comfort through fire, sheriff, fire, and physical safety. And transparent communication, transparent, all of it. We already have it. Community comfort through sheriff, fire, and physical safety. All of them.
Can I, instead of enhance communities' comfort, can we say enhance communities' confidence? Because I think it's not about comfort, it's about the confidence of feeling like something.
So I think this is frustrating.
That's the sheriff, fire, and city services.
It's so frustrating, so that's why I'm saying that's straight.
Because some of that confidence comes from, sorry,
No, go ahead.
some of that confidence comes from, and Anna's over there now, but going to her office and knowing that the outcome is guaranteed, that confidence, like that outcome will be safe, so that we don't get to the point where you even have to call the sheriff or the fire department. So I would say that that's an important piece of it too.
Does provide that catalyst for that analysis.
Yeah, I think it's a.
Yeah, Jim said I could swap words here and there. Just one thing I know I've heard a couple times when from public comments, and I think we should talk about it. What about like safer infrastructure? I've heard about like lighting, better sight lines. It's called SDWD. So it's things that we can do in the infrastructure that we can have where people do feel safer. So I want to throw that because I know I've heard over the years public comments from residents about again better sight line, the better lighting, maybe better packaging, something like that. So I was just throwing that.
That seems like maybe like a bullet point, right?
Yeah, maybe, because I think we could look at our infrastructure, like what we have to make so people do feel safer going in the park. Yeah, that's what it is.
Ergonomic enhancements or something like that. It works better because people, it's inherently safer.
Yeah.
Having that experience that's implemented with this project here, you're required to identify different ways we could extend.
So we're looking for ways to make that happen. Even at City Hall, we did that too.
Yeah, a lot of it is hardscape.
Yes.
Those little things they can say to people.
One of our bullet points is
And that night, you got
condense all that.
AI that can.
It's almost like a vulnerability assessment.
Trying to use that as a word. Yeah. Human ever word, human ever word. He said vulnerability.
That's something we could definitely.
Don't we want to review our fees,
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And everything else is that. No, but as part of the analysis, the areas
So prioritize.
You would say there's ways to be part of the education. I know that was on last year's stuff. And it's becoming a hard target, right? Easy target, soft target, the opposite. So a lot of people don't understand that concept, but that's a really big strength in the community where there's just not as many targets. There's less targets because people know those basics and how to stand. A lot of people don't realize like when you're having a conversation, especially in a darker, not like us standing facing each other, I can see you're 100% behind you, you can see 100% behind me, so now we're already more safe because instead of us both standing here looking this way, our backs to the wall, like to everything else, we're missing this one. So just that stance of looking at each other, we don't have to look right at each other, but it helps you pick up all those different things. Hey, get out of here, like that model. It kind of helps. So I'm not sure if that's part of an educational something, or if that's something that we put out as a, like, hey, if you want to enhance your physical safety through these steps.
I used to worry a lot about wearing headphones. And, I only ever wear one.
Ponytails are hard too, because they're easy to grab, so I would like
So that I'm under vulnerability assessment. Yeah.
Well, I think Shane, remember when we were having a lot of the high profile inquiries? I know the sheriff's department put out, like, especially when it was happening during, right before that dust time, I remember the sheriff's department put out like what you can do to like home with your own, because these are happening, it's like, hey, in this area, so yeah, education and stuff.
And the good thing
I just leave my door
that we have like vulnerability assessment.
Come on in.
You don't get a broken
Enjoy your own risk.
You don't get a broken window room, sir.
Yeah. Do you wear a liner?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think the Catholic point, if you guys all heard that, HBC, how that applies, this also applies to fire, right?
Yeah. She spoke to him yesterday, and I think, I know that March 3rd, Monday, the Leadership Council is going to be doing a fire safety. That's the things to do.
They are auditing these. And then maybe like the third one under that, you go over onto this, on the left is maybe plan, maybe plans and resources or something.
Would it be involvement or engagement in
So Josh and I,
policy, statewide
really good presentation.
policy? Statewide and regional.
Really appreciated it. It was a little long, but it really covered that. And it really did, and it
I know when to start writing.
other outside, areas up north, like we are very stable, and we work very well. And regional presentations are huge, I know. There's only so much time on the agenda. The more we can get out there.
And we're going to do that on the next public safety and health report.
So the idea is that could be something I know on the first Wednesday of the month. There's nothing to say that everybody come out to space. I don't want to hold you guys after work or whatever, but hey, let's come in and just record it. Because we already have the recording equipment in there. Record the presentation real quick. It's usually your PowerPoint plus your voice is not all the people in your house. So it's just an easy place to get a recording done. So that we can get a little video out to the crowd. So everything's set.
Yeah, that's a lot easier than making if we use the changers,
So it might be a way to get some of those videos out, just right there, it's already got the stuff, you already got the media, it's already uploaded, and just hear the file that people can get. I have a question for staff. Is there a way for, and I don't want to introduce people into our areas of expertise, but we do have a city that surrounding areas that have very, very high levels of intelligence capability. I'm going to use Acadia drainage for an example. I know Gary Murphy seems to have a lot of information. But my point is there a way for us to source those people that do legitimately have good, they have information. I'm not so concerned with working with sheriff and fire because we already have. If you're not in the current, you're not really in the know. Does that make sense? Like even a sheriff goes 2 years ago, 2 years ago, they probably don't know the most modern, up-to-date stuff because it's just happens so quick. Whereas infrastructure is somebody that's just been living here for 30 years and seen the history. And like, look, this pipe says it's supposed to go this way, but it's obviously pointing south, but it's supposed to be pointing north.
Like workshops.
Yeah.
Bring those people into the room and discussion.
One, they get heard. Two, they stop, our emails get stopped getting filled up with like crazy. And three, like now they can feel like the whole deal.
Well, in this case, we can leverage them to actually do things.
Correct.
I was gonna say, what about like volunteer opportunities? I mean, I think about like, I know Josh is trying to get CERT back up, but like, I remember a lot of these things, like where can they get involved? To your point, the joys are like, what can you do for your community? Yeah, I was, I mean, she talked about
Where they were talking about.
that was true.
Others to
Achieving the state mandate for.
Identify assets,
Different than what the state
resources, and needs.
So it's
Asset
kind of like
resources
middle
and
ground,
needs.
it's not fixing
Under public safety, right? What are assets, what are needs, and what are resources, whether it's finances or community or whatever.
We're gonna work hard in
Or
several different
services like that.
What's that, yeah? Local control over our housing.
Which, that comes back to kind of making sure we allocate.
And how about like the state's required affordable housing in our own land?
Well, yeah, we do that.
Yeah, I did.
We do the umbrella of resources, or we do an umbrella of several separate things, either way, whatever you guys need.
Then we're both fighting what the state's doing, but also preparing ourselves so that we're not
The opportunities for community
in case
Yeah,
we're not
community, that
successful.
would be great.
So, and opportunities.
It doesn't want to say that, but we could add some work. Whether it's responsible development, making consistent.
And I think this,
Pursuant to the state laws?
no, this what, they'll spend my memory into wildfire and fire, whatever we say.
Along with the question, I agree. Right now,
And then under public health and safety, I think the topic we haven't touched on is, and this is kind of a broad one, we talked about access to mental health, mental and physical health. Obviously the training is kind of its own deal, the training is obviously a huge issue. But mental health support, access to things, we touched on this earlier. It's not all the people we see who are out using all these things, but what about the people who aren't? The person who we all think is fine, that steps in front of that training. How do we as proactive, city proactive staff, address getting people access to these resources, whether it's physical health or mental health? How do we do that? What does that look like?
But I think that's a distinct city goal, because we want local control, and we want to meet the state mandates in case we can't influence it. So 2029 is coming up before we know it, it starts housing the time. So we can at the same time with our other towns say, okay, we're gonna have local control, we're gonna decide where our affordable housing needs to go, and we're gonna think creatively about how we do that, and still have our local control. I think that's a really good objective.
Well, I think like before 29, we have to get in front of that. So I think those two go hand in hand. Speaking of that cost and under my
That way we
umbrella, I
got
oversee
threatened by builder's remedy.
the sheriff's who
Yeah.
source all the
And hold
training.
that in mind, when we look at one that
Another
says,
presentation.
with the goal of
But
implementing
get with the
correct,
city and they're always
legally
putting out this
defensible,
kind of
responsible
public
development.
safety
We both want to
announcements.
add or a bullet under that that
Things like
talks
hot
about
bonds, those are things that we can look
local
at in the city.
control,
The railway is one of our,
funding. Do you want to embellish one to cover it, I reckon on this list? No, our goal had to do homelessness. Couldn't we put balance enforcement and services as a bullet under this? Because really, the community's competence, sheriff, fire, civil services really encompasses that. So we could have another goal that says, balance enforcement and services and reduce homeless action plan under this.
Affordable housing mandates.
Really quick, I don't want to lose what she
Affordable
said.
housing
You know, one of the things we have here at the senior center is we have a binder, you know, that has all the different senior services, because we are the senior center, but we don't do social services. We also developed a page for veterans. I don't know if anyone knows that on our website. It talks about all the different veteran resources, and it's a phone number of addresses. So we can certainly, yeah, we need to write it down. We need to write it down. I would have you know, website, we can have maybe even if you have an app. So I definitely think that because obviously as a city, we don't have mental resources, but let's get people that the easier ways to find, the better it would be for people.
All these counselors getting out, a bunch of them, is trying to round them up. They want something to do, they want to tell us what they need. Well, it's really, really great. Can you get your job situation?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to say, can you get like Christine Schindler, she comes in all the time, like, you pass the door along, you pass it, you're the bike safety, you got something with physical safety, you don't, in your little group. I'm just trying to say, like, they're already there, and they're already in front of people, they're already wanting to help. Like, it's never to go find new people that want to help. There's already people already helping. So the path of least resistance, the people are already showing up to our door, they're knocking on the door, hey, can you do this? Yeah. You're on your way out, can you do this?
I like that, in concept, but I'll tell you, if we get down to brass tacks, that all those groups only care about the one thing they care about, and they're not interested in anything else.
But you see how that, you see that very quickly becomes a two-way communication, it's a accountability.
You have to have
Well, let's accountable,
accountability.
you want something from us, you want something from me, like, let's go. Talk about this, you guys want us to put a skateboard in somewhere, like, well, then we're gonna need your help when it comes to bike safety, because kids look up to you. So you're cool in town, well, we need some of that cool to go into our message, so you want something from us, and they don't know we're gonna want something from you. The other side, I think it just helps.
I don't think it hurts to do it, but I think to count on it.
A big part of it is to kind of put them back in their seat. If they're not willing to help, then they're not willing to do it. They don't really want what they want, they're not willing to do some of the stuff that we're asking. Especially with an email, you just send this out to your email. The people that you send out, the 200 people you send it out to, that's 200 more people.
I just like Leucadia now, right? You mentioned it. Leucadia now wants to cross, they want to be able to cross the road back safely. That is all they care about. They don't care about anything else. They don't care about any other aspects of it. And so they're going to be
Physical safety, homeless.
9 times out of 10. I know, but
All I'm trying to say is, I can say here's the thing, is we don't try it, then we'll never know. And there might be a group, and here's the thing, let's say there's 100 groups in town, that's just a round number, and 80 of them don't even want to do it, well, 20 do. That's the 10 minutes, know your city 10 minutes a month, hey, we want to recognize this city, we want to recognize this group, we'll do this. And a big part of the recommendations and population process in historical society is about getting the top 5 pictures that are selected from street fairs of old and seen it, and we're gonna start handing those out as a part of our, like, good job. So people can, like, more so than the proclamations, about probably a year, 2 years, fade away, that picture will hold, hang in their house. So it's like, that's me, that's something we did. So start giving them something that is all it's needed to encourage the 20 that are doing it right, and the 80 that aren't doing it right.
So let me address what you just said. What is our expectation as resource allocation? Because we're designating, to make that happen, we're designating resources from City Hall to that effort to get the word out, to create the...
Designating information, not resources.
No, we are, it is resources, because she's got to send an email, she got to take 5, 10 minutes, 20 minutes out of the day all the time to do this. And by the time we ask them to do it, it's 20% positive response and acceptable return on that investment.
We have one email group that goes out to all the groups simultaneously. It's absolutely worth it. The initial, how's this? I'll put in the 40 hours to get the actual email list, and after that, there are no resources, one email. You send out hundreds of emails a day.
Is that a good use of your 40 hours?
One time around, yeah, absolutely. What I'm trying to say is, once you get 20 groups, now, especially when you start encouraging ownership, I guarantee you, they all want to be heard anyway. They're barking louder, they want to be heard. Correct. And then we can talk about the group that are doing it right. AC 101, you're doing it really well. Kitty 101, you're talking about wanting to do it well. You're not really helping us help you.
I'm getting yes.
Kick it on. So public safety, are we good with what's up here?
I think we just need to move social goes on the other list onto that list. I don't know, I feel like the goal of enforcement, balance enforcement with services, the judicial, and we have, and we put the judicial, because it really does, it all kind of applies.
That way that was fixed. Goals for public safety, and that's.
Our last box.
Yep, last box. Safe and efficient mobility and circulation.
Did we want to add homeless action plan or your?
Yeah.
That's already
No, I think we should add it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Nick. You need to be a part of this. Here we go.
Oh, and A, we mean, yeah, get both of them.
I do think the train needs to be part of our public safety. The train has no more fastest in town. And such well, no, because I'm not talking about
there now.
we don't have to assess it with email. Right? We know what it affects, we know the number of people it affects, we know the challenge. And so but I think putting it as part of this is an important.
No, but that's what I think we need to do. I think we need to work with like our park organization, NCT, and the sheriff's department to have better tree safety around it.
So maybe that's.
And then just specific training, I don't know if we want to put that under balance enforcement services or if we.
Oh, yeah, I know. Is there affordable housing encompasses that allocation? Lottery method.
Safe and efficient mobility and circulation for all modes of transportation. Big one, that's the big one.
We're going back to the other room.
No jumping ship now, there we go.
Here, I'm gonna try to frame this a little bit, is there has to be, I think right now we're trying to combine everything. I'm gonna use 101. It used to be 2 lanes both ways in Acadia, now it's 1 lane each way. From a safety standpoint, if you're just sheer safety, it would have been more safe to put both lanes of vehicle traffic on one side of the divider and both lanes of bike travel on the other side. Why? Because now you don't have bikes and cars on a regular basis intersecting. Right now, the per bikes presentation of the e-bikes, there's a 23 mile an hour, a 25 mile an hour, and a 20 mile an hour. Everything above that is an M1 class M1 motorcycle. Those require motorcycle licenses. There are parents that are buying for their kids that aren't doing that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is if we're trying to enhance e-bike safety, if we enhance the ones that don't know vehicle traveling, meaning the ones that have never been in a car, so 10, 12, 13, up to the whatever age, those who have been on a bike, all of us here have driven a car. So I'm not saying we're traveling at our own risk, but we also understand the mindset of somebody who's riding. So I'm going to use e-bikes and bicycling, but there are parts of town, there are lanes, as we heard yesterday, survivability goes up after 30 miles an hour, significantly. Bikes go 23 to 28 miles an hour. Well, there are roads that you need, where do kids say they want to go? They want to go to parks, schools, beaches. So if you stand at the east side of the game or Kaya Barcelona, which I know is Carlsbad, but Tom lives in town. Carlsbad here, you'd be willing to help, I'm assuming, but if you stand at those 2 locations, can we get to those locations, school parks and beach, with less than 5%, 8%, 10% of our travel on thoroughfares? Get them on streets that already go, like Florida. This goes 25 miles an hour. So a kid traveling on this, so a car driving on this should expect to be at 25 miles an hour. A bike going the same speed, well, I get there's too much speed down this, but the speed limit posted here is 25 miles. The reason people go this street versus it's in Boulevard, one of them, been doing it for a long time, is because I'm not getting to where I need to go on this Boulevard, the speed that I need to go there, or the time expected. Right? But the back up there, so how do we separate the car and bike? I need the 40 mile an hour faster.
I think we can dip into a very specific piece of the topic. What you have to do in this semester, you have to start with the whole picture. People travel east, west, north, south through the city. Identify how we want them to circulate. Identify where we want to place them, and then what that interaction starts to look like as cars, vehicles, bicycles, or drivers, whatever, and pedestrians start to interface. And how there's a difference between what we consider to be a thoroughfare versus a neighborhood, or whatever we want to call it, as we direct that flow and where people are going. So I think you have to start with the big picture and really kind of looking on it and peel it down.
That's what we I think he's looking at how do we make our thoroughfares more efficient.
But we don't know what thoroughfare, before we actually decide what a thoroughfare is, where are they?
It's defined. Bruce read it. You read it, don't plan for the well method.
I get it, but it's very clear that that has been lost in the city. Very clear. It took me a half an hour to get here from my house, which is a mile and a half from me today. It takes me 25 minutes to get to the I-5 from my house. We have lost traffic. So it needs to be redefined, whether it is defined in general plan, we need to come back to what does that actually look like in senior center now? How does it live in there now?
And that's what you're saying. Basically, I said I was just using a very specific portion of what come up. Why are people leaving thoroughfares? Why do we have speed bumps and all this? I just think people aren't getting where they go on thoroughfares. Got through. The town wasn't building more rates than they cool, but at the same time,
we can do that together.
And then the other big thing is we have the I-5 running through our town. Right, Del Mar, it's on the east side, Solana Beach is mostly on the east side, so their 101 isn't really impacted as much by the 5, whereas we missed the moment to get our traffic lights at our, have the funding set up for it, where it would help. But the 7 lights from Lake Acres to the whatever it is, like that's just the nightmare issue. I know it's another Caltrain. All of it.
I like the we started having, so why don't we start throwing some stuff on the board? So it's I know we talked about signal timing, we talked about Caltrain coordination, you talked about the e-bike. So maybe if we just start throwing a couple bullet points and then we will figure out let's talk about bullets. Would that be okay? Yeah.
Maybe what I've heard in the last couple days that for the goal in this area, perhaps like optimize traffic flow in these goals. Transportation options and prioritize sustainable
He's our mobility expert, so. So let's go to the first one.
Describe that. So we're saying optimize traffic flow and reduce congestion. Traffic flow and reduce congestion. Technology implementation, support flexibility,
I just want to kind of add to optimize. What does optimize mean? So do we have like a 2 in the morning, no traffic out, do we have an actual time stamp of speed that it takes to travel from this location to this location to get you in a moment? They know, like, I'm going to go from northeast to southwest and vice versa, because guess what, it's summertime. Everybody's going from there to there, so that's going to be 11 and a half minutes. That's the most optimal, so there's nothing more optimal than 11 and a half minutes. So when you start 15 minutes, that's 30 minutes. That's not optimal. So what's the optimal range around the most optimal effort? Obviously, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about of course, I'm just trying to say, but we have to do it at a time when there's no baseline. That's the baseline. That's the most optimal. And then once we have optimization, if they do say over, once you go from 11 minutes to 15 minutes, it's still in the window. You go from 11 minutes to 28 minutes, we've lost an area. Correct. So the idea is now when somebody's traveling to town, and all come summertime, all the people that live in South Carolina, the hospitals, in San Diego, they go to the beach, but they can't go due west a lot of times. So they do west and they
shows what our
seconds, that means it didn't stop.
And so it's unsure.
So we get to the next report, we follow back traffic. We have different classifications of roads, major, arterial, cold collector, different classifications. And we have separation between mobility, accessibility. Mobility was faster, better signal coordination, accessibility was better for bicycles, mobility is here for crosswalks, more driveways, signals don't need to be coordinated because
Speed slows down.
Exactly. The past 10, 20 years, the whole active transportation surge, we now are increasing our traffic a lot more, we're adding speed, our 101, we're adding a lot of other traffic we all focus on. Faster distance, jeopardizing crossing illegally, jaywalking laws, if they're not crossing the signal, or now if they're doing 45 miles an hour, yeah, so narrow lanes on our accessible or we have better bike lanes. So this can shift from this new council, we can provide our general plan, that will be your chance of saying, okay, we want to make the streets classified like this. As you go about what would I like to hear in your thoughts on how this council takes a little different from this council. What I think would be in line with the way sets of level of service where different classifications of roads to say mobility of 20, traffic, we want these roads of the city to operate at level service. If it's failing, we want you to automatic. Never this council regulations happening out of pockets. So being the provider, what I did was I used it for a wider bike lane and wider buffers. I can do that extra with the at our signals. I can add pockets. I can make a left turn pocket a double. There are a lot of areas, if I don't have room, I can get it on the development. So this kind of direction to say on these kind of roads, I want to focus on mobility with a level of service. Your question about the travel time, that's the level of service interpreted into traffic engineering. We're okay with our residentials or locals and lower level collectors to operate at level of service. We're okay with traffic calming measures that things we're not okay. So to kind of create that differentiation, and then we're reviewing our mobility analysis guidelines. Any developer coming in, they're supposed to check their project impact against a certain number of goals. You can tell us, okay, for this goal, we want you to be very soft. For this specific goal, we're okay with the,
They're all tough.
No, that's really, we had this chat yesterday here in York, so we were talking to attorneys, at some point this becomes a burden to the developer that we run into some trouble with.
Okay, we'll deal with that.
Yeah. So again, that's your chance. We have like 10, 20 more coming up. You can take each one-to-one analysis process. We have the option.
I think we have to look at the end user in all this, right? Like, when you are looking at traffic, and some of this relies on people not knowing what they're doing, right? What they're ultimately looking for is confidence that when I get in my car, it will take me X number of minutes to go from point A to point B or point C. Places they travel through much easier. They don't know that they're not traveling at 30 miles an hour. If they're driving 30 miles an hour, they have to stop. I can tell you with my own personal experience, I know more when I'm stoplight than when I'm moving forward. I have to fix something before it becomes important. In our cities that follow it, and it's very successful. People want that reliability of whatever that time is, because I'm spending my day is dropping my kids off, my day is going to work, my day is doing all the million and I want to know that as I'm planning these million things that future in the day, that my time is going to be reliable in the middle, because that's what keeps me fixed. It's not the appointment unit, it's actually the time between the appointments and the get to and if you can pass through our job. That's good for me. I'm not going to, I will take that.
we talk about timing as well, the time of the day, because, you know, in the morning, you dominate the flow of traffic, especially San Leandro Hills, that they're not going 15, they're going to the 5.
It doesn't matter what you're
East. Well, I'm just trying to say, but eastbound, it's going to be westbound in the morning with a lot more eastbound. Right? Correct. There's that big thing out there that everybody's trying to get to, get on it. Obviously, Caltrans is kind of the big issue here. So how do you...
becomes essentially like the 78 stop.
Pretty much, exactly what it is.
Because they're going back to San Marcos.
All the South Carlsbad, all of, you know, they're coming, I think all of that, because it's where they go. They don't go, you know, Point City is, they come down to Costa, they sometimes come all the way through to Manchester sometimes, or whichever was the, everybody's got their own unique way of trying to get flowing. It's all probably within 2 minutes.
What is the best technology you have to currently have where we're starting negotiations with consultants for my focus on our area for the last 5 years, upgrading our system equipment, adding the most high-tech software that's available in the market, doing that most coordination possibility with the signal. We can get to a certain level, but it's not going to match peak hours. Even if Caltrans allows it, we already started conversation for them to allow the system to be implemented on its Explorer, for example, including their specific. Now, we never have access to that, but they can click the button to let the corridor flow if the system is.
So just an example, I'm on the Potato Boulevard heading east, the light at X is formed. You're heading east and all of a sudden, okay, I see the yellow light on this side, I'm going to go through the exercise. I stop at this one, and then I see the light turn green for up in Real. And now my light goes green, and by the time that one turns, by the time I'm going to that one, guess what? It's already turned red, and so now that one stop light has caused 6 more stops versus, which is why we have people running with lights, because it's not that they're getting stopped once. They miss one, they're getting stopped 10 more times. And that's the real issue with people. If they only got stopped once and they could make the rest after that, it'd be great. Optimization. I'm just trying to say that, like.
So getting back to the goal.
Yeah. Goal is the state.
We do need a goal state.
The goal is to identify where we need to optimize the flow.
Yeah, time limit. So just add it in, time limit. That would be, it's already safe, it's already efficient.
So I think identify is important on there, to just optimize traffic, but identify where we need it to flow, right? Because that's what we're hearing. Where do we want people to, and where we want it to move?
Just a heads up, I get it. Are we open to adding like what costs are right now? We know it's volume,
let's have a discussion on what all that means. What are these
Okay, so that's
not today, but let's have that discussion. What are all the options?
The goal is that stated by itself, and then at the end, just looking at time limit. That's safe, it's efficient, it's saying mobility and circulation for all modes of transportation in a timely manner. That's the only thing that's missing. It's the statement of itself is its own goal in a timely manner. You throw us options, if it needs more lanes, that might be the timely manner. I think that's the only thing that's missing.
optimize. I can do a lot more if I know what my options are.
Yes.
I'll be limited with the number
Your
of
job,
options.
everybody's job is not to stay. None of us are set up for good. We're all, we're saying that we're able, the job is, and I've said this to Jen for a million times, we want experts to be experts. When experts come to the table, they tell you, here's what I think is the best thing. Here are the other options, here's what we looked at, here are all the possibilities, and here's why I advise this. Take that advice in, and when you give us that huge amount of information, right, we're able to see the evidence. And everybody gives us at some point in the year what's in the department, but when you have that total trust amount of information, like the best decision starts to become clearer and clearer and clearer. So you try to make these things together. For sure.
We want every user to be on that corridor, where we want mainly vehicles. That's an important thing to know.
So we get into listening back into the conversation, right? The people getting on the I-5 using their vehicles, they're not biking, they're not walking, right? People who are walking probably aren't going as far as those people. People who are riding their bikes are going farther than people who are walking on the same distance, but they're not going, for the most part, unless they're recreational, they're not going 30 miles an hour, right? And so they're addressing where they're going to be is probably very different than the person who's going to 5. There's probably a space to put them. McCoy's is a great example actually, where his space is out well and it's a shared space and people can go in. I know. Cat's gonna get out of the bag soon. Yeah. But yeah, to that point, like identifying, like, okay, these other modes of transportation, they probably they fit on the road, but they're probably not the primary user, and maybe these primary uses are and that's up to you guys to identify and help us figure out how to make that, whether it's it might include going as far as saying, hey, this idea of to put in a bike rack, takes all the bikes off the road, and that comes from you,
Right, but I mean, it's actually.
What about if one of the goals would be, I don't.
Yeah.
What if safely and efficiently move people in, out, and around the city? That's the goal. And then you're gonna come up with bullets on how, like, what are some of the, what do you think? 'Cause it sounds like that. Okay. Safely and efficiently move people in, out, and around the city. You're talking about how to get in and out, and then in a time manner. What do you think?
Time is a big deal, yeah.
Well, we're saying efficiently, but let's do time and manner. I like it.
That's our goal. I just want to remind people, most people that walk in our town or ride their bike still drive to go walk.
Yeah. And
They
it's all.
still drive to go ride their bike.
Yeah.
So they're still driving at some point. Driving has to be the primary means.
If you go to the 101, the walking path on evening,
Correct. Point out. That is true. So how far do you live from? Where do you live? Okay. You just go 101.
Yeah, that's where I can give you an example of like where you just said.
Yeah, I think in, out, and around, but I mean, are we okay with just around the city, or do we want?
You gotta remember we have summertime. We have a different mode, in summertime.
Yeah, we can say officially move people throughout the city.
I think much more, again, I do it myself, the Costa Valley, and I live in Costa Valley, so Carlsbad. Don't get paid for that. And all the money that we're missing from this town, like all the budget we're missing, goes to Carlsbad. And they come through our town, even though they live and work here, they don't pay us for all the stuff that we want to enhance. The fact of the matter is that they are coming in and out of our town, even though it's just presumably feels like that. And
are we good with the goal?
yes.
Okay.
So now
For now, we're just discussing.
The balancing, I'm hearing a lot, I want to make, I guess I'm trying to make my life easier later on. This balance, that's I think the council's direction to us. Let's say on 101, we have the diagonal crossing on the right? If I eliminate that diagonal crossing, 101 will flow with. This boulevard at 101, underneath the bridge, we want everybody turning left onto 101 going to our downtown, westbound, or going right. If I eliminate that crosswalk over the east leg, I can make it flow a little bit. These balancing without clear direction from council, it's kind of tough for staff to know like how far we have to go.
What streets in the country do you've driven on, if you visit other parts of the world, there's a street in every city that you could probably look at. I know it's just every time you go to an event, that's an event planner, and you're like, this is so cool, I gotta do this my next event. What city do you visit that has a street? I can tell you a city I've visited that has a street that I think we could do and nail out that history of great dude. For creating that flow, you're talking about taking out crosswalks, people, I'm asking you, what is the city, so I'll back up, I'll give you my
it's a vision, like, how do you want your city to run? That's the thing, like, if you, I added a bunch of crosswalks on Oakland Area with the last round of free striping that did hamper the flow of traffic. I can take many of them, basically every intersection, if I have crosswalks parallel on both sides, that drops the efficiency of the intersection by 10%. So when it comes to efficiency, flow, we need to create that balance, but that balance needs your help to say how much are we willing to compromise, how far are we willing to go. So it shouldn't be a blanket. From what I'm hearing, it's like some roads you want a lot more focus on vehicles, some roads you want.
We want to get focus on the flow of the amount of people travel, one side they travel east-west. They're predominant roads. I think we could all say Manchester, Santa Fe, Encinitas Boulevard, Lapedia Boulevard, La Costa for east-west. I don't want to add how many squeezes there is, sadly, somebody will be.
Birmingham, Manchester, freeway, 101, north-south, all together, the other south. Those are your main primary areas because they touch the freeway. Then you go to collectors and local. That's the ASHTO.
Oh, perfect. And so we want to focus on those. How do we make those move? And I firmly believe that if we can keep people moving, it doesn't matter what speed we're moving at, as long as they are moving.
So higher mobility on hard classification roads, higher accessibility, active transportation on lower access, on lower classification.
Yeah, and not to, it's not, it doesn't have to be at the expense of, hey, don't ride Encinitas Boulevard, you bike anymore, don't walk Encinitas Boulevard. Like, that's certainly not the answer, but it's focusing on making sure the roads, how do we make sure the traffic and volume of traffic is on there moves.
I think, yeah, but I think enhanced safety, so like all of the schools that are doing the ride programs, all of them, Christine does all of the rides, like she can do the ride on those corridors that, and those specific intersections that they have to be on the thoroughfares, and predominantly going towards kids, because again, adults, one, know how cars drive to some level, and they're taking a little bit at their own risk, where there is a safer way, you want to go the safer way. If you want to go the faster way, it may not be as safe. You know, you ride over.
You said something in the very beginning that I wanted to, in addition to improving the flow on the key main roads, but providing those opportunities for the alternative routes for people to do one bike and walk.
100%.
Is really key to transition.
You don't know, now people aren't jumping off to go down the speed bump roads because they don't want to anyway, but they have to because it's the only way to get back around.
So that's well, again, that's what Luke's saying, because I think we should take the kids off the main roads. If they're going to school, let's direct the school to direct them to the back door. Use the back road to get there. Every school has that possibility. And how do we tap into that? Like take the risk as much of your how do we equate safety? All this flow, safety still trumps it, right?
I don't take, I can take so I go up Sunset, by Orchard Park, down Hermes, so I'm off the main road, and it's so much safer. So that could be a route that we're sharing.
Well, that's the idea. So Christine would put the kids through that. So every kid that's doing the learning, so now that their process would be that.
So the bullet point under here is identify alternative routes for alternative transportation routes.
Safe, suggested, efficient. That was one of the things. I think we were at the Traffic Regulation Mission, and there was a debate about just tuning some bike suggested routes. I think the last one, and one of them was Manchester, avoiding Manchester Loop, which is really great in one direction, kind of tough in the other because of blindness and the speed. But the challenge is now you have to go up Manchester, which is speeds on bicycles, right? And that's a tough one because I don't think there is a good one in that one. But it's a kind of an example of when we identify those routes, not only what helps with the flow of traffic around town, but what actually works. Because we want to work to be encouraging people to use their bikes to walk. What are the routes, not only that get them from the but what's actually are encouraging to use.
So is this revisiting the active transportation plan?
certainly part of it, yeah.
All right, do me a favor, and this is great. We need to finalize the bullets. We have the goal, we need to just finalize the bullets.
Optimization, I don't see there. I think it's
So
called.
that's revisit active transportation.
Right now, just maybe 30 seconds on your feelings on public transportation, which is a lot about cars and bikes. A little bit about what about public transit?
I like it. I think that that's part of when Nick talked about the microtrans. I said, hey, I want to get this backdrop to the whole public transportation, meaning our buses and our trains, because liability is showing to be pretty low after this. I wasn't pleased to hear that. I did make that pitch that it's again, this is a much longer fight possibly, but going back to the time of day, I think that it would be really good. We want people to start taking public transportation. This is not a public transportation central, because this town was built around the car. It's just how it was. You go to the East Coast, it was built around the walker. So public transportation works a lot better in places where it was built around the walker. The fact is we want to get people to start using it. That's where it starts to you. So I would love to bring back school buses, but school buses aren't probably coming back. Maybe we can get city buses to start doing some school busing. And so in the summertime, when the kids want to go places, they might be more likely to take public transportation if we were able to get them onto buses and they start to see and feel. So I like it, but currently there's not a lot of people using it to the level that we would like it.
So that, if that's something that you want to change, and goal is to, how do we improve our opportunities?
Yeah.
We can, I don't.
Or like transportation options instead of microtransit, it looks forward to other stations.
I don't think that's actually how much of that is actually in our control.
That's what I was just going to add, or collaborating with NCTD and our other public transportation.
That's right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because I don't, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things that was really neat, it was sometime around the pandemic, they were allowing teenagers to ride the train for free, and my teenagers rode the train for free.
You do that with college, NCTD is not doing this. NCTD, I believe public transportation is a future push. Currently, the resources, the allocation of those resources, the routes, and the accessibility to it, and the frequency of it, which is a huge issue, right? For example, we're changing the sprinter up, so the sprinter is every 15 minutes, because they're thinking the ridership will use it if it's, oh, I missed my sprinter, I'll get the next one. We're not able to do that currently, and it's not going to change even because it's quite, I said a $1.3 billion budget last year, but it's still not going to fix all the issues that we have. But going forward in the future, looking at things that looking at the aspect of an evolving population. I don't want to get into microtransit because I like having my stuff in my car. I like having my own shoes there. I can't leave them on microtransit and have to share it with someone. My daughter won't be like that. My daughter will have it on her app. It'll be more for her to get it off her phone, probably, than it is for me to have my running shoes on. Right? So it's going to change. It's going to evolve. Where we're at right now, I don't believe it's a solution. I don't think they would throw it out, because I think it does help a lot of people. It does help, and any way we can make it more connected and get more people on, get more people using it, help the environment, help them.
Yes.
Correct. Although that gets back to volume of usage and volume of buses that are out there and train users, and that's not going to fix in the current moment. It's going to be 5 to 10 years. So, not throw it out. Let's encourage it. Let's push it. Let's get as many people on there as we can. But let's realize that that isn't going to solve on now.
I'll be good with the ball.
About like making things below arterials, but also to develop like those bike routes.
Right, you're talking about all yeah, like I said, stand at the east side of the game, stand at Sorry Barcelona. How do you the least amount of time on thoroughfares that are safe, beautiful, I think. I'll say that it's probably inherent that people are walking or biking, they may have a little bit more time. They've taken the option and said if they don't have to, they said I have the time to do this, I'll see enough time to be on the walk. So getting rid of a crosswalk that goes through, like, I like it, but I don't. I mean, if I just need to walk that way and then walk that way the next way, it's not that much more extra time for the person that's chosen to walk, but it's a lot of extra time sometimes for the person that's just driving and has to wait for the person that's walking, and that's the problem. I get the most people to where they want to go in a timely manner, so I like it.
So if we could say like enhance pedestrian bicycle safety and connectivity, not both like education efforts and outcome people safety, the programs that we do, and then also
that's the next
One of the big things you talk about here is communication. I think that one this a lot too. It's sort of pointed also safety and efficiently moving people inclusive of that. And maybe the very important thing in the message.
All the transportation, that's that fit that?
Yeah.
That's fine. To that.
So essentially, we might have an app where you might say
And then Christine and all the schools that do, when they do their training, they do the education hour, and then they do the ride hour. But when they do the ride hour, just use the foot stomp. Listen, people are inherently habitual, right? You go to a classroom, people sit wherever you want for the day. They come and they sit down, guess what, they're going to find tomorrow. The next day, the next day, the next day. You know, the kids are going back to buses. If the kids are on the buses and they're riding these routes, their mom and dad can follow them on the iPhone 360. Like, we can start working together to keep them safe. Like, stay off these roads and go this way to the park if you're going to go skateboard. Period. That's part of the help from the skateboarders. Let's get busy, start pushing these routes to make sure that when they are biking to go skateboard, like they're biking on routes that are inherently safer because they're under 30 miles an hour and survival is up. You say that to parents, we get that education out there. Guess who's going to force us more than the parents? They're at the schools. Now the safety's there because they're on roads that go less than 30 miles an hour already, not us having to slow down.
All right, timeouts. Our bullets.
I think they're good.
Are we good?
You want to change that one? Or this one? The bigger goal gets it with the alternative transportation routes, which I think is not what you wanted, or yes? Well, you're here, so you're the director. So if you want to put that in your notes, or you want to actually put it on there specifically, you can.
Yeah. Public transport, vehicle safety, sheriff department, for sure.
The system optimization, the technology piece, I still don't see it. If I want to implement it, because it's going to cost, they would need council direction. So I do like to see council.
Well, I vote 1, yes. I wanted 5, so you'll have to ask the other 4.
Sit on timing, optimization, adding new technology.
As part of your signal optimization, are you going to include the bicycle red lights?
We can, those won't really serve what I'm hearing. They have their purposes, but to optimize flow, those really don't do much.
Yeah, man. I think the answer is yes, we want to do that. The discussion is a deeper discussion of that touches into what do we do now, what do we want to do, how much does it cost, what are other cities doing, and what makes the most sense after that.
The quick answer is yes.
Yes, the quick answer is yeah, of course. We understand, I think everybody here understands that all these things require resources. And the goal is to make sure the city has resources.
I kept hearing the past 2 years, but it's never because the previous council, the automated enforcement that we had. This is something I'm hearing from two of our commissioners.
Sure.
Is that something that? Yeah.
Or like
no, it's like red light cameras that we had. A few speed enforcement, I don't think we can hop on that train because we're kind of limited to those agencies, but is it something I'm hearing? Is this another idea?
Yeah, to get people to drive the speed that you're engineering the road at. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, or the red light cameras like
We
crashing.
need to do that.
We haven't got rid of them.
Yeah, well, yeah, we need to do something like that for not only justice, for other aspects of the city. Anyways, so we want to support the sheriff's department together to do what they want to do.
You guys like red light cameras?
Are you moving away from obviously, it's definitely a force multiplier.
Let's call it that way.
Based on, the revenue that's coming back from it.
Personally, I don't like them, but
Staffing, yeah, we have to.
I don't like the
staff
notice.
Smile.
I got one from Belmont. Yeah. And with a courtesy notice. Oh, yeah.
A lot of these.
I was just following another car through the intersection.
Right there.
And my wheels were far.
All right, is it break time?
Yeah, it's break time.
Oh,
No, it's break time because we're finalizing this and we're gonna come all
I'll
back
say
together.
city, you guys say it's city.
5 minutes.
Dave, I thank you for listening. I think it might be part of that microtransfer thought process. Another thing we haven't thought about is the cost of kids going to
Ladies and gentlemen, don't be shy. Gather around.
Which is where I graduated from. That was also switched. Instead of bringing them here, which would have been more efficient, they switched them. They had to go all the way around, and they had to come over here because make sure that the economics didn't school and get you on the press were equal. That's the only reason they did it. Now the economics are worked out where Cascadia has now probably surpassed it. You see what I'm saying? So we're still living in an old pattern. It doesn't make sense anymore because now the economics balanced out. It's not. But it's a conversation. It's a conversation with we're trying to get some of that. This is getting some of these things aren't going out until years. Getting rid of it. Did you guys know that about the White House and the gate or that way? You didn't. You wouldn't have known that. Rose and I know that because I grew up there and I knew that. So
Excellent. You need a break before.
working back then, because there wasn't really there's no houses in it. That was all about. So you didn't have those many people, so it didn't really matter at that point. It was just
All right.
the country right.
All right, here we go. Everybody come on over.
Anyway.
All right. Here.
Yeah, or have a process flow so that it's not left to the whims of whichever developer is bringing it to the table, bringing the project. So the second bullet under general plan would be pursuing statewide and regional reform of the housing policies, and that can happen at multiple levels. Statewide initiatives such as Our Neighborhood Voices, regional policies, which would be like Sandag did a paper on RENA reform, and obviously they do RENA allocation. Our legislative lobbying policy, which will be up for review, and then I think there was Cal Cities is the one we didn't get on here. I think that got dropped off. Cal Cities is a statewide organization of cities. It's 100 years old, and they were founded on local control. So this would be getting them to come help fight for us. So I think that's it.
All right. Comments on any one of the goals? Anything that you see that is missing needs to be added to?
Yeah, I think looking at community character and economic vitality. We're supporting our businesses and organizations. Josh, I apologize, I can't really get from here very well. We haven't discussed this as a council yet, but I know it's been talked about. Like every time we've had the conversation with the city about having a grant writer involved, and it's always a mixed bag of return. And so when I hear us say partner on grant opportunities, my confidence isn't there. And so I think I need a little more action to that as to how we would partner as grant opportunities, because I know Bruce, we've talked about this, cities that have acquired extended grants that have grant writers, which we do not. So I'm a little concerned about that one. I'd like to see that vetted out better. I also think that we need to take out the middleman for our businesses. I'd like to start a business commission of 7 business owners within the city, so that we don't have to put the 101s and the chamber in the middle of political discussion. They can come directly to us with their issues, define them, bring them out without having to navigate crossing their fingers, that the 101 will feel comfortable giving them. And I come from the 101, so I'm not throwing them under the bus and saying we're putting them in an awkward position. We can take them out of the mix, have the businesses come straight to us, and then clearly and confidently and in a very coordinated manner identify what those needs are.
So is that an additional?
So I think you're partnering on grant opportunities. You want some clarity around that one.
Clarity around that, and the other one is in addition.
You want the how on here, basically.
Well, yeah, how are we going to do that? Because we can't do that for ourselves. How are we going to do that to help other people?
Well, perhaps that's part of the objective, is to define the how and potentially get additional grant writing capability.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say that's definitely the how. And just so you know, we do have consultants that help with grants in Jill's camp when we do some big ones. So there are consultants out there that can do that before hiring a full-time person. So I would definitely say that we could look at that.
We got $60 million from grants last year from consultants or something like that, right? You know the number, you said it before in the council meeting. But it's a lot. They perform well. Return on investment is really good. Consultants are great. Consultants, you pay them to work 20 hours, they work 20 hours. And at 20 hours, if there's another $150 million on the table, they don't care. They're done. They've done the 20 hours and moving on to the next job.
So I think this sounds like something we could drill down onto. I just want to kind of indicate that you brought up a lot of things that I think are worth some further discussion. I know that economic development has been something that kind of took a little bit of a pause at the city a couple of years ago when Mark DeLynn was our economic development lead, and just recently we reassigned that to Roy. So there might have been a bit of time where it looked like the city wasn't as engaged. But recently the city has become more engaged in the economic development through Roy, and that connection, I think, is an important one to continue to foster. That may address some of your concerns. But as far as what we're doing here, there may be some wording we can capture that says assess strategies for the best methods for supporting our businesses for supporting our business organizations.
Or is it actually strategies for gaining additional grants and investigate whether it's internal or external?
Absolutely, additional grants.
Yeah, but I'm trying to capture, I think what we said is this is neat, but we need the how. And part of the task could be how do we get additional grants? In other words, investigate methods how we could get additional grants. And it could be internal, it could be contract or whatever. But I'm adding that, I would propose adding that to this to help clarify your concern.
Yeah, the other thing I just wanted to say too is there's 2 forms too. We have consultants where we actually go out as a business. We also have the ability to hire contract employees. So those actually use one individual, which completely has onus to us. We give the scope. So that might be even a better way, Councilmember O'Hara, where that person is really dedicated to us. The other thing is what I would like to do is, propose that we've got some really smart folks on, in the team that we can also look at some grant writing classes that can also supplement, because again, I think that staff definitely has the ability to learn, but I would look at maybe like a contract person that's only ours, that we could do that.
But as far as our goals here today, we don't need to answer how we're going to do it. I'm saying we'll put the investigate how. And does that answer your concern on that bullet?
Yeah, I'm just concerned with how open-ended that is, that's all.
Well, it's got to be, we're not going to answer it here.
I think what it says is we're open to what the best way forward is. We might not know it today. Now, I think you're coming to it with, this is what you know and you want it to happen. I think a broader perspective would be, there might be some insights that can be provided that would identify other good ways forward too.
Any and always, any and always, absolutely agree. I would like to see that business commission end up on there as something I'm going to push forward through on, regardless of whether it's on there or not, I guess. But it does seem like the lines with that.
This is absolutely a yes and. Yes, and I think that's great.
And what was this? You had one other bullet after the grant.
It was business commission.
And that may be more where my comment was meant to focus on, is that economic development is something that we're working towards ramping up more. There's been a commitment to it. We have leadership assigned to it. If there are some issues that aren't being covered, it'd be good to start from what's not being covered and then see if the commission is the solution. I'm speaking from the position of every time we form another commission, there are costs associated with that.
I'll speak from experience as a business owner. I also will speak from the side of it's not fair for us. Our 101s, our chamber, are there to drive business. They're there to market. They're not there to facilitate policy. We had an example of that where they were stuck in the middle of the discussion of the sales tax. Right? None of them wanted to come to that for the sales tax. So let's take them out of the mix. They don't have to make that decision. What side are we on? Let them do their job. They're really good at it. Let's let the businesses come to City Hall and directly tell us, this is what we think of the sales tax, yes or no. Their representatives are straightforward. There's no middleman. There's no one that has to say, well, I got to talk. We got to see. We accept money from the city. We're in this position that we got to say yes or no, pick one side, and I don't want to jeopardize that money. And they're going back and forth. Let's just take them out of the equation. It's easy for them.
So as a goal, I'm trying to capture this. Pursue business commission versus current organizations to formulating city policies. So you're in particular city policies. The way we do it today is through lobbying from various organizations. You're saying it puts them in a difficult position, and that's why I led with the pursue business commission. But I think there's that trade-off.
Yeah, and it doesn't take the 101's voices out of the equation. It just gives the businesses a direct contact.
Well, and that's why I put the city policy comment. I thought you captured that well, and that they're still going to go market. They're still going to weigh in on city policies, but they would weigh in through a business commission potentially. Right. We're not going to answer how this is all set up here, but the goal here is to go through the investigation and consideration and decide how we want to do it.
The key is, it's not just the 101 coming and saying our businesses do this, our chamber does this. It's just like with any commission, we're tasking them with, hey, here's what we're thinking of doing. They go out there, research it, they figure it out, they vet it, they come to the full conclusion, and they come back to us with an explanation that isn't somebody telling them what they want them to say to the city council. It's actually the businesses telling us directly, hey, we've done the research, we've looked into it, and this is our conclusion. Helps us make better choices, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? Hearing none, lunch is served. We're going to take to 12:15. So grab your lunch, and then we're going to move to the other side and go through the rest of the goals. Thank you. We're ready to roll. Everybody come on over here. Don't rush. Take your time. I'll be here all day.
I'll be here all day.
What we really need is our spokesperson for this group, though. That's going to be very important right now.
I think it's a gym. Jim likes to talk more than me. Right?
All right, come on over, everybody. Come on over. This is very important. They're all three. Oh, they're all right there. Okay, they're all back.
All right, everybody had a great lunch? Fantastic. So we had a lot of lively, spirited conversation over here. Obviously, we really dove into some of these issues maybe more than we were supposed to. But, I'd like to say we were over here calling ourselves the group that got the harder 3, so we had to work a little harder on it. Just kidding. So we drove into our 3, which were public health and safety and the protection of life, property, and the physical environment, effective and reliable city services, communications and infrastructure, safe and efficient mobility and circulation for all modes of transportation, and kind of what that means, or goals within that. And I don't know if these are in order of what's up there, but I'm going to go with the order of what's on the board here. We start off with city services, communications, and infrastructure. And we made our goal broad, then we dove into a little bit, but we felt, I think communications you'll find fits into all of our goals that we created. But in this specific aspect, we talked about continue effective and reliable city services. That was kind of one of our key pieces of holding ourselves accountable at City Hall, but also broadening what we do outside of City Hall to connect with the services we provide, the content which we provide, and the connection to our residents. We talked about diving into an asset management plan with metrics and shared data. And all of that was to look at what we're currently doing, but also look at where we're currently going. That management plan would allow us to go department to department, define metrics and things that help us work together collaboratively across and throughout City Hall and outside with our residents. Enhance efficient and effective communications. Get to know your city, meet them where they are. We talked about communications. What are the barriers for communications? And we discussed this idea of the experience of coming to City Hall and you're on one side when you walk in, it's kind of quiet, and everybody is on the other side of those glass doors. And how do we make that connection? Obviously, things like the My NCS apps, our social media presence, changing our verbiage at times when it's appropriate, when we can. But really it all came down to how do we get them to have the information in their hand and connect to it. And so going forward, our goal really is to figure out where they're absorbing the information, how they digest it, and to make it available to them in that manner so that we can get a maximum engagement from our residents. I think that covers the first. Did I miss anything from anybody there?
Yeah, any comments on this one before we move on to the next one? Everybody feels good?
Jim,
Totally for it.
That's the spirit. All right.
Jim, this is a great job. I do have a question because I want to make sure I understand asset management plan. What, that's a specific, those words were chosen specifically. What is that? When I think of assets, I think of physical buildings and stuff. But
That's a good question, and I think it covers our city services, but it really dives into this piece of infrastructure.
Yeah.
And infrastructure, not just being physical infrastructure, whether it's drainage, whether it's our buildings and assets, but also our infrastructure as far as systems we use within the building at City Hall. And so asset management was identifying where we are with them, what they are, what those assets are, and how we intend to look at what we'll need in the future needs of the city, and how what we have now pans out in the future.
Thanks. The clarification then includes that infrastructure is one of the assets you're talking about?
Yes, yeah, and infrastructure, again, both physical and staff and program and plans, which are policy, are all part of the infrastructure program.
It was predicated on, it was predicated on the fact that we want to know where we are, and obviously with hard infrastructure, roads, some of those basics, and then knowing where we're trying to get to, and then once we get to that place, there is a, let's say we all bought a new car, there's a maintenance plan, right? Every 5,000 miles, it's rotate the tire. There's all these little things. So since we're an old city, an old landscape, younger city, but older landscape, right? That we have to have a way to get to a manageable cyclical processing. So we wanted to make sure we know where we are and where we're going, and how we're going to measure that is what the metric part comes into. So just to clarify.
So on that, would asset be all encompassing? Would that explain it? More, meaning it's a whole bunch of things? I'm just thinking for somebody else looking at this.
So I think with assets, we're looking at, starting with physical assets is what your question is, and starting with the physical assets that we have in use and not in use. I can look at a good example being the fire department, right? Fire department, this time next year, will have a temporary Station 1, and we'll have an asset where Station 1 used to be. And so part of that is identifying what the assets are going forward, how that changes, and how we can potentially leverage them to get maximum results.
So would that include, for instance, we've got for the water department, we have a water main master plan, and it's regular videoing and maintenance, and it seems to have developed into a great capital plan. In the case of drainage, storm drains, I don't know that we have, I think we know the number of miles, but a lot hasn't. So would a sub objective here or goal be to develop a stormwater master plan with a regular maintenance schedule, just like you said? Then, okay, so that I see.
So I think we do, but we can add that in. That's very easy.
Yeah, and I think it's underneath that as the next layer down below this. I'm just trying to understand. And then what about pavement? We have the PCI process, which is a good one. And what about like a goal of stopping the decline in the PCI or reversing it? Did you talk about that?
We did talk about that under asset management plan, and that was one of the things was where are we now, where do we want to be, and then how do we maintain that? But starting with where we are now, and then it's, I think Luke gave the example of, they do the roadway and you get it to a point where we want to be, and then you have a maintenance plan so that you can maintain that.
A big part going to end user with the idea of like Joe comes in and says, when's my street going to be done? We can look at the schedule and say, hey, it's scheduled for October of 27. So we know that we're going to get to your street. You may not like it, but at least it's expectation management. And we know where we're getting to. So our maintenance, we can explain it if he wants to go to, if Joe wants to sit around and hear for it and say, hey, we have pipes underneath that, that's going to happen in 26, and then your street's going to be paved this time. So
and that assumes a certain budget, so we're going to, a certain multi-year budget. And right now we only commit to the current year budget. But yeah, I'm looking for The next step out of goal setting, of course, is setting a budget. So we're gonna have to decide how much money goes there, and is our expected transnet and all the other funds enough to make it, and the answer's been no historically, so.
No, and I think identifying the assets and then prioritizing the assets is part of this. But within that, we stayed up at the asset general level, because I think with every one of these executive directors, their department has a list of assets that they need to run their department. And we didn't dive into just drainage, or I would say just drainage. We did dive into one department, specifically drainage, or anything like that, because we wanted to identify, we wanted to make it clear that all the assets make the ship go.
And Jim, if I say, so we are, there was a council initiated item about infrastructure, so we are almost done with that. So it will be a comprehensive list that will include everything from, the vehicles, the fire stations, the buildings, but it also includes some of our IT infrastructure, security systems and things. So we will be bringing that back too as well.
And we're also going to be going over the mid-year budget. And so one of the things we can do in this process, Bruce, is by looking at these systems, and you're talking about we do it year to year, well, we can know that, okay, this list of assets we've got from Department X, we know that we've got 2 more years out of this. And it helps us plan the budget as good. Even though we're only budgeting annually, we're actually in the process of budgeting multiple year down the road.
Projecting multi-years.
Projecting.
Budgeting.
Can I ask you for you to also then expand, because I think you're about to go, so you're
talking about management and assessing the conditions and then identifying what needs to be done to manage and sustain our existing infrastructure, our existing assets. Where, then the next step I would think, but where is the capital program? Is that going to be under this item, or where did you put the new things, like a new fire station, or, where's the capital program? Should it be here?
We do. So what we'll do is, depending on what it is, so for instance, let's use streetscape, that'll have new bike lanes and roadway and everything like that. That gets put into our assets, because again, so it's anything we build, so it's any new building and anything that we have to maintain will go into assets, because again, you have maintenance costs for that, and it'll have a lifespan. Because I think that's part of what the group was saying, is that, for instance, with our fleet vehicles, we have a vehicle replacement plan. We know basically how long each vehicle will last. We have to start budgeting, so I think the thought is we need to do that for all of ours. I know that Sylvester's undertaking an updated facility assessment that will tell us when we'll need to replace air conditioning and HVACs and lighting systems and flooring and things like that.
And just one more question on that. I'm just curious where our consideration for our needs in our infrastructure. So we have our infrastructure task force work, which identifies future capital improvement projects in the city. Is that being considered here as far as prioritizing, implementing infrastructure projects, or is this just more looking at what do we currently have and what do we need to maintain it?
It's looking forward, and that's why we came up with the idea of metrics and shared data. It's to look out and forward down the road, specifically so that we can look at the trends, look at what we need to do, and then within that identify kind of what I would call the must-haves versus what would be nice to have, and dial down with what we've got left once we get through these metrics and data, so that we make sure all the things that the city has to have to run day-to-day and to move forward are there, and then the things that we'd like to add to it, candy code, I understand, how do we have the ability to do that and prioritize those? Okay, anyone else? We can write this anyway. This is a work in progress before we leave here today. So I added capital improvement inclusion on. I think making sure that that concept doesn't fall off the table is really important. So make sure that's on there.
That's good. So for the infrastructure task force, it did have 2 different charts. It had a backlog of stuff that we should have been done, and then like improvements we'd like to make. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys have seen that. I can share that data with you guys if you haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I think we all have.
Yeah, the donut chart.
Not the donut chart. The infrastructure task force had Excel spreadsheets that had
Excel spreadsheets that had what are the backlog of things that we could have, should have been maintaining. It had, you know, Fire Station 1, Fire Station 4, and all of that stuff, and then future, what would we like to have? So that included like Fire Station 6 and things like that.
Yeah, there are like 154 items on it or something like that.
Yeah, and one thing, I think we're gonna have to be careful here, because trying to get a comprehensive capital and expense budget going beyond 5 years, 10 years is pretty hard. It's boiling the ocean, so we're gonna have very near term, what are our priorities for capital improvement, inclusion, what do we need, what asset management, but having an asset management plan for as many of the classes of major assets, and I think we do have for some and missing for others, it's a good planning tool, but we're not going to get it down to this very predictable dollar item of what's going to happen in 5 years or 10 years, because we won't be able to predict the revenue side, let alone the expense side. Yeah, and so it's the further away you get, the crystal ball gets foggier, right? That's, at least that's how I've always found it. And so we'll have to put some general, I'll give you an example that, remember when we approved the refurbing the 3 fire stations, I thought that was a little short-sighted, because we should have planned, we've got 5, now we have 6. It should be every 10 years we're replacing one. And we tried doing all 3 at once. We only did 2. And so maybe we have a chance to, and I think this is the level of planning you're getting to here, is we should plan on replacing and refurbishing fire stations, that class of asset, every 10 years, and figure out what that rotation is, so that we're not burdening any one generation with half the fire stations.
Completely agree, and also within that, you know, what a fire station looks like in 10 years, in 20 years, is going to be different. So we can only dive so deep, but we can put the block in place to make sure that it stays on the table.
It's the kind of thing we do with our playgrounds in that, I'm going to simplify it. It's like we know what playgrounds we have, we know how old they are, and we have it programmed out when each park's playground is going to be either refurbished or redone.
Yeah, we just need to do that for all the
That's the idea of this. This is just to have this is to frame the picture. The picture is going to keep moving, and different stuff's going to come into it. But now we know where that is, and at least we know what we're ignoring versus not knowing what we're ignoring, right? Because we have to ignore some things. That's the fact of the matter is. But we know what we're ignoring. We can admit to it. It's part of our transparency. We can say, hey, we want to get to this. If somebody wants to donate money and help us pay for it, great. If not, then we're going to have to get to that in 15 years, whenever we can. I don't know the exact answer, but at least now the transparent part of our governance.
And then the last component here is the borrowing and what our bonding is. And I love Teresa, and you guys always gave us, and I carry with me, the bonding fall off on our debt service. We need to know, 2037 is the next big drop. And that's when we'll be able to borrow a chunk of change that would make sense for assets.
All right, any other comments? Well done. We go to the next one.
All right, that was the easy one. All right, here we go. Mobility and circulation. This was a great discussion, first and foremost. I think everybody got involved. It was really lots of input, I'd say, from everybody, and kind of clarification that was asked for, and explanation on details and challenges. But actually, one of the healthiest across the board discussions we had was really fantastic to be part of. I'll dive into mobility and circulation. We talked about safely and efficiently moving people throughout the city in a timely manner. And our bullet points on this really became about how do we move people around, but making sure that all of the pieces of the puzzle stay in the conversation. We talked about alternative transportation routes, and within that, alternative modes of transportation from motorized vehicles. We talked about revisiting active transportation, the active transportation plan, and we rounded out with exploring public transportation opportunities, making sure we're looking forward, planning ahead, incentivizing and collaborating with NCTD and any other agencies that provide public transportation. I'm sure there are a lot of questions, so I'm going to stop there and hand it over to all of you.
Where would micro transportation fall? I mean, it might be the next.
So microtransportation is currently under the, it's going to be our partners in this. So like NCTD, who is rapidly moving forward with that. Any of the regional boards, the county might get involved with that as well. But that is something that's coming together that will be regional, because people in Encinitas don't want to just go to Encinitas, and if we put together a service that only goes to Encinitas, it'll fail. It'll be too limited, and we won't get the ridership and usage that we need. We need a program that can leave the city and come back to the city, and that's going to happen with some regional input.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, because when I look at a large NCTD bus go by and it's got 3 people in it, my thought is that should be a microbus. And so the only transportation authority in North County, they can both go across city lines and adapt their front door to major bus route connections and morph it over time is NCTD. They're the ones that are responsible for that. So I think micro transit in the form of buses is part of NCTD, and what is it, NCTD Plus is the current pilot program?
NCTD Plus is current,
yeah. And then many cities have their own individual pilot programs. Correct. And they're kind of those are kind of destined to failure, because they can't
This has just failed. And so they're reprogramming that. And they're still going at it, because there is something to it, and there's a bit of a hive effect where you have to have the local transports and the crossing over, but they're finding a lot of challenge with the local ones right now. And so that ability to kind of cross over, even here, if you had, let's say you lived in La Costa, Luke brought this up. If you lived in La Costa and you wanted to take your microtransit from City Hall to La Costa, and it got to El Camino on the corner of La Costa, sorry, it's a little close, and it said, okay, I can't go any farther, time to get out and walk. But that doesn't work. So we need to be able to connect people on those shorter distances that cross over city lines, county lines, in areas that people travel beyond that, as well as the shorter distances.
If I remember, like when we were talking about this, it's trying to utilize the folks that are already doing it, or do it better, or do it best, and just how do we then integrate ourselves and collaborate more with them, because I think to Jim's point, don't reinvent the wheel. And I mean, I think we have regional partners, and again, transportation is regional. Yes, we're very concerned about how things move within our city, but we realize our residents and people come in and out, so how do you make like a regional transportation plan, because we're not just staying in Encinitas.
Okay. Questions? It's an easy group. All right.
We're tired from lunch.
What's that?
Is there a part 2 to that? Because if you look, effective and reliable city services, communication, and
Broad mobility. Mobility and circulation.
Safe and effective.
Safe and
oh, the third one. We're on the third.
Yeah.
Okay. Then it makes sense.
On box juice.
Okay, we're good?
Yes.
Okay. There are no bad questions. All right, public health and safety, and this was a challenging one, and I think we opened this up to really be inclusive, bring everybody into this conversation, and I think we did a lot of listening in this one, which was really great. So under public health and safety, our goal is to enhance communities' confidence through sheriff, fire, and city services. It's kind of a broad statement. We all came to the confidence over a number of different words. The confidence was equated with comfort, safety, and the expectation of what the follow-through will be. So under that bullet points, we came up with a vulnerability assessment, which is kind of a risk assessment of our safety. I think that included all aspects from fire safety to sheriff's needs to city health safety, city health and services we work with, kind of an assessment of who is providing us the service, who is following through, who's creating accountability that we can go into. Communication and education. Communication and education, again, this crosses over into that big concept of communication over everything, but how do we let people know where these services are, what we're doing? We talked about a lot of people, they come to City Hall after they find out about something, and we've been telling them for a month ahead of time. How do we tell them what's going on? How do we let them know? And the sheriff's department, they mentioned some of the things that they were doing downtown that were at a meeting, and people got up and spoke about it, and they're actually going to get and talk about it already. And so how do we communicate that to them as to what we're doing to provide public health and safety? Identify our assets, resource needs, and opportunities for the community to be involved. Assets, easiest example of that is to look at the fire department, where their needs are, what they have for fire stations, equipment, all those pieces are, what the resources are that we have in the community, and what those needs are within those resources. And resources, I think we all discovered, are more than just our public safety officers. They're the opportunity to build out a community program that each neighborhood has its own, I think you used to call it CERT or something like that, but now we can call it whatever we want, but its own neighborhood officer, we'll call it, who communicates information that primarily is safety information, but eventually could be any other information we want, kind of that effect of bringing all of our neighborhoods into City Hall. Balance enforcement and services. I'm gonna pause on that one because it ties up, I think, with revisit the homeless action plan. Balance enforcement and services was a challenging topic for all of us. I think it's a challenging topic for everybody. We talked about, primarily in that discussion, homelessness or unhoused, however you're comfortable putting it. And we talked about the aspect of the accountability of services, how to be compassionate to people, when those services end, and where that line is, and what we can do as a city to make sure that everything in that aspect is communicated clearly to our unhoused, be it services that are offered, be it the opportunity they have, or what the quote-unquote the rules are. The other side of that, of course, is trying to make sure that we are compassionate to them and get them connected to services so we get the best outcomes for everybody in the community. But at the same time, compassion to our residents. We have 60,000+ residents that also deserve as much compassion, and kind of balancing those two up, which is a really challenging job. I don't know if there's a direct, perfect answer to that one, but I think it's something we have to address consciously. With that approach of balancing out everything so that it's working for our residents and we're doing the best we can for these people at the same time, but ultimately businesses, residents, and our unhoused population are all served by what we're doing. Very loaded, and I'm okay with anybody's questions, and questions can become a discussion on any of these.
Jim, the one thing Kathy and I were talking on the vulnerability assessment, the other thing that we talked about looking at was some of like our infrastructure. So it's looking at like lighting, sight lines, things like that, so that people do feel safe within facilities, whether it's the parks. We've done that with Pacific View, as we knew it was in it. We've done that with City Hall. So part of it's not just looking at like services, but like, can we make our infrastructure safer so people do feel more comfortable visiting different public areas?
It's creating that feel of, feel of confidence is what we call it, but it's that the things that you go through subconsciously that check the box off for safety, that they may not even know that we do.
Yes, thank you. I'll jump in, and I really like this. Good work. When it comes to Revisit Homeless Action Plan, I want to ask again about kind of teasing out what your intent is. The Homeless Action Plan has some objectives that we've worked towards meeting over the last few years. We have some good data behind how successful different specific actions have been. that we've implemented in our homeless action plan. So we've had some of that. Is your revisiting term meant to say, let's look at how successful it's been and look at that data and figure out how that informs us going forward? Is that?
No, I don't think there was any intention to create an action out of it at all necessarily, but it was that it falls under this public health and safety issue. And so if we did all of this and we didn't follow through and include this consideration of this in the process, we're not going to align. We want everything to line up. So this allows us to make sure we're in line with that, and obviously that data is helpful in establishing information that help us follow through on these aspects. Obviously help us with our accountability for services, accountability for the sheriff's department, and maybe what assets and resources need to be put in there that.
Yeah, I say this because of assets and resources, and you're sensitive to that too, I can hear. It's something that we spend a lot of time on thinking about and trying to address the community's concern with the unhoused. So I get that in how you're explaining these goals. But it comes down to, or it has in the past, comes down to really articulating what's the next step then, using the past to inform us, but it's always about money. So, we were able to hire a resource management manager in the past, and so adding that one person, and then we were able to extend the hours of that person. And so these are all important, intentional decisions that come through this that are tied to our dedication to this problem solving, but also tied to our willingness to fund it.
Well, I agree, and with any resource manager, we want to make sure they have the resources they need to do their job the best. And so some of this stemmed from, I went to visit one of the organizations in town that's feeding people, which is, all the volunteers are amazing. And we got done the day and I asked them, this is great, how many numbers do you have? They said, we don't keep track of numbers. How do we know what's going on there if they're not keeping track of the numbers? How do we know who they helped? How do we know where the people left and went to? How do we provide that resource information to our manager here at City Hall? And that's what I want.
We do have some good numbers, so maybe there was something specific.
The organization I went to, and I'm not going to name them, I'm not here to do that, didn't. And they clearly had no interest in taking those numbers. So how does our city resource manager come back? Hey, I need these numbers.
I think we agree. Numbers are important. And so that's both of our objectives. Thank you.
Yeah, I think revisiting the homeless action plan, the laws have changed since we went through that. So revisiting it, taking a look at, like someone said, what's working, also how does the action plan get affected by the new laws that exist? So all good stuff.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that, it's, Captain Watts gave us some feedback that they're doing their part right now. A lot of it right now is our city attorney following through and us following through on closing the loop, so that the big part was, if you just round up, there's about 150 homeless in town, and they need the services, for providing the services, providing all of the assets for the access to. Some go, 2 days later they're out. And at some point, the enforcement needs to be at a point where we have to go, the other 62,000 people that are living in town and paying taxes need to be recognized and part of that compassion. So at some point, with the new laws and the new requirements and capabilities that, the old 3 strikes and you're out or something, at some level of it, we've given you enough opportunity to actually take the resources. If you're not going to take them, then now we have to require you to move on or push, so that the people, and one of the examples was Jess, who lives just in Acadia, works at City Hall, walks through the park typically on the way to work, but in the evening walking home, will not walk home through the park because she doesn't feel safe. And that's just, it's unacceptable, especially since when she has all of the resources. She has a direct number to the sheriff in town, like that. Not every citizen has that, so it's got to be revisited to its completion with Prop 36.
Yeah, and everything you all said from Prop 36 to, and I thought actually it was Catherine Blakespear had Senator Blakespear, had a seminar, a webinar or whatever on homeless, and she made the comment that if homeless do not partake of the services offered, they're under an obligation. And I agree with that, and that is they need to do something. If they're not going to take the services to get healthy and solve their homeless problem, then they have an obligation they've now bought into, and it may be law enforcement, it may be Prop 36, it may be drug court, reinstatement of drug court through Prop 36, there's SB 43, a whole bunch of things, so I agree with everything said here. I have an area that goes beyond this, and I didn't see anything, I see enforcement on there, but I was wondering, is the balance enforcement and services? I'd like to see something that talks about traffic enforcement in particular, and I think maybe Captain Watts might want to hop in here too. I think we have a fundamental problem where we're at a tipping point right now where I see people running stop signs. And I'll tell a quick story. I did a ride along, and we happened to be out in Liebenheim. And I had people run my stop signs through down Rancho Santa Fe Road, full speed, and we swung by my house to look at some cameras and stuff I had, separate thing. But on the way out, I said, hey, people are on the stop sign, pulled over. 3 cars go by, and car goes right on through, pull them over. And I thought I made my point. He pulls back in, 4 cars go by. Later, and pulls the next guy over too. Later that night, I got introduced to the traffic division, and the deputy I was with explained that these guys did 35 to 40 through the intersection. This was not a rolling stop. This was completely ignored. And I see that all across town today. And I think we've hit that tipping point where not being able to keep up with the volume of enforcement has hit a critical stage. So I would argue that we need a goal that is add more resources to enforcement. I think I've seen a request to that effect.
So we had that, and it fell out kind of, we weren't sure to put it. We talked about e-bike safety along those lines, very much in a similar alignment. And
yeah. Somewhere, I would put it under public safety, but I can see safe and efficient mobility. But I think public safety is really an enforcement type thing. And you had the word enforcement there.
But and I think that was also part of the
I think it falls under
resources and needs.
I was just going to say, it fell under identify assets, resources, like something under that could be, it would be really helpful if we had another traffic officer. It could be helpful if we had another this or that.
Yeah, because, I think I can look now and on Rancho Santa Fe Road, Encinitas Boulevard going down to Liebenheim, we used to see an occasional enforcement, 20 years. You just don't see it anymore. Although I did hear one report recently since we got Captain Watts. So I hear from them, so keep it up. But I think you probably need more resources with the population growth. I think Scott Campbell, when he's coming in, he's showing us data all the time. I grabbed one of his charts where he showed our population growth. And I don't think we've compensated, because I went back and looked at traffic enforcement through the Act for TrackSat, right? So our financial report, and it's been flat for 10 or 15 years as far as number of units. And the only increase in deputies at all were the 2 we added last year for the HOPE team to give us weekend coverage. And I think we need to look beyond that, certainly at traffic, and maybe, I'll ultimately look for your input.
So I think, and Kathy's got her hands up, I think Roy, Kathy, and I all kind of talked about that, and the concern of having it fall off the table that's not on here, right, is what we're talking about. And so I guess the question becomes, where do we want to put it on here, and to where it aligns with everything else? And I think there's a few places you could put it, and that's where we struggled. And Kathy, you have questions, I'm going to hand it over.
I was just going to say too, it looks like when we had vulnerability assessment, communication, and education, we didn't spell out specifically sheriff, fire, city. It's encompassing all of those. So vulnerability assessment is not just about public safety in the sense of police. It could also be public safety in the sense of wildfire. What are our high vulnerability areas or populations? The same with communication and education. Not just about the the sheriff aspect of it, but also fire. What is the communication? How do we educate people from wildfire situations? And the same with the assets. So all of this, we kind of kept it broad so that it encompasses the city, the sheriff, and fire, not just one specific. Thank you.
Just to add on to that, when I'm reading this as the fire chief, I'm thinking, okay, vulnerability assessment, I'm doing a standard of coverage. I go back and watch the infrastructure task force where I talk about the population increase and how that will affect our services. And then I jump past communication education for a second. Just say, okay, I've identified it. Now I tell you what my assets, resources, and needs are on my branch of what this is looking at. And then Captain will also be looking on his side. And then it also go into other things with mobility and all the other aspects that we still touch on too, right? So I like how it's laid out here, and I think it's vague enough for us to come back with a whole bunch of information for the council to help make the policy decisions later on.
On that note, is it where it says balance enforcement and services? Do we want to say balance and reassess enforcement, which would include looking at, is there enough sheriff? Is there enough fire services? Are we covering the right one? So just put balance and, what is the word I used? Reassess.
Yeah, and that hit exactly where I was trying to go, is that the balance implied no addition, and I'm thinking reassess.
Yeah.
That captures my thought. Oh, I was thinking less. I'm kidding.
Or maybe the better word is enhance.
All right, outstanding. Any other questions, comments? All right, so I have a question, because we're through the goals, which is fantastic. This is for the city council and the mayor, for the benefit of the staff. We've gone through these goals, we've massaged them around, and I know one of the unspoken questions they want to know, are you comfortable that these are also your goals, these are our goals, these are the goals that are important for moving forward? Yes?
Are you asking staff?
I'm asking the council, if you're comfortable with these goals. Now there's going to be an opportunity, obviously, to massage these a bit as we go through it, but I mean, I think it's important. This is sort of a unique way that we've done this, because council isn't simply saying, here's our goals, go execute. We've done it together today, which is, I think, critically important, but I do think that that'll be something, and no one said anything to me, I'm just saying it from me. I think it's something that the staff needs to leave with, feeling like, this is great. There's no other agendas here. This is what the goals are.
So I'll start with the focus areas. I love. These are so much better than what I felt last year. So, and now underneath each one of those, we've had good discussions. The goals are still pretty general, and now, but I like the framework. I think like I had to ask about enforcement of traffic because it wasn't instantaneously clear that was included. So what I'm going to look for next is like a bottom up from staff and directors of objectives, measurable objectives of what we're going to do. We're going to assess this, it's going to be almost by department. So that's a chance for the fire department to say, this is what they're going to do relative to this framework. The sheriff could do the same, other departments could do the same. So, and my goal is always in my mind 3 to 5 objectives per department, your top 3 to 5, and then come back and then put that back in front of us, and if we can get full alignment top to bottom.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that's really the point now, is your subject matter experts are going to go back and take this and put it together in a format, send it back out, make sure there's alignment that we talked a lot about yesterday. And once that alignment's there, now we got to put budget dollars to it, and then we can make some decisions moving forward. So any other thoughts, comments?
So we talked about this on our side over here, but could you come over and read these all of us went away and got a whole new staff, whole new council, could they come in and look at this and run with it? I don't believe so. But I do believe the way that we got to our solutions today and yesterday, I think that's what I have the most confidence in this process. It's probably more because I think the words themselves are probably an 80% solution, maybe 85%, but there's probably 15% that it's very much important that the way we've got to this and the hearing what everybody's had the input is probably the 15%. If you look at a brick wall, nobody really looks at, oh, that's really nice mortar in there. But the mortar that's keeping it all together. The 15% of how we got to these 85% solutions is probably the most important part. So that I hope this is, just in saying this, I just hope that this is more of an open path to communicating with us and obviously us with you to reassure that where there's mortar missing within some of the definitions, we can kind of revisit that and make sure that it hits ground completely.
And I just wanted to second what you're saying, because just coming from my world, when I see public safety and vulnerability assessment, I immediately think of the climate vulnerability assessment that we just completed for our public safety element update. So having that mortar there to be clear on what you mean by vulnerability assessment will be really important, because it could mean something different to different people. So clarity on that would be good.
I would like to ask a facilitator
Alright.
for kind of just the third-party perspective on this. I see these goals being more broad than what we've had in the past. Maybe that's where the city council needs to be, and I'm not sure. I just want to pose that as, well, maybe that's who we are right now. We're evolving as a team of leaders together, and we're needing to drill down a little bit more before we know what the specific priorities are. But I want to bring up, for everyone's consideration, what if I'm a Leucadia resident, a Leucadia Now participant, and I'm looking for, where's my priority for crossing the railroad tracks? Because that was a goal, and now it's not a goal anymore. So there's some potential challenge to the fact that we've gone more broad. We haven't actually stated some specific goals that we would have in the past. And I want to turn to you because I'm seeing some generalities here. Maybe we got a little bit more specific over there. How do we balance that? And I'm anticipating that the community might not see their goal that we have stated. Maybe we only stated that verbally, like you said. But if it's not written, maybe it comes out in the tactics. But tell me what.
Yeah, so my response to that would be, and this is where we talked a lot about, Jim, you talked about this morning, about the staff, right, and subject matter experts. And this is where, in my mind, staff will take these that are broad and they're going to narrow them down. They're probably going to do some wordsmithing and recraft them and make sure that if anybody reads it, they totally understand what the goal is. They'll then, with their expertise and in their departments, break down the components of those goals, which will include railroad crossing, right? So the details are going to come out in the strategic plan or the tactical plan. And Jennifer, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe that's what the discussion we've had.
No, Jim has that. And then the other part is, these are our focus areas, and these will be then the goals, and there will be objectives on how to achieve those goals. However, to Joy's point, we also have a CIP program, which in that right now has funding for Quiet Zone as a project at Great Cross. So you have to remember that even though, there's no way you're going to encompass everything the city does in 6 focus areas. So there are already things that are already very far down the road. A lot of them then will depend on funding, and I think we've all talked about the resources to do that. So those are definitely not forgotten, Joy. Those are already in a CIP program, because again, we could never capture just everything that we do in a city in 6 focus areas. But that was definitely a priority, and it's still a priority. But now, and because we just had a great Quiet Zone meeting, and we all realize that it's going to take money after that. So I just want to assure you that some of the stuff that's been in the past and that's already, in a CIP program, it will be, of course, up to council where you continue and want to go and continue to fund that. But that's exactly what Jim said. That's how we would proceed with these focus areas, goals, and objectives.
Yeah, and I went back to the idea of, I think you said this either yesterday or earlier at some point, is This is the, how do you eat an elephant? You eat one bite at a time. You dive into it, and we sit in these groups, and if we dive, so first off, train zone, getting rid of the noise, priority number one. Aside from that, we sit in these groups here, and there are each side, what, 6 or 7 department heads. And if we dive straight into train noise and that, then Parks and Rec had nothing to talk about in that discussion. Fire had nothing to say, well, Fire did, but whatever. Another group might not have had anything to say in that discussion. So we kept it on the, we really worked to have all the experts in that circle involved in the discussion and come up with a goal so that we wouldn't have a list of goals that applied to 3 departments and those 3 applied to a different 3 departments. We wanted goals that were citywide, holistic, looking at every approach for all the departments. And so that's why they're probably a little more broad. I don't think any of our city council is shy on expressing their goals in any of these areas. I think our city manager is attentive and will listen and communicate that information. So I have confidence that while this is a broad scope of goals, that the department messages will come across very clearly.
So I want to go into the vernacular of the focus groups at the top level, 6 of those. There's goals underneath that, they're broader. And then we talk about objectives coming, but I think the objectives are best coming from, offered up from the department heads and from Jennifer to us, so that we have alignment all the way from focus group, goals. Now the discussion during the goal phase included a lot of objectives we're looking for, and that's why this has been done interactively. And so quiet zones I would expect to be an objective. At-grade crossings would be a very high priority objective. There are quite a few of those objectives, and the neat thing about objectives is they can be assigned to a particular responsible party. They can have budget, rough order of magnitude budgets assigned to them, and then as we head into the budgeting process, we can start prioritizing and adjusting and moving in years where that goes. And so obviously our main goal here is to get our complete set of objectives, and I said earlier, 3 to 5 per department, and then we're going to see what we can afford to do during the budgeting cycle. But we want to know where you want to go. You think you've heard where we want to go, and you see the framework. But so I want to keep the vernacular clear of focus areas, goals, objectives. And we could end up with 40 to 50 objectives. And the model in my mind is what Encina does. This is exactly the framework Encina has, right? It seems to work pretty well. They call them strategic goals. I'm not sure these are really strategic or more tactical. But,
they are a simpler organization.
they are a simpler organization, but that doesn't mean that we should be less organized than them.
Oh, no.
So yeah, but the reason I like the focus groups and the goals, and Jim, I love your point about going across departmental lines, because we are every issue has components in 2, 3, 4, 5, or all departments, and so that kind of goal setting helped. The discussion of the detail helped, but now we need to distill it down, or actually we need your help to distill it down to individual objectives, major objectives, could be multi-year objectives, and then we can decide what we're going to do in this next year, next 2 years, and get those codified. And then my personal goal out of this is I'd love to have, of all those objectives, the main top priority ones on one page that become the city's objectives. And then it becomes very easy to do a review for our manager, for our council, and we can say this is what we accomplished. But we'll get in alignment. That word keeps coming back. So.
And I just want to say, I think with the focus areas and the goals that we came up with, it really is a team effort. This really encompasses so many departments together as instead of being very specific to maybe 1 or 2 departments, this is buy-in from everyone, because if you look at this, I feel like almost every department has some type of role within this, so it really builds that team. It means that we're working together as one cohesive unit, as opposed to just different departments or different silos. It's like we've all got buy-in on all of these focus areas goals, and then we're coming up with the objectives together. And you know what, it gives staff more buy-in. It also allows the department heads to explain to their teams why we're doing things, why it's so important, because it's not just the executive team doing the work. Remember, it's going to be everyone else in this organization that's going to be doing this work, and this is a clear direction to them, and it's the buy-in from them. So I think, again, we're working as a cohesive unit together for the betterment of this city.
Yeah, 100, I love that. And I think that there's a way to think about this is, we can go all the way into the myopic, the soda straws, what I like to call it, but then everybody talks about the 30,000 foot view, but there's a way to zoom in and zoom out real quick. And I think the department heads, that's really the job. I think department head, what your job is to cross lines, cross over the borders and talk to the different departments. Whereas people within your departments, their job is to get a little bit myopic, and the day you come up through the ranks because you've spent your time in the soda straw, you know the soda straw so well that you can jump out, hey, what does Encinitas look like in 2050? You know what I mean? Are we really seeing that, and what's our role in that? We can see what the 1986, what they were attempting to do. There's a lot of problems that they created unbeknownst to themselves that we're now trying to undo. So a big part of our budget isn't just what are we going to do to continue the role. Some of it, we have to go undo some stuff, and some of those bigger costs come from the undoing. And so what we have to remember as department heads and leaders of the city is, how are we creating new look forward and not creating for future problems? When we do create a future problem, we need to try to identify that and put that into our, hey, this is only meant to be good for a year, this is only meant to be good for however much time, because we have to get out of this one problem we're in right now. Fire safety is a really big one. Because of why? Because it just happened, so people want to know that right now, so maybe we have to commit some funds to that just because it happens to be a right now problem. We might be creating a problem for council and staff in the future, but knowing that and trying to find that solution is a big part of what we could be doing to be the best stewards of our time in this position, because in 15, 20, 30, 40 years, we're not existent to it. And we might still come in and talk at every council meeting, but that'd be, I'm sorry, Sheila. Love you, Sheila. But yeah, the idea is the fact is there's a way for us to look at our current situation, go into the soda straw, but come back out and see that where we're headed, and did we leave it better or did we leave it worse off? And that's going to be a final metric to our own job and our time here. So I'll see you later.
I was hoping you were talking about Sheila and not me.
Marco, you have something?
So I don't speak a lot, but from what I'm listening to, and I guess the way I'm feeling about it is that because you guys are the subject matter experts, each and every one of you, I feel like I don't know everything that goes on in each of your departments, finance or fire or Parks and Rec. If you, just like as they were saying, if you brought forward some important things or objectives that you guys need or that you see outside of the box even, and I keep using outside the box because there are things that like I said, I don't see it, but you guys do. You're boots on the ground. You talk to your staff. You can foresee those problems. So if you see those things, I know that we can apply all the things we learned these last few days to what you guys bring forward, as well as each of the council has something that is important to them as well. I know the quiet zones, the building. We have stuff that we like to bring forward as well. And I think if there, like Bruce said, if there was a comprehensive list or something that we could all look at, no matter how small or big, but if it's something you guys see that we don't, I think it kind of helps bring forward those important things that we can all look at and get into these goals, focus groups, or focus. I don't know, I think for me, it's easy to label out, I guess. You know it, you see it, okay, let's start checking these lists off of the things we can budget for. That's my opinion on it.
I have two additional comments and I agree. Do you ever look at something and go, wait, something's not right? Anybody, we've all done that, right? I don't know if anybody's looking at public health and safety and realizing that there's something missing up there. Access. access to public health and safety needs. I think we had that on the board and it fell off when we did with the trains and arts and all the other aspects that are equally important, but none of that, I shouldn't say it, that's too strong of a statement. A lot of that is only good if people can access it. And I think we should add access to this. I think it's a very important part to let the public know that it's important to them that they have access to these, to all the topics on the Public Health and Safety Board.
I think it goes under, I think I remember discussing the community and the communication and education part. That was, how do we get the information, I'm sorry. How do we get the information about the resources? So we talked about our different partners, websites, you know. So I think that I know what you're saying, Jim, but I thought Kathy kind of edged me a little too. We think maybe under that communication and education was how do people access this?
I think it's a hit them on the head with it and making, not only giving them the information, but like, it's taking, like sometimes I give you all the information in the world, but I still have to step over and say, are you okay? And if I don't make that step as a city, do I serve the residents in that regard? And that's kind of the question, how I get back to having that be on there.
Yeah, I like that. I kind of look at that as like follow-up too. I mean, you're obviously talking to a group that we love to over-communicate. They know that, unfortunately, about me. But yeah, I mean, I get that. You really want to make sure, and I think part of it is too, it's the follow-up too. It's like, did you hear my message? Did you get the services? I know Jeff wants to say something, so. Yeah.
I was just saying, that's also the vulnerability assessment. Like, we talk about that in the fire service a lot of, you know, it's not just calling 911 because you're having a medical emergency, but who needs help putting a smoke detector in their ceiling? You know, does an elderly person have that ability? Probably not. So who can they call for us to come out and install that thing, right? So we've been talking about how do we get more than just like, here's 911 and here's the evacuation route, and like there's a lot more that we've seen and we've identified as gaps that we're working on too. But that also comes into the access part. So I think it does fall under vulnerability assessment as well.
But I don't think anybody has heartburn if you want to add access on that.
I think adding it is good because it's right to the point. And access can be numerous things, but it also covers ADA, you know, Rehab Act of 1973, all of that stuff, which is important to, if you don't have it, they can't access services.
We can go knock on doors. I think Bruce has it down to 50 houses an hour. We'd always get the whole staff to do it. 3 weeks to the whole city.
So,
fire burglary, smoke detectors and stuff.
So my second point to this was, I think we need to meet quarterly. I think we need to get together every 3 to 4 months for a morning. Go over these, talk about the points, dive a little bit deeper into them, and really see how we're doing, create that extra level of accountability or enhancement in a lot of cases. We'll find we're doing something and like, wow, we didn't think about this. Oh my gosh, why wait till next year to discuss it again? Let's talk about it in 3 months and we really get some traction.
Well, and I think, you know how I talked about the objectives? If Jim's got some software that would allow us to keep up to date on those monthly, bi-weekly, and CENA does it quarterly, right? We get an update on the tactical plan, which is what we call it.
And our recommendation, Bruce, is that you meet quarterly, right? So you're getting the constant update, but you meet quarterly to do a review. It normally takes 3.5 to 4 hours, to your point, but it keeps everybody aligned and together.
I mean, we could even, and I don't know if it takes 3.5 to 4 hours, maybe, it probably does in the beginning, I would agree. Once you get it into the long-term maintenance mode, this becomes the standard annual practice, then it becomes a line item, you know, that it's an hour in a quarterly meeting of a regular meeting, and it becomes how you manage the organization, right? So I think you're on the right path with the regular, and we may need to do more special meetings. This is all we talk about between now and next year until we get it into practice.
Yeah, the other reason is otherwise we can't. If we don't have a special meeting, we can't talk about it.
Yeah, so I like that idea. The other part that, you know, I want to be conscious of too is that I think we also owe the public. So I think that we need to come up with some type of dashboards because we owe that to our residents. Number one, it showcases what the city council is accomplishing. It shows what staff is accomplishing, and also it keeps them informed, like if we do run into some roadblocks or additional resources or funding is necessary, because I think we owe it to them to make sure they know exactly what we're doing. They hold us accountable.
So a follow-up to that, so maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, so stop me if I am, but so listening to what everyone has said, so in my mind, the next step, if I'm correct, is staff is going to take this information back, we're going to put it down on paper, maybe do a little bit of wordsmithing here and there to make it clear, and that's helpful because we were all in different groups, so we can kind of know what the group was talking about. And then put some objectives, then that's going to come back to council, so that'll be a meeting to make sure that all of this is correct and we have buy-in, and then some more wordsmithing or whatnot. Is that correct?
That would be correct, and very shortly after that is then the budget piece, because then that will inform you as to what can and can't be done.
And then your quarterly meetings after that. Once you all agree on it and you've got the budget, then you're going to have meetings to check in and make sure nothing has changed or needs to be tweaked.
Right.
That's where I was.
I'll do a yes and the tactical plan, right? So now we come back, we have clarity, give me clarity, clarify. Then you come back with the budget, yes, we're doing this, and this. Now you have the tactical plan behind that. So that's where you start breaking it down. So just remember the VAE we talked about. I put it back on the screen. So we've gone through the vision part and we've been working on alignment. That's what we've been working on. So but now we're going to make sure we've exchanged perspective and all of that. Momentum is getting the plan, initiating action. So we're now shifting, going closer to the execution part. Remember, it's fluid, right? You might be looking at the execution and go, oh, wait a minute, we didn't exchange perspectives here. We need to go get some outside data here. And so that's the beauty of the plan. But eventually you'll get to full-on execution. Make sense?
Yeah, so the expectation is we're going to have all these objectives and goals. Not all of them will be done. Council will hone down and say, these are our top 5, these are the top 6 to start on. As you get through those, then you can pull up the others to the top.
And maybe more importantly, as we get into the budget adoption, we're going to decide what we can afford to do. And that's really, when we adopt a budget, that should lock in for the year what objectives we're going to do. Now, we'll maintenance those objectives because we don't want this to be a document that goes on a shelf and we forget about it. But you bring it out and you look at it and go, are we still making progress? Are we still in alignment? That's the quarterly meeting. And once we boil that down to a practice, and we can add new objectives if we have to, if we can afford it, that kind of stuff. But this is all that leads into budget time.
Kathy, I appreciate you articulating it that way, because I think that's a missing piece that I feel like we have is how does this get distilled
into the tactics? And I think my brain goes there maybe quite quickly to what does this mean in our everyday decision making as we go through the year? So that's a very important piece. Everyone else was part of the dialogue behind this sheet, so you heard what people said. Me coming to read this sheet, I don't know that. So I don't know what everyone's talked about, and I don't know what to expect to see on that tactic plan. So that's why I come to this with more question marks. But articulating what the tactics are is really important to me.
So would it, the assumption is from this we have the focus, the goals, and there's going to be, I want to call it a secondary to the goals, but a different report that identifies those as subheadings, and then all the detail of what it means, or you talked about it. The objectives and the tactics.
Tactical objectives. Yeah.
And that would be true for these lists over here too. I don't mean to be
Focus,
just
goals,
saying this one, but
objectives, tactical objectives.
And then it comes back to council, so again, the biggest thing we want to make sure is we're all on the same page. And I think that's speaking to Joyce so that everybody exactly understands the focus areas, the goals and objectives we all come to hopefully on this one consensus, so that we're all working towards the same thing, so that, yeah, that we're very clear on what we're doing. Appreciate that.
Well, and once you see it in writing, a lot of times it's just like you think about it overnight, you'll have time to look at it, look at the words again, and then that way, then when we all come together and council comes together, you can say, you know what? Switch this word out, tweak this word, this line still doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so, and yes, and ultimately, what's the clarity for? The clarity is for the community, right? The clarity is for the people we all serve. And so you get clarity here, you'll have clarity there. So anybody can read the goal, they understand, they come to a city council meeting, they understand what you're working on. And so this is a really important process. And in one of the conversations today, I heard one of the staff members said something, and I thought, don't be afraid to come back and say, I think this is the best way to do this, right? Because you're seeking information from the council and direction from the council, but there's sometimes when you just know, this is probably the best way to handle the traffic flow on Vulcan, whatever it may be, right? And you just know that because that's what you do, you live it, you eat it, you breathe it. And so I'm just encouraging you to feel comfortable coming back and saying, hey, I get it. But here's the three options we really have. Does that make sense?
I think,
other comments?
Yeah, I think that's what the next meeting, with the quarterly meeting after this is. You know, let's dare to measure this, and let's be brutally honest with the understanding that in this inclusive environment, that again, the only way we're wrong is by not admitting where we're weak. Right? If we know where we're weak, then at least we can fix it, or we can at least know that that's where our weakness is, and we hide that from we hide that from whatever's coming at us. But the fact is, if we don't admit that, if we're not willing to measure across every single department exactly where we're not strong, we can't prove it. And so that's the whole idea with the quarterly meetings, is to reestablish that mortar, make sure that we're all on the same page, make sure that, hey, this one. And so I guess what I'd say is, don't just dare to measure, but dare to actually throw it out there, throw the rock out there, what you think you can get done within these 6 per department, and put a measurement to it. And just, you know, I don't know, whenever you get back to your office, and maybe Friday, write down once you get your objectives, what you think you can get done on this with the proper budget, and what you can get to by June, or once the budget comes down with it, you can actually, so now we can go, hey, we expected to get to here, and we came here. And that's how we get better year after year, and you specifically as a department head, you know, get a better chance of measuring yourself and how good you can get to. I'm gonna tell you right now, this guy right now he can tell you I want to run a 5-minute mile in 12 weeks, and he can get there. Like, I know Josh with his background, I know certain backgrounds in here because of the way we're trained, you can get to a specific, like, I'm gonna get here, and I know how 12 weeks I can get there. May not all be comfortable, but be okay with throwing a measurement out there with what we expect to see in June, assuming that might be our next meeting. And then when we get there, just tell us where we are, and that way we know department by department how well we're attending.
I want to clarify the quarterly meeting. I view the quarterly meeting as starting after July 1st. And that's the maintenance meeting of the objectives and the budget and all. Between now and setting a budget, I think we're going to have a couple of budget workshops. We're going to need objectives ready as possible objectives for the annual tactical plan. And we'll have to have that ready for at least the first budget workshop. And if you want to, we could do a meeting ahead of time just on objectives without necessarily the budget attached. Now, just because we talk about them those days doesn't mean they're accepted, because it has to have money behind it, because you can't do your work without money. And so we have a limited amount of money. And so one of the big choices when we get into the budget, of course, I'm looking at Tom, and it's like, we're gonna have to choose, right? But so I just wanted to, because I think you were using the quarterly like we were gonna wait until June. I think we have to meet 2-3 times between now and then as part of the budget cycle to nail down the objectives we can afford, to then go into the cadence of quarterly reviews, or more often, potentially with a dashboard and whole bit.
Yeah, so to that point, that's why I mentioned earlier today what I call a mini tactical plan. Those are those objectives you're talking about that are sort of the minimum objectives to put a dollar amount to. Because you have to do that because you're going into the budgeting process.
Yeah, so what we would do is we would look, we're gonna meet as a team, we'll come up with those objectives, get that to council, hopefully prior to the first budget workshop. We have another one in April, that's when we can fine tune objectives, everything like that, because obviously the money that has been budgeted for this year is budgeted. So that would be it, and we like to go off a fiscal year, we like to measure things, so exactly, so it would basically, we put in the focus areas, goals, objectives, ready to go, the money needed, and then boom, we start July 1st, and then there's your quarterly meetings and update, yeah, that would be it.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's take 5-minute stretch. We are on the home stretch. We really are. So let's just stretch for a minute, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap it up.
But he didn't say there's one last day.
The best message about for talk about it'll meet you where you are. That's how we should all be message, but you can we're going to talk about
We're going to put you guys so much in here to do what I want to do. There's collaboration.
brand new fire station out. No.
I wanted a fire station. I could walk up and around like we were just house everybody. Take away in a commitment. Like what's commitment? Personal yours going through this last 2 days. We're pretty much done. We're right there.
Thank you.
Is that more good for you? You're welcome.
Taking my break.
It's where the vision and mission comes.
It's what?
It's where the vision and mission comes.
Yeah.
Of understanding that vision. Hard, heavy day. Hard to get. And when you're coming, don't worry about that. Not hoping that I get the staff. Towards the end, the beginning. Yeah.
Both of these actually, since you're both here, I had a question for you. Would there be a way for a corporation or a not-for-profit, let's just say it calls this a corporation, to basically self-resource to buy properties, to basically be in place, and ideally it could be a not-for-profit 501c3 or whatever right value would be. Probably doesn't happen in poorer communities, but for all the communities where people would say, hey, I got an extra 15 grand. Even if you buy properties, like all the Measure U locations, or all the housing locations. I like it. I saw you do it yesterday. I was like, yeah, it does. Need the pillow though.
I was like, someone's going to miss
Okay, I'm going to give you some advance warning. Oh, look, that got everybody quiet. That's great. The advance warning is this. Kind of what we did yesterday. We're going to go around the room and going to ask a couple of things. And it would be a key takeaway, but also a personal commitment. You know, something that you, after experiencing the last 2 days together, that you're just committing to, you know, to the team, to the group in the room. So I'm giving you that in advance notice, and we'll do that in just a minute. One of the things that we do a lot of work on is the 5 behaviors of a cohesive team. And some of you have probably read the book, The 5 Dysfunctions. That's sort of a negative title, but Patrick Lencioni partnered up with a company that we're partnered up with, and they rewrote and redid an assessment, the 5 behaviors of a cohesive team. And we do a lot of work with teams on this. And I thought it would be a good idea just to show you the model and kind of how that applies to what we've been doing the last couple of days. So I'm going to pop it up here. And Jim, I have to thank you. I couldn't have scripted better what you did this morning for the first level, which is vulnerability-based trust. Not just trust to say, hey Joy, take my car down and grab a cup of coffee for yourself and don't crash it. Vulnerability-based trust is about being able to say, I screwed up. I need some help. I was wrong. That's vulnerability-based trust. And that's what I believe we've started to experience. But that's where I think you need to get between council and staff, is that real vulnerability, just being able to say, wait a minute, I screwed up, I'm not sure, maybe I made a mistake. That's critically important. And that's at the base of the pyramid, because without it, you can't go to the rest of the pyramid. The second one is conflict. And it's constructive debate, constructive conflict. So I think about this conflict continuum, right, that Lencioni talks about, great author, but over here is false harmony. That's where we're just kind of hanging out, doing our thing, don't want to have an argument, it feels uncomfortable. And over here, as he would say, is closer and closer to hell, right? It is where it's destructive, it's mean, it's nasty. But right in the middle, that's magic. Right in the middle is where you're having this rigorous debate with one another, and you're just really sharing opinions, and you're talking to be heard, and you're listening to understand. And sometimes you will step over that middle. And the cool thing about it is you can just go, oh man, I think we're on the other side of that. Around our office, we have a language that we just talk about, hey, if we're having a real debate in the conference room or something, and somebody, it feels like it's getting a little tight, somebody will just say, I'm not even close to the line. Like, I'm not even there yet. So that's really important. So the next piece is commitment, and commitment is weigh in to buy in, right? I can't have commitment if I'm not able to weigh in, and then I'll buy in. So it's clarification, the buy-in, that commitment to say, this is what we agreed, I'm all in. This is where we're headed. Accountability, hardest thing. I mentioned this yesterday. Super hard to hold one another accountable. But it's also the magic, because it's a gift. It is a gift to hold one another accountable, to say, no, Bruce, wait a minute. That's not what we agreed on. That's not the direction we talked about. Oh, okay. You know, so it's very important. It's hard to do. The top of the pyramid, which is all about this, is collective results. We all are one thing. Having Encinitas be the best place on the planet to live, work, play, right? Now, somebody earlier said, you know, consultants don't care, they just take their check and leave, and I take exception to that. So, you will not see on our website anywhere, we don't refer to ourselves as consultants. I work and play, I cycle through here all the time, I eat at your restaurants, I care. But does this make sense here? So one of the things we do when we work with other organizations is we have them work on their own behaviors of what they're going to do to instill trust and conflict, etc. So that's something we can talk about later. But I wanted to show this to you, and especially when you came in this morning, that, I mean, he deserves a round of applause for coming in this morning and saying, hey, I didn't sleep last night because I was thinking about something. That's huge, and we can all do that. Okay, collaboration. We've been collaborating these last 2 days. Would we agree? Yes. Have to keep it going. You have to be able to keep it going and think about, well, what are those landmines? And one of those landmines for collaboration is life hits us in the face the minute we walk out that door, right? We have day job. We go back to a city that, by the way, hey, this is all cool what we did, but we got to run a city here. There's all these things that attack collaboration. So it's going to be up to all of you to be able to continue to collaborate with one another. Any comments on that? Have you felt good about the collaboration last couple of days here? Yes. All right. So I want to talk just a minute about course correction. Things will go wrong. They just will. It's going to happen. People will make mistakes. There will be a mistake on a budget. There will be a mistake somewhere. And how you handle that is going to be critically important to how you operate as a team moving forward. So when there's a course correction, I'm going to urge you to go back to what we talked about. Go back to vision alignment. Hey, are we out of alignment? What might have happened here? I'll give you an example. How many people are familiar with WD-40? Okay, so Gary Ridge was the CEO of WD-40, good friend. Our kids grew up together. And Gary told me one time, he said, you know, it's really interesting. When there's a review or a mistake or something happens, the first thing we say is, how did we fail that employee? That's amazing. And I said, Gary, what percent of the time had you failed the employee? He said, between 80 and 85%. We failed the employee. They didn't have the right information, they didn't have the right tools, they might even not even be in the right place. Great employee, not in the right place. My point is, let's move with good intention. I mean, imagine if you always ask that question, how did we fail first? And then look at that and think about it. Make sense? All right. So tactical plan strategy, that's really what we've been talking about, and so we really covered this about what's next. It's those objectives, it's being able to come back to get to a point where we can put some budgeting together and then really make those priorities of what can we do. We want to do all of it, we might not be able to do all of it. So everything's important, but if everything's important, nothing's important. So we have to really look at what are those key things moving forward. And this is what I warned you about. Personal commitment and next steps. We talked about next steps, so I'd love to hear, and then there'll be a little bit of closing after this, but I'd love to hear from you, like yesterday. Now we've gone through another day. How are you feeling now? We've gone through the goals, we've had great discussion today, and what's a commitment that you personally are going to make to the team and to the process? Sound good? I know it sounds great, I know you're excited, and Joy is dying to go first.
I saw you looking at me. So I commit to continue to build trust. It is foundational to how we work together.
Yeah, I think the best thing I do is learn all the departments and further as a newer council member being here, I think 11 weeks. So getting in and really doing a ride along this week with the sheriff department, getting into the fire department, just all the departments, getting to know you guys better and really holding to this. One question I have, and maybe just to throw out before we get through, but obviously we leave these doors and the Brown Act is back in. And so the collaboration the 5 of us have been able to have in this and with the staff all at once is invaluable, and it's not something we can do regularly, and I think it minimizes. You talk about WD-40, well, the CEO could talk to all of his other counterparts to make sure that they're running the company properly. The problem here we have is kind of mum's the word for quite a bit of it, and I just know that that's one problem that can continually have an issue, so I know that staff is up against not just a 5-headed boss, but a 5-headed boss that doesn't know where each other's going, quite literally on purpose. So just, you don't have to answer it right now, or if you have an answer, but that's one of the problems I already know is coming our way.
I don't have an answer on how to get around the Brown Act, but I have some ideas.
I would say my personal commitment is to contribute where I can add value, and or to deliver the council's goals and objectives. So.
My commitment is to the betterment of the city, whatever new philosophy or existing philosophy, and committed to having that work through to a positive to the council. I'm committed to doing that to our executive team, to the staff and the citizenry.
Thank you.
My personal commitment is to improve communications. I think we all can do a better job of communicating even within our departments, but with city council, with executive team, it's always important to strive for open communications and collaboration. For me, thank you.
My commitment to the team and to the city council, this is just to continue to build trust between, not just myself and my department, the staff, with the city council, and with the public, that we're doing the best that we possibly can.
Okay, my commitment, personal commitment, is to continue to play my part to support the team and council, and also align my staff so that we can execute and support the team and council.
My commitment is to collaborate with each of you to identify tools and technologies that can make it possible to measure these goals that we're setting.
my commitment to you on behalf of myself and Captain Watts is to stay engaged with the conversations we're having with the council, with the city, with the members of the community as we're out there at our HOA meetings, community meetings, all the various meetings that we have out there. Stay engaged and listen to what's important, not only from the council, but as well as from the members of the community, and align our enforcement and our activities with that.
My personal commitment would be to be very open-minded about strategizing, open to new ideas, and to prioritize communication.
I'm a big fan of Lencioni and the 5 dysfunctions of the team, and so my commitment is to help make that triangle the best that it can be, with trust all the way up to what we provide to the city, right? So I think one of my commitments can be to make sure that we have that radical candor and that we do hold each other accountable, and then to think outside of the box, and be able to have change when it's needed.
Hello. Committed to the team effort, everybody here, and our challenge, and what makes the city great and makes what we do so fantastic is serving the community, making a difference with the people in our community, so they get the most out of being here.
My personal commitment is communication, making sure we're communicating down the new path that we're forging ahead with this new council, and then sharing information with the community in a more robust way, and then sharing information with council.
In my case, I would like to work with each and every one of you in this room in order for us to ensure that we are providing the services that is expected from us, from our customers and communities. Because I think that we are all public servants, and this is the #1 priority that all of us have. And without collaboration with each and everyone on the staff level, on the council level, and on the managers level, we will not be able to achieve that.
My personal commitment coming from this is to provide the best leadership both up and down the organization. I need to provide leadership with and to the city council. I need to provide leadership to the exec team and the staff. And I plan to do that by listening, learning what the needs are, being responsive, communicating, and this way we can provide the best services we can, meet the goals of the council, and to make sure that our citizens feel valued, heard, and that we are doing good things in the city.
My commitment is to be a sponge. I'm gonna be a sponge. I'm gonna listen to everything you guys have to say. We do have some of the smarter people here in the city, I like to think, because you are the department heads, so we have, the council is incredible. Clearly I'm here to soak up the information, and basically I'm like a little baby. I'm just like learning it all, but I'm the cutest little baby you've ever seen. But I'm gonna bring me out, and all that information is gonna come out, and it's gonna be great. I mean, I'm very enthusiastic for what came out from this 2 days. But I am a sponge, and I plan on soaking in everything you guys have to share, all the collaboration we've had, and soaking it in and keeping it, and then, like I said, bring it out when we're ready, and when I'm ready, and for the best possible outcome for the city. And that's really what I think we all want, is the best possible outcome for the city.
All right, there are so many places to go with this, but I go back to when I got elected, and the idea of this pyramid and how it aligns. I believe that we don't represent the people's votes, we represent their trust. And to see that as the base of this pyramid that we've been working on just reinforces that. And I hold that trust at incredibly high value. And within that, I commit to holding myself to the highest standard I can to support that trust. And I know that I can count on all of you in this room after this week to understand the value of that trust as well and to support that and help us as a council to be the best, to get the best outcomes we can get, so that we can all be successful together. Going back to being experts, it's a synergistic thing. Trust, being an expert, all of these pieces to get these results. And if we can all do this together and continue to go in this direction, Luke, top 3 cities, we only top 1, and see this.
Can you put back up the triangle? I'm being the overachiever I am. I've got 2 commitments. So I really appreciated the trust at base there, and the vulnerability without fear of repercussions. And so my first commitment is we need to have a fault-tolerant culture here. That we admit mistakes, because only by admitting and acknowledging and going after them and avoiding them in the future can we improve the organization. I've had this discussion with various people around, but I think that's so important. So I commit to keep us away from blaming people and just solving problems. Focus on the problem. What is it?
Soft on people, hard on issues.
Soft on people, hard on issues. We can be all over the issues, so that's my first commitment. To manage lead the organization so that we are hard on the issues, but not trying to, I always tell my team at work, if you don't make any mistakes, you're not going fast enough. And that means you're taking too long, you're getting analysis paralysis, that type of stuff. So we're gonna make mistakes, course corrections. I totally appreciate that and underline it. The second one is I commit to, since I help set agendas, regular collaboration meetings at city council meetings where we can maintenance this. So we talked about the cadence of quarterly. I'll commit to getting that done. And between now and then, as we are getting ready for the budget, and even if we need an extra session, like a special meeting before a meeting or something, we can have one about the objectives before we even get to the budgeting meeting. And then when we go through the budget workshops, we'll talk about this. So I'll commit to requiring regular collaboration where we can all talk in front of the public, avoid the Brown Act, and actually continue to collaborate just like we were in an open environment. So those 2 commitments.
All right, fantastic, and that's where I was going to go, so perfect. What's important for me, for you, is there's a lot of other employees and dedicated people that work for the city, right? And you all, council members, you represent your district. But it's really important to move forward. You don't have to agree with every single thing, but I am gonna hope you'll spread the good word about what happened here the last 2 days. And that you'll get the staff enthusiastic about, hey, we just spent 2 days with the mayor and the city council, and we talked, and we were able to debate and be heard and come up with goals, and we did this in a collaborative fashion. I will tell you right now, and I'm sure you know this from other municipalities, not everybody does it this well. They really don't. And so from my standpoint as a facilitator, I love watching the engagement and the smiles and the laughter, because that is not super common. So any other comments from anyone for the good of the order? All right, so I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be here. Our work is ongoing, so we have some things to do. But thank you. Hope it's been productive, and there's a lot more to come. And we'll get all of this typed up and ready to roll for moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're done. Thank you. All right. Appreciate everything. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.